You and I are about to see a guy reborn as a game villain whose original ending was starving to death. But Moon wants to change his destiny and go straight. Too bad his father has some wilder ideas for his future. The old man demands that Moon produce heirs with every maid in the castle within a single year. Moon, trying to be a hero, rejects the order entirely and tells the maids they are finally free to live their very own lives. But things take a dark turn when a rejected maid betrays Moon, locking him away in a hidden servant's room. Now here's where it gets wild. Even in this secret room, she's determined to secure her own future inheritance. You might even think that being in his shoes sounds like a total dream. But for Moon, he is exhausted. This maid is relentless, demanding way too much from him every single night. He is desperate to escape this life of being fed and pampered, because apparently, having a beautiful maid care for you is pure torture. Moon trains hard every day, hoping his new strength will finally let him escape. Because we both know if he cannot erase his villainous reputation, his only ending is a cold grave. Alright, stick with me. We're about to find out why these maids act so wild and how these girls got so much power in those famous curves. Our story kicks off at the Campbell estate, where our main character wakes up in a royal bed, remembering a nasty car accident. Talk about a rough start. He's totally confused. Did he travel through time, or was that accident real? Meanwhile, he notices the place is strange and different luxurious furniture, fancy decor, and a Western touch. Then he looks in the mirror and realizes he's totally different. He goes into shock, but soon calms down after seeing his own incredible beauty. Now pay attention. As an otaku, he knows getting hit by a truck and waking up in another world is a classic trope. The legendary Truck-kun is constantly hard at work, folks. He thinks that if this is a dream, he needs to confirm that this new world is actually real. So, he picks up a knife and cuts his finger with a dead serious expression. He screams instantly because that knife was incredibly sharp and cut way too deep. Out of all the options, he really chose to use a knife. The scene shifts to backstory mode, where we see he offended a royal family, lost his noble title, and was exiled as a beggar. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. The authorities give him a clear ultimatum: never set foot in the empire again, or face a merciless death. Let's dive into the moment our main character realizes he is trapped in a book he once read, living as a blonde-haired, complete idiot of a villain whose only job is to get in the main hero's way. Suddenly, the scene shifts back to his former life. Every night, he would read the exact story he is living right now. In this tale, the lead is an illegitimate royal daughter who masterfully improves herself in every single area of life. She slays monsters until she becomes a world-renowned hero. As for our main character, in this story, he is Monample, a brainless villain from an ancient family who constantly sends his men to kill the heroine. But she always survives and just keeps getting stronger. Every single plan fails miserably. He gets caught plotting with a duke and is eventually sentenced to a life of exile as a lowly beggar. Now stick with me, because back in the present, he realizes just how screwed his new life really is, since his character is always in trouble. A knock at the door interrupts him. It is Anne, the housemaid of the Campbell family, calling for Master Monk. She brings his ceremony outfit and wants him to try it on. She notices his finger is bleeding. He says it was an accident and asks for a bandage. Anne finds the word strange and says she can heal him herself. You and I both saw this coming. She puts his finger in her mouth to stop the bleeding instantly because his blood is incredibly valuable. She begs him not to get hurt. He nervously thanks her, and she leaves. He is hyped by her powers but remembers the kind, black-haired maid from the story. He rolls around on the bed happy while Anne wonders why he actually thanked her. Remember, he is a villain. Why would a rich noble bother the main character? He recalls the crime the villain gets exiled for drugging the third princess's drink during the royal ceremony. So trust me, if he just avoids provoking anyone, his new life will be absolutely fine. Alright, you and I are about to see if he can truly rewrite his own destiny. Alright, you and I are about to watch a guy realize his doom is coming tomorrow. He's stuck in bed, begging for some legendary cheat system or an experience point boost to help. The plan? Show up tomorrow and beg the heroine for forgiveness. Maybe she'll actually listen this time. He's ready to kneel if he has to, but suddenly, whack! Something heavy drops from the ceiling. It's a mysterious book. He thinks his luck just changed, but the pages are completely blank. Is there a trick to this? As blood from his head wound drips onto the pages, it reacts. Dark purplish flames erupt from the paper, swallowing him whole as everything fades to black. He wakes up in a void, trapped, but at least his new body is in peak physical condition. A terrifying woman looms over him, mocking him for taking so long to finally wake up. Now pay attention, this pain is only the start of his sinister new transformation. She demands he become a true villain, not some hesitant coward. Seeing his weakness actually makes her sad. She claims he belongs to her forever, promising that his soul will eventually be consumed by pure cruelty. She lunges to finish him off, and just as despair sets in, he bolts awake. Just a nightmare. But the phantom pain in his body feels way too real to ignore. He grabs the book, But a chilling message appears: do not attempt to change your destiny. Does he really have to be the bad guy? If causing chaos keeps him alive, then so be it. The original owner was a total idiot, but he's a modern man with a much sharper mind. With his superior knowledge, he'll treat everyone around him like pawns to secure his own victory. Later, he's enjoying a luxury steak, though his mother, Duchess Campbell, finds his sudden happiness weird. His father reminds him the ceremony is vital for his future. He plays it off as nerves, while his mom hopes he'll finally impress the kingdom's princesses. The Duke mentions he's already paired with the third princess, the legendary Celia. He's relieved to find out his parents are actually good people. Celia is supposedly the Empire's top beauty, but he knows this marriage leads his family to exile. You and I both know he's planning a very different kind of poison tonight. Suddenly, a clumsy maid bumps into him, splashing tea everywhere. He calmly asks if she's hurt. She's terrified of punishment, but he sees she has a fever. He tells her to rest. Anne arrives, and he learns the maid's name is Noelle. He orders the entire staff to take a break. Everyone is shocked by this sudden kindness. Later, he finds a rare VIP pass to the black market. He sneaks out to a shady shop near Belrand, looking for a dealer named Carrion. A masked woman attends him, and he asks for a knockout potion. She says the potion turns invisible inside any drink. One drop floors an elephant. The price? 130,000. He's broke, so Anne trades top-secret info for the potion. He gets an extra potency booster too. The dealer knows this intel is worth a fortune to rivals. Nobles at the ceremony are whispering about his awful reputation. Princess Celia arrives, and he greets her with a charming compliment. Then, the story's true heroine, Ariel Ponart, finally makes her entrance. He greets Ariel politely, leaving the girl absolutely shocked. She slaps his hand away and tells him to get lost. He doesn't care. After giving a grand speech, he's finally finished. He finds Celia and apologizes for leaving her. He can't ignore his future wife and asks for a dance. Trust me, you and I just witnessed a dance that changed fate. Alright, you and I are watching our Moon praise Celia for her incredible talent on the dance floor. She notices he's changed quite a bit. He definitely wasn't like this before. He just asks if the change is really that obvious. Celia remembers the last time he asked someone to dance. He basically told her to be grateful that Lord Moon was showing her mercy. She imitates his old arrogant self perfectly, and honestly, it's so spot on that he gets totally embarrassed. Moon begs her to forget that cringe past and just focus on the present by his side. Suddenly, he asks her to visit his room later. She thinks things are about to get intimate, but that is not what this guy has in mind at all. He just wants to talk about their future and this forced marriage. He explains it's just a political move to keep their fathers connected. Since they don't even like each other, he suggests they just cancel the whole engagement right now. Celia's all for it and wants to settle this immediately. Moon thinks she took the bait, but then she asks where his room is. She drags him there by force. Meanwhile, two strange maids are watching them, sensing something suspicious is going down. Back in the room, he offers her some wine, but Celia turns it down since she doesn't touch alcohol. Now he's scrambling to figure out how to drug her without getting caught. Since wine's out, he offers her some black tea instead. Now pay attention, because Moon is preparing the tea with a smile that is way too wide. Celia finds it weird that he's this happy over tea. Little does she know, he's busy dumping potions into her cup. She asks if it's ready, and he tells her to just sit back and wait a second. She steps away for a moment. He almost gets caught red-handed. In the rush, he spills half the potion on the floor. Talk about a clumsy move. He decides the remaining drop will have to do, and hands it over. Celia looks at the cup with pure suspicion. The tea is bright red. He lies and says it's a special family brand. She smirks and tells him to take a sip first. She's totally teasing him. He claims there's nothing to worry about and brings the mug right up to his lips. Right before he drinks, she swaps the cups and downs it. Within seconds, she's feeling lightheaded and calls out his name. She passes out cold. Moon reveals that he actually put the potion in both of the mugs to be safe. Now he has to set the stage for the original plot. He moves her into a compromising position to make things look spicy. He even unbuttons his own shirt and waits for the heroine to walk in. Time just keeps ticking away. He checks the clock and panics. Ariel should be here. Something is wrong with the timeline. He remembers that in the original story, Ariel was supposed to hear a noise while heading to the bathroom after a spill. But the person who was supposed to spill tea on her was Noel. And Moon sent Noel away earlier today. He realized his own interference changed history. Ariel isn't coming. Suddenly, Celia starts moving. This wasn't part of the plan. Turns out, he didn't even need the potion. The air turns freezing cold before she delivers a massive slap to his face. She's ready to scrap. He tries to play it off as a huge misunderstanding, but she isn't buying any of it. But wait, she's not trying to kill him. It looks like she has something even more insane and unexpected planned for him. You and I saw this coming, right? She goes on the attack. And meanwhile, elsewhere in the mansion, We find Ariel with a stained dress. Her friend Leah spilled something on her. While searching for a bathroom, Ariel runs into the mysterious Anne. Anne tells her this part of the mansion is strictly off limits. When Ariel asks why, she just says it's a secret. Noticing the mess, Anne uses a quick spell to clean the clothes. Ariel is stunned that magic can be used for laundry. Anne thanks her for the chat and mentions that a special cake is about to be served in the hall. Cake, that's all Ariel needs to hear. She rushes off to get a slice while Anne watches her with a creepy look. Ariel briefly wonders if she smells blood, like something bad happened, but she decides that cake is way more important right now. The scene shifts back to those two maids whispering. They're on a secret mission and need to move fast. Their magic sensors detected something strange happening in the private rooms. Two people are definitely up to no good. They start imagining all the scandalous things those two might be doing behind closed doors. Their minds are in the gutter. The scene shifts back to Moon sprawled on the floor. He's beaten, but he knows the real trouble for him is just starting now. She's getting ready to finish him off. He needs to find a way to stop her before he actually dies. He starts acting like a total drama queen, saying he should have cherished her way more. If only he had just one more chance. That almost gets him killed. Celia is totally disgusted by his fake acting, and her patience is officially hitting 0% now. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he survives this mess in the next part. Maybe she actually loved him, but he took a path of pure cruelty. Poisoning her? That's just cowardly, despicable, and absolutely shameful. All right, you and I are diving into a mess with no coming back. He tries apologizing, but Celia shuts him down. She didn't want to hurt him, but she's out of options. Just then, a knock at the door breaks the tension. Celia grabs him by the throat. She orders him to tell whoever's outside to stay far away from them. She lets go, sparing him only until they finish their business. Moon tosses some clothes on and rushes to the door. Terrified, feeling death's cold grip at any second, he opens the door expecting Ariel. Instead, it's just a new maid bringing cake and tea for their supposed special moment. Moon lets her in, telling her to just set everything down on the table. But something feels off. Anne specifically said the new help should stay at the banquet, not roam around the mansion. Suddenly, the maid lunges straight for Celia with a hidden weapon in hand. Moon realizes she's an assassin, and he's not the target. A massive impact rocks the room. Celia wonders if her own brother sent this killer. The assassin refuses to talk, simply telling the lady one terrifying thing before attacking again. This is the end for you. She triggers explosive magic, and a blast rips the room apart. The assassin backs off, certain of victory. Pay attention here, watch what happens when the smoke clears. Celia's defense held, and she counterattacks with everything. Moon knows he's dead if he stays. He tries to bolt, but the door is sealed tight with magic. There's no way out. He wonders how they got in, then realizes letting new maids in created a massive vulnerability for the house. While he's panicking, the battle rages on. The original plot is gone. Everything has changed forever in this moment. Celia senses the assassin has backup. The killer realizes Celia is far more prepared than expected. Celia offers her a chance to live. The assassin just laughs. She was only stalling. Outside, another massive magic spell is being activated right now. She pulls out a vial of blood from 100 children. It's the Great Sun's sacrifice ritual. Celia tries to strike, but she's slammed into the wall by a violent force. Somehow, she is still alive. The assassin moves in for the kill. Celia draws a short sword, desperately trying to block the strike. It's clear Celia is at her limit. Her mana is gone, and she can barely stand. One more hit will break her completely. Even wounded, her spirit is unbreakable. She's strong, smart, and ready to die fighting. The assassin lunges forward. Now, you and I both know what usually happens. But then the unthinkable. Moon steps in. The great Monample takes the hit. Earlier, the assassin told him to run since he wasn't the target. But he can't just stand there and watch her suffer. He screams at her, "Don't just stand there, attack her now." The assassin aims for his head, but Celia lunges with her final spark of energy, slicing the enemy's neck. It's finally over. Moon collapses. Celia asks if he hired the killer. He says no, but adds that dying like this is fine. Not long ago, she told him to act like a man. Now, he's finally doing exactly that. Celia kneels over him, telling him it's too late for regrets if he dies. He mumbles a few more words before drifting off. She offers to pass on his last words to his parents, but our main character says it's not worth it. He says he was always a nuisance anyway, and there's no reason to report his death to anyone. But he does have one final thing to say. "I'm sorry, Celia. I really liked you." Then, the main character's hand goes limp. Celia refuses to let it end like this. She won't accept him dying to save her. She vows to bring him back, though she still won't forgive him. Suddenly, the scene shifts to Moon in a vast, dark void. He stares at the empty space, wondering if this silent vacuum is what death really feels like. As he looks back on his life, that same purple energy from before starts swirling around him once again. Panic sets in. Then strange messages appear before him. Arrogance at 50%, jealousy at 99%. What on earth is all this? He's completely confused. The book floats open, showing a message telling him not to give up. He's annoyed it didn't show up earlier to save his skin. The book starts dragging him in, absorbing his very soul. We cut away to the city of Belrond. The second assassin is running for her life, cursing herself for not killing Moon when she had the chance. Suddenly, a massive figure blocks her path. He's radiating a terrifying aura with the symbol of a lion. It is Monample, the main character's father. He declares that nobody touches his son and survives to tell the tale. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I are going to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping back in right as our main character finally opens his eyes to a worried Anne. He tells her he just needs the bathroom, no doctor needed, but the second he tries to stand, a sharp, stabbing pain rips through his chest. Anne catches him. He is barely holding on, completely drained. It is her duty to look after him, and she has been doing exactly that for days now. There is even a urinal nearby. She scrubbed his wounds, gave him medicine, and kept him alive. She actually asks if she needs to strip him. Our main character is dying of embarrassment, insisting he can manage if she just helps him walk. Anne gives in, lifting him like a fragile child, absolutely determined to keep him safe. At the door, he begs for privacy. But Anne? She insists on guarding him every single second. He tells her not to overdo it, finally getting the door closed. Once they are back, he asks how long he was out. 3 days, she says. His wounds were patched up the very day he was attacked. Princess Celia called in the best doctor in the Empire. But with that much blood loss, he was a goner for days. He wonders if Celia had any last words. Anne says she did not say anything to him directly. He feels a wave of relief, but Anne drops a bomb. Celia went straight to the king. Now, pay attention, this is where the politics get messy. The assassin was after Celia, sent by the black market after years of wanting her dead. The king went nuclear, ordering his troops to tear the black market apart and wipe out every single member. Even though the blood was spilled at the Campbell mansion, the family walked away untouched. His father was fully prepared to face the king's ultimate wrath, but it wasn't even needed. Every noble family is under investigation except for the Campbells. Our guy needs a second. He asks her to slow down because that is way too much info to process. Anne leans in close, asking in a dead serious tone if anything spicy happened between him and the princess that night. He shuts that down fast. If he had even touched her, he would be facing a public execution right now. Anne admits he is probably right, then flips the script, ordering him to swallow his medicine. One gulp and he feels like gagging, but Anne tells him it is just the medicine doing its job. The whole point of that nasty medicine was to jumpstart his blood production, and Anne makes him take it just like a very strict master would. You and I can see the maids eavesdropping outside, noticing Moon is in a terrible mood. One whispers that he hates bitter stuff so much, he used to whip anyone who dared serve it to him. Another suggests they should run and tell his mother before things get out of hand. But Moon hears the whole thing. He tells them to stay put, explaining that this is just some nasty medicine, not a meal. He slams the whole bottle back. The maids bolt and shut the door, just as he pukes it all right back up. Anne panics, explaining that you have to sip that stuff, not chug it like a frat boy. Night falls, and he realizes the game has changed. The original story is gone, and he needs a plan. His parents want him resting. I mean, he did take a literal sword to the lungs. But Moon realizes that survival is the only thing that matters now. To do that, he has to get strong extremely fast, both physically and with his magic. Rule number 1. Survive. Rule number 2. Avoid that insane woman and her torture ending at all costs. Level up, and whatever you do, do not trust that black book. Our guy is deep in thought here. He needs to know who that woman was with the twisted sense of love. He has never seen her face before, and that unknown factor is making him sweat. He can't wrap his head around how things spiraled this far. His brain is completely fried. He faceplants onto the bed in frustration. Overthinking isn't going to save his life. Power is the only answer. He recalls that in the original novel, the villain was, well, kind of pathetic. The dude spent an entire year at the Magic Academy just to learn how to turn on a light. That was it. Our main character needs to level up enough to join Ariel's squad. That is his only safe harbor. His body is in decent shape, but his magic pool? It is looking pretty shallow right now. He facepalms. It is hopeless. Ariel and Celia were literally handpicked by the gods themselves. Their natural talent is off the charts. Even if he trains 24/7, he won't even scratch them. Those two are walking cheat codes who surpass everyone else. Celia, for instance, was born with the absolute gift of ice and snow. And trust me, you and I are about to see just how terrifying that power really is. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where Ariel becomes a literal god with 10 insane powers. By the end, she can crush anyone in history. Our main character knows that right now, Ariel is basically playing on the same level as him. but she still has the edge in magic and possesses some legendary items that make her a serious threat. She is a total powerhouse while he still dies way too easily. So, Moon shuts the book and reaches an obvious conclusion. He needs to get stronger and evolve much faster than Ariel if he wants to survive. He has to surpass her before she leaves him in the dust. We see our main character looking pretty satisfied with that plan. Even if Ariel is a walking cheat code, he has his own tricks, like that new skill from the assassin attack. That skill is the Black Book. He summons it, and it materializes by dropping straight onto his groin. Writhing in agony, Moon starts screaming at the book like it is a sentient jerk. He scolds it for nearly ruining his manhood. But as the main character watches with a serious look, the book starts opening. This thing literally tracks everything that has happened so far, detailing every single step he has taken. Everything was incredibly detailed, but the most terrifying part was that the book called him the main character. Our main character is a bit shaken but starts catching on. Then, he notices a strange red section in the pages. This part lists all the disasters waiting to happen. Like that brutal assassin ambush he and Celia barely survived. Now pay attention, because the book suddenly glows and drags him away. He is absolutely livid. The main character looks around this strange new place, wondering if he is trapped inside a dungeon within the book itself. Something creepy looms in the distance. He turns to look, hearing those cold, shadowy footsteps getting closer. Out of nowhere, the assassin catches up and slits his throat in one clean motion. She looks totally different now as our main character screams in pure despair. How did she one-shot me like that? He cannot figure out how she is inside the book when she is already dead. Then, the book displays his combat abilities and his shadowy footsteps. After seeing his overall evolution, he starts laughing. He finally gets it, the book is actually there to help. He needs to experiment more with this artifact. He is ready to evolve way faster than Ariel ever could. We see Moon back in bed, exhausted and holding a clock. He only lasted 3 seconds in that accelerated time. Then we get the rundown on how this accelerated time flow actually works. Checking his abilities, he sees a 1% jump in combat and footsteps. His gut feeling was right on the money. He realizes that the place he visited is actually a training dimension tucked away inside the book. This means he can enter an illusion world to master combat, just like that assassin who fought Celia. He lies back down, satisfied. Now he can actually face Ariel since he can train in the book forever. He uses the book, which hilariously whacks him in the face, and dives back into the training dimension. But here is the part you and I need to watch. During training, he starts dying over and over. He gets sliced in half repeatedly. Right in the middle of this carnage, someone knocks on his bedroom door. As you probably guessed, it is Anne bringing the medicine he needs. She opens the door and says, "Master, it is time." Our main character is in his cave mode. Anne thinks it is an adorable habit he has had since childhood. She uses a spell to keep the medicine warm, deciding not to wake him and ruin his much-needed rest. Anne finally enters the room. Suddenly, Moon lets out a blood-curdling scream of pain. In that training dimension, the assassin clone just hit him in a vital spot. Moon is absolutely fuming at the assassin. He did not expect her to be this insanely powerful. He decides to go again, hoping he can at least land a single hit this time around. Morning comes, and our main character is totally spent. He fought her 185 times and never hit 30 seconds. A wave of massive pain hits him, and he faints, knocking over the medicine he never even took. He collapses, feeling a sharp sting in his chest. He slowly crawls toward the bed as morning light pours in. He knows he cannot actually die in the dimension, but the pain he feels there is 100% real. He felt it all, the pain of 200 deaths hitting him all at once. Now, you and I will see how much he has truly evolved. Alright, you and I are about to see Moon's stats hit a new level, 35% in combat and 11% in shadowy footsteps. Even though the assassin is still out of his league, he is stoked with his progress. He decides to put his new skills to the test in the real world, using shadow steps to blink around like a teleporter. The move is a total success, and Moon is hyped to finally use magic. But then, the pain kicks in. It turns out his foot is practically on fire from the raw magic, leaving him in agony. Groaning on the ground, he realizes he needs way more practice to master this. He needs a better training method, maybe a master who can actually show him the ropes. We soon find out Moon is heading to the Magic Academy, but there is one problem: nobody there teaches combat. Magic is key, but mastering both spells and swords would put him leagues ahead of everyone else. While hunting for a combat master, he suddenly remembers that the strongest man in the world lives right here. Now, check this out. His father is the Fire Lion, the Empire's top warrior. His ultimate master was right there at home. Seriously, his dad is the Empire's greatest fighter. Now, let's take a quick look at the past. Decades ago, a young 15-year-old prodigy joined the Emperor's royal guard, already destined to become the Empire's greatest warrior. He crushed civil wars and coups while holding back monster invasions and keeping rival nations in check. By age 25, he was already a marshal of the Imperial Army. He dominated hundreds of battles across the continent, instilling pure terror in demons, monsters, and even the most powerful nations. From that moment on, nobody even dared to look at the Empire the wrong way. At 32, his legendary record and constant promotions earned him the title of Imperial Duke. He never lost. Not to humans, not to monsters, not to anyone. And yeah, that is Moon's father. Moon can't help but laugh at how idiotic the original owner of this body was. He had a legendary father but learned zero skills from him. So, why even bother with college? Why go to a magic academy when his dad is the best teacher alive? He is staying home to train. Just then, Anne interrupts his thoughts, telling him his father needs to see him immediately. He heads out, passing the other maids who are whispering about whether Anne finally got promoted. Anne confirms it. Right after Moon's mansion accident, she was officially promoted to be the head maid. Moon feels a pang of guilt, knowing the previous head maid quit because of that deadly assassin attack. Anne tells him to shake it off, since it wasn't his fault. It was her own choice to resign. The scene shifts outside, where Moon's mother is already pulling him into a massive, affectionate hug. She is just relieved he's okay, even begging him to start calling her mommy again. As they embrace, Moon notices that her hug is surprisingly powerful. She pulls him close, placing his head on her belly, and asks if he notices anything different about her. You guessed it, right? Yep, a new sibling is officially on the way. She found out during Moon's checkup on the day of the accident, confirming she'd been pregnant for a while. Our main character is absolutely thrilled to be getting a little brother or sister. His father jokes about wanting even more kids, but his mom tells him to slow down. A little later, the family is all together when Moon gets some shocking news. His father has to return to the Imperial Army and is heading to the front lines this afternoon. With academy classes starting in a month, his pregnant mother will be the only family left in the massive mansion. One of the maids steps up, promising to take perfect care of both her and the house. Moon immediately protests, begging his father to stay because he needs him there. He asks why it has to be him. Doesn't the Empire have plenty of other capable generals? Why does his father specifically need to go to this new war? His father explains that he is one of the few who can actually stop the demon invasion. It is the Abyssal Demon Clan, the strongest of them all, and Moon remembers the horror they bring. They want to wipe out humanity entirely. In 3 years, Ariel is supposed to be the one to stop them. That's where we leave it. His father's off to war. Trust me, you won't want to miss what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to see if our main character Moon can survive losing the world's best master while he nervously sips his tea. The scene shifts, and we find them pulling up to an Imperial outpost. Moon is a total wreck, drowning in anxiety, even while his parents are busy chatting about giving him a new little sibling. Suddenly, his father calls him over, praising him as an incredible son for risking his life to save Princess Celia from certain death. Turns out, this kid definitely has heart. His father is beaming with pride, lecturing him that a real man's true duty is to protect his own blood and his country above all. The Campbell lion crest represents their legacy, the absolute sword that carves through any enemy threatening the peace of the Empire. Now that Moon has finally stepped into manhood, his father is ready to pour everything into making him the unstoppable force he desires to be. The advice is simple. Do what you want and get strong. Moon is left speechless because that support was exactly what his soul needed. His father pulls him in for a hug, readying him for the journey. But check this out in the shadows. Anne has been watching them this whole time with that mysterious look in her eyes. Now, get ready, because his father is about to drop a massive truth bomb that changes everything we know. He explains that Anne was brought on as a child, coming from a modest family that was respected for their sharp wits and honor. Plus, Moon and Anne have been inseparable since they were tiny. Anne is head over heels for him, and the father knows it. He insists the Campbell family needs to secure its future legacy right now. Moon cuts him off, claiming he is meant for Celia and can't just date Anne because his father says so. But wait, the old man explains that the whole engagement was just a fake political play to balance the scales of power. Once Princess Celia takes her place as the new leader, the engagement is over. They split up and go their separate ways. To put it simply, it's time for a major change in plans. The father's real goal? He wants Moon with Anne, since their fate has been intertwined since the day they were born. He has been plotting this for years and demands a grandchild within 3 years, and that baby better come from Anne, no exceptions. Okay, I know what you're thinking. I was just as stunned by how fast this information hit. It really seems Moon was destined for Anne from the very start. The father heads out, and Anne immediately corners Moon, asking if they were talking about her and if there's any work she needs to handle. Moon just brushes it off, telling her it was nothing. He mentions his father wants them to get together and start a family to grow the Campbell line, among other things. But he tells her it was probably just an old man's bad joke, so there is absolutely no reason to take it seriously. Anne just stares as Moon places a hand on her shoulder, saying she is just a maid now, but they each have their own path. He tells her she is incredible, the greatest maid his family ever had, and that a woman like her deserves a legendary man, not some weak loser like him. Moon goes on, saying if she ever finds someone she loves, she should tell him so she can finally be with that special person. He believes a loyal servant of the Campbell family deserves to spend the rest of her days with a good person. Patting her shoulder again, he tells her to chase her own happiness and find someone she loves. Then he skips away, feeling like he just gave her some life-changing, sensational advice. He is so proud. He expects her to be moved to tears and overflowing with emotion, but Anne is standing there behind him, frozen in place and absolutely fuming with rage. She's furious. How could she embed herself in this family and not end up by Moon's side? She squeezes her fist so hard, blood starts to drip, whispering to herself that Moon has truly changed into someone else. The young master is a different person now. She can't expect him to stay the same. We then fast forward a bit. The scene takes us deep into the Campbell Mansion library late at night. Moon is grinding in the library, because even without his father around, he is truly dedicated to becoming the strongest person to ever walk the earth. While he studies, he maps out his next moves. He's not ready to jump into the academy life just yet. He doesn't want to run into the story's actual protagonists while he is still this weak. That would be a disaster. His plan is to ask Anne for a long-term leave from the academy. He needs to master those martial arts manuals first. And trust me, we're going to see him use that book simulation to finally crush that assassin once and for all. Alright, you and I are about to watch Moon level up in the most broken way possible. He tests out a new theory and realizes something insane. He doesn't even need to finish the whole book. Just skimming through a chunk of it is enough to master every skill inside. This ability? It is absolutely legendary. Totally satisfied, Moon gives the cover a light, confident tap. At first, he thought this book was total trash since he didn't know how to use it. Now, it is his most valuable asset. Just then, Anne walks in. She asks if he is still hitting the books, and he nods. Seems like Anne brought him some dinner. As she sets the table, Moon mentions that almost all the staff left the mansion to follow his father. Only Noel and 3 other maids are left behind with Anne to run this entire massive estate. That is a massive workload for just 5 people, but Anne says it is their duty, no matter how tiring. Then, she pulls out a bottle of rare wine. Anne explains that a count, a close friend of his father, sent this expensive drink as a gift. It is a top-tier item. She says only 100 bottles are made every year, and it sells for a staggering 200,000 Ms on the market. That is the local currency. She asks Moon if he wants to take a sip of this legendary vintage. Pay attention here, because his choice changes everything. He refuses, explaining the wine will make him too sleepy to keep studying tonight. Hearing his flat refusal, Anne's grip on the bottle tightens just for a second before she asks what else he would like. Moon tells her that coffee would be perfect for his all-nighter. Anne claims they are all out. Apparently, a maid left the container open and let all the coffee spoil. The only thing left is black tea, which the mansion fortunately has plenty of in the pantry. As he eats, a strange sense of déjà vu hits him. It feels like he has been in this exact situation before. He is bummed about the coffee, but he accepts the tea to stay focused on his studies for the rest of the night. Finally, he brings the warm cup to his lips and takes a long sip. Something is wrong. His pen hits the floor as his vision blurs. Moon collapses, pointing a shaking finger at Anne and gasping the word betrayal. Anne caught him just in time. You and I saw this coming, but the truth is way darker. She whispers that she would never betray the love of her life. She tells him to have sweet dreams as he blacks out. Internally, she is hurt that he would say such mean things when she loves him so much. To Anne, the only way to save his heart is to force him to accept her twisted love. She vows they will be together forever. When Moon finally opens his eyes, he is horrified to find his hands and feet tied up. Suddenly, it clicks. He remembers the girl from the moment he entered the book world. That girl was Anne all along. He was a total fool for missing the signs. Moon demands to know what she is doing to him. Anne just giggles, calling him silly for not seeing her obvious intentions. She knew exactly what she wanted from him. Moon screams at her, desperate to understand what is happening right now. He begs her to stop and untie him, promising they can just talk things through like normal people. But not like this. Anne just presses 2 fingers to his lips to silence him. She whispers that it is too late, and the young master doesn't need to worry anymore. He just needs to leave everything to her. Tonight, she declares that from his head to his toes, inside and out, from flesh to soul, everything he owns belongs to her. His entire being, his scent, every strand of hair, and every drop of blood. He is hers now, and nobody else's. Finally, after 10 long rounds, everything was over. Moon could barely process his state, feeling completely drained and exhausted. He can't believe Anne had that much energy. At this point, he can't even feel his own body anymore. That is when the truth hits him. Anne is the one who turned the original character into a mindless puppet. She likely did these same horrific things to the original host, which explains why he acted so strangely. He recalls all those times Anne went overboard just to make him happy. He told her she didn't need to try so hard, but Anne shushes him with a finger again. She's doing things her way now, because he belongs to her and only her. Anne promises she'll never leave his side, staying with him forever. She demands that he accept this new reality right now. Moon is absolutely stunned by her confession. He never saw this kind of madness coming. Who would have guessed that the kindest, most beautiful maid was actually Miyantari, a woman completely obsessed with him? Trust me, you and I just witnessed the real cause of the host's ruin. Alright, you and I are diving into a story where being the young master isn't a dream, it's a nightmare. Anne is trying to turn Manhwa into her mindless puppet. And honestly, last night wasn't all bad, but struggle. He remembers the Black Book's prophecy, a chilling warning that if he stays with Anne, he dies. Specifically, she's the one who'll end him. The girl he just spent the night with is his future killer. With that terrifying thought burning in his mind, Manhwa knows he has to vanish immediately. He needs to escape Anne's clutches and put as much distance between them as humanly possible. One mistake and his death is inevitable. But as he shifts to move, his heart stops. Anne is awake. She stares right at him, asking exactly what he thinks he's doing. Manhwa acts fast. He claims his wrists are killing him and he just needs to stretch after being tied up so long. Anne doesn't care. She completely ignores his pain like it's just background noise. She notes it's already noon and she has to clean the mansion. As she gets dressed with Manhwa still shackled behind her, the atmosphere in the room stays heavy and suffocating. She sighs about how much it hurts to even be away from him for a moment. Whether it's minutes or hours, she hates the distance. But duty calls. She has to maintain appearances so the rest of the household doesn't get suspicious. As she finishes buttoning up, she reminds him of the new reality. Young Master Manhwa belongs to her and her alone. Nobody else gets to touch him. In fact, she's considering just slaughtering everyone else in the mansion. That way, nobody will ever come between her and her precious young master again. Pay attention here, this is where Manhwa realizes she's dead serious. He screams, asking if she's really planning to murder all those innocent people. Anne keeps getting ready, unbothered, while Manhwa continues his desperate shouting. He swears he won't let her commit such a bloodbath. He's trying to talk sense into a monster. Anne just leans in close. She tells him flat out if any other maid even looks at him with affection, she's as good as dead. No exceptions allowed. She then speculates that the maid Noel is getting too close. Manhwa denies it instantly, telling her to stop making things up. Noel is just a coworker. Suddenly, Anne bursts into a chilling, high-pitched laugh. She tells him it was all just a joke. She wouldn't actually do something so extreme. Anne claims she just wants to be with him, and killing people would be going too far. It's almost like she's trying to convince herself she's still sane. Manhwa pushes his luck, arguing that if she really loves him, she'll take off these painful handcuffs. To his utter shock, Anne actually listens. She reaches out and releases the locks. Finally, the cold steel is removed from his wrists and ankles. But don't get excited. Anne warns him that if he tries anything stupid, things will get very ugly. She explains this room is a total secret. Nobody in the mansion even knows it exists. The walls and door are reinforced with heavy-duty steel. There's only one special key that can open it completely different from any other in the house. Anne admits she worked on this secret prison for a long, long time. Manhwa asks the obvious, won't people notice he's gone missing? Anne's already handled it. Since his parents are away, she told everyone he headed off to the academy early. Even though classes haven't started, she made the story stick perfectly. The other maids just nodded along, never questioning her story. You and I both know how terrifyingly easy it is for her to lie. She leans in again, promising him that no one will ever find his hidden little nest. She promises to bring 3 meals a day so he stays well fed. She insists nothing has changed, except now he's entirely hers. Anne claims she's still the same loyal maid the Champion family has always known, but her eyes say something else entirely. To drive the point home, she grabs him intimately, leaving Manhwa frozen in visible, skin-crawling discomfort. Anne opens the door to head to work, giving him one last command. While she's gone, he needs to be a good boy and get some rest. Manhwa shouts after her, begging for at least some clothes since he's literally naked. She just slams the door shut, ignoring his final plea. Alone in the silence, Manhwa realizes the truth. Anne is definitely the dark shadow from the prophecy. He refuses to stay caged like this. He won't be some mere object for her twisted pleasure. Last night was intense. Pleasurable, sure, but she forced him to repeat the act 10 times in a row. If this keeps up, he won't die from a sword or poison. He'll die from pure, physical exhaustion. He has to get out before his body just gives up. Regaining his freedom is the only thing that matters now. He needs a way out of this steel-reinforced hell. He can't stay trapped like a pet. He decides he'll try every single thing he can to escape immediately. His first instinct is the door. It's solid steel, so it probably won't budge, but he has to try something. He sprints from the back of the room, throwing his entire weight into a shoulder charge. He's praying the hinges snap or the frame gives way under the force. The impact is brutal. His shoulder screams in agony as he collapses to the floor, realizing his physical strength just isn't enough. The door is steel, the stone walls are reinforced, it's a fortress. He desperately hopes the black book has some kind of answer for him. And trust me, you and I are about to see that book answer back. The black book materializes right beside him, but the main character looks absolutely miserable. He grumbles at the book, insisting he never even called for it. Even with insane training inside the book's simulation, he still feels completely outmatched. She is a chosen one of the gods, just like Celia. He just lies there, staring at the book in despair. He ponders for a moment before finally snapping. To hell with all of it. If he is stuck here anyway, he might as well start training. Now watch this. Because as he opens the pages, he spots something unexpected. Every book he read yesterday is saved inside. This could be his literal ticket out of here. A lot of time passes as we see Moon training hard. He just hit 200 push-ups. He collapses, completely drained of energy. His physical form is solid, and the book is a cheat code for magic and martial arts. But for raw body strength, he needs to go primitive. I know what you are thinking. Crying while working out? Yeah, he is done being weaker than Celia. He is ready to do whatever it takes to reach the top. Just then, Anne walks in, thrilled to see the young master full of such raw energy. She brought supplies back and giggles when he asks if her work is finally done. To her, it looks like he was just cutely waiting for her return. She has a hot bath and a delicious meal waiting for him to enjoy. It has been 2 days since his last real meal. This is exactly what he needs. But Anne gets a little suggestive. Does he want the bath, the food, or maybe her? He just wants the meal, no extras. Trust me, you and I just witnessed a man of absolute focus. All right, you and I are diving into this awkward scene. Pay attention. The main character asks Anne if something is wrong, but she just thinks the water is cold. He snaps he is not a kid anymore and can bathe himself. Trust me, you and I know exactly how it feels to want some privacy. Stick with me as Anne makes a provocative move, teasingly asking if the young master stopped liking her after only one night. He is quick to deny it, making Anne ecstatic to claim him as her own, swearing she will wash every single inch of his body. All right, you and I are about to see things get very interesting. Watch as Anne licks his ear. All right, you and I are witnessing Anne teasing him, asking if he wants a physical struggle. She tells him not to hold back, but Moon clarifies it is not about that. He admits he just got a little excited because she was touching a sensitive area. Thankfully, Anne finally decides to stop teasing him. Now, pay attention, she tells him it is fine and promises to stop the teasing. She agrees to let him bathe alone, but insists that she still needs to feed him his dinner. Anne feeds him a warm, seasoned piece of meat that he finds absolutely delicious. And trust me, you and I just saw a whole new side of them. All right, you and I are watching as he tells Anne that not even when his parents were around was steak this good. Let me tell you, this steak Anne made is on another level, tender, firm, and absolutely delicious. Anne gives Master Moon this super confident look, confirming that yeah, what he is eating is definitely beef. She explains these ingredients were always in the mansion. She just never prepared them Master Moon's way before. Watch closely, she is testing some new seasonings. While Anne wipes his face, Master Moon asks which part of the animal this came from, maybe the fillet, the neck, or even the tongue. That is when Anne drops the bomb, he just ate a bull's private parts. I know what you are thinking, Moon gags immediately, but Anne explains this was no ordinary bull, but a special Moratita species. See, these bulls have so much power that when they cannot find a mate, they use trees instead, and their force is so insane, the trunks end up full of holes. We see Moon imagining those bulls in action for 1 second, and he straight up throws up. But Anne keeps talking, revealing that it was not just the bull, she also added the private parts of other animals, like tigers. Trust me, you and I would be horrified too. She used massive parts from rare goblins, trolls, and dragons. Alright, you and I are jumping into a story where Anne is told she is totally exaggerating about that meat. She shoots back that she has been secretly sneaking that meat into his meals so he would finally get used to the taste. Alright, let's jump into a total nightmare. Moon is absolutely furious, shouting that he won't let her treat him like this anymore. He calls her out for locking him away, keeping him trapped like a bird in a cage, and forcing that disgusting meat down his throat. He yells, asking how she could do this to someone she loves, refusing to stay silent. He's disgusted, asking who in their right mind would call a bull's penis food. Suddenly, Moon starts feeling lightheaded and collapses as Anne catches him. She notes that just 1 dose of that medicine was enough to knock him out cold. If he has to lose his freedom to be hers forever, so be it. She whispers to him that from now on, she'll take care of everything. For them to be together eternally, she believes losing a little bit of his freedom is just a small price to pay. Hours pass by, and it's already deep into the night when Moon wakes up to find Anne watching over him. She reminds him they only went at it twice last night since he was so incredibly exhausted. Stepping closer, Anne asks if he's feeling any pain from their activities, but he just ignores her completely. Seeing his cold silence, she suggests they could make a deal. Now pay attention, because she offers him a small wish since he has been behaving so well over the last few days. He finds the offer strange but doesn't hesitate for a second. He looks her in the eye and asks for his freedom. She immediately says that's off the table. He asks for some clothes instead, but she denies him again. Irritated, Moon yells that if he can't even have clothes or a tiny bit of freedom, then this small wish of hers is absolutely worthless. Anne stops to think for a moment. She explains that his little wish could be something like picking what they eat for dinner. That's the only kind of freedom he's getting. Moon sighs, figuring choosing lunch is better than nothing, then points out that it looks like autumn is finally arriving. She confirms the season change, and Moon mentions how he used to love taking long walks in the park this time of year. He talks about admiring the leaves while enjoying fine wine and the freshest fish of the season. Anne gets a thoughtful look and asks the young master if he truly misses the taste of the lake fish. She notes the lake is far away, and sending a servant would be complicated, while Moon strikes a dramatic, philosophical pose. He declares that last year he crossed that water with pride, but now he's just rotting in this cell. How tragic. He turns to Anne and says he can't even remember the taste of those fish anymore. What's the point of living if he can't eat something as delicious as the fish he used to enjoy every autumn? Anne looks genuinely worried for him, but he just gives her a mischievous look until she finally sighs in defeat. Moon immediately runs over and excitedly asks if she's really going to do it. Anne promises that she will. She'll go get a fish from that lake for him, since he craves what's known as the freshest fish in the entire empire. You and I can see he's playing her perfectly as he strikes a pose and calls her the best maid ever. Anne turns completely red and shy from his sudden praise. Moon wishes her strength on her journey, promising to wait lovingly at home, when something suddenly catches them off guard. Anne suddenly rushes forward and kisses him before leaving, warning that the lake is quite far, but she'll be back before noon. Until then, he has to behave like a good, patient young master. As she walks away, Anne thinks to herself that she almost lost all control. She realizes the young master is the most adorable person alive, and she needs to catch those fish fast so she can pamper him properly. That way, she'll have more time to spoil him. Alone, Moon realizes she's finally leaving. She left him completely exhausted yesterday, but now he has a real opportunity to act while she's gone for a while. Our main character finally summons the Black Book, his greatest treasure. He asks the book if it can create other simulated training spaces besides the one made for that assassin. The book confirms it can. This is perfect, so he asks it to create a training space with 1,000 rooms and locks, all identical to this cell. His goal is simple: train until he becomes a master at escaping from anywhere. The book opens wide, emanating a thick, dark purple magic into the room. He needs to master this technique before Anne returns. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Lake Penpole, famous for its fresh fish. Anne arrives at the lake, where a man warns her to stay back because the heavy rain is becoming dangerous. The man tries to grab her hand, but she glares with pure disgust and pierces it. Trust me, you and I don't want to mess with her. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a story where only the young master is allowed to touch this girl's body. Anne warns him that if he stops her again, she will chop him into tiny pieces for the fish to eat. She demands an explanation for why this entire lake feels so strange and eerie. He calls her crazy for attacking him for absolutely no reason. He says he only tried to stop her so she wouldn't die in the dangerous water. The spirit of Lake Penpole has finally awakened. Scouts confirmed it is a dominant-level magical beast of pure destruction. The Palavel group is fighting it now, which is why the lake is closed. Anne is stunned. A dominant-level beast? So the rain is because of this creature? The man confirms that every strange event lately is definitely the creature's fault. He wants 300 gold coins to stay quiet about. The man is stunned, asking if she really plans to go through with this after everything he just told her. Anne confirms she is locked in. He calls her insane, warning her that the lake is a death trap, but she won't budge. He asks why she would risk her life for something like this. Her answer, short and simple. It is for love, pure love. Suddenly the scene shifts and we are looking at a young mage. She is daydreaming about confessing to her crush once this mission is over, but a loud shout breaks her focus. Now pay attention, a warrior named Roach is screaming because they can no longer hold this beast back. Erica tries to respond, but suddenly the massive creature charges right at them. The lake surface explodes as a giant shark, basically a prehistoric megalodon, bursts from the water. This is the legendary spirit of Lake Penpole. It immediately launches a massive ball of water at the two adventurers. Roach throws up his magic shield just in time. The spirit hits with insane force, but the shield actually holds. Even so, Roach is struggling. He yells for Erica to strike with her attack magic before his defense finally breaks. Erica is frozen, completely lost in the chaos. Okay, I know what you are thinking. But watch as a sudden explosive spell burns the creature from the inside out. Tia screams for Roach to strike now, taking the opening they desperately needed. Roach doesn't hesitate. He charges toward the lake spirit with all the strength he has left. He leaps onto the burning monster and delivers a devastating blow right to its head, sending the flaming beast back into the lake. Roach is completely drained and bleeding, but a massive, victorious smile spreads across his face. He turns to the mages and says it is finally over, then focuses his attention entirely on Tia. He tells her she was incredible and that her fire magic was absolutely perfect. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You and I both know this love triangle is about to get messy. Alright, you and I are diving into a story where childhood promises turn into cold-hearted betrayal. They had sworn to stay by each other's side forever, but now it seemed like Roach had completely erased her from his memory. Watching them from the shadows, Erica thought about her desperate struggle to reach him, but his gaze never once shifted her way. She kept asking herself why. Why her? Erica had worked so hard for him to fall in love, only to watch him become enchanted by another. Then Roach called Erica while Tia worked on healing his bloody hand. Erica's hands shook. Roach barked impatiently, asking what she was waiting for and demanding she help them right now. He told her to quit wasting time. His coldness was honestly brutal, considering they had known each other since they were children. Erica forced a weak smile and said she was coming. But right then, they all realized something was horribly wrong. A loud noise from the water caught their attention, as that massive Lake Campbell beast erupted from the depths once again. Roach and Tia were in total shock. How was it still alive after being badly wounded, set on fire, and even stabbed in the skull? Pay attention, it gets worse. A second Lake Campbell spirit appeared, and this one was way stronger than the one they just fought. Simply put, they were in a truly desperate situation. Tia instantly unleashed her explosive magic, but even a direct hit to the stronger spirit's head did absolutely nothing. The spirit gathered its destructive energy and, with one massive strike, completely shattered the ground right beneath their feet. Alright, stick with me because Erica just barely pulls Roach away from certain death. Roach screams for Erica to run, warning her that this creature is way beyond anything they can handle. Erica shouts back, demanding he stay alive too, but Roach won't budge. Since he brought Tia into this mess, he's taking full responsibility for her safety. His determination is absolute. He's ready to do whatever it takes for Tia, even if it means dying. Erica's stunned. Who throws their life away for a total stranger? Roach charges ahead, but he's not alone. In the shadows, a mysterious girl named Anne is watching. She stands at a distance, conjuring a scythe from nothing. To her, this Campbell Lake spirit seems weak, even if everyone else calls it a dominant-level monster. She remembers the struggle of hunting dragons, ogres, and massive bulls. Those fights were grueling. But this lake spirit? It won't even require any real effort. She's going to erase it. Now pay attention, because Roach has absolutely nowhere left to run. He can't move Tia fast enough. He closes his eyes, ready to accept the final, fatal blow. But Anne triggers her magic, and an earth-shattering explosion rips through the air. The blast hits right behind Roach, leaving him totally stunned and confused. But when he looks back, he sees that the Campbell spirit has been completely immobilized. Erica is speechless. This legendary monster has been totally shut down by one girl. Anne walks up and checks on Erica. Shaken, Erica asks who she is, and Anne introduces herself. She's glad they're safe, but she's got a job to do. That Campbell Lake spirit needs to die. She tells them to take cover before summoning an entire arsenal of swords, axes, and scythes out of thin air. She launches the whole armory at the spirit, leaving Erica completely stunned by the sheer power. Anne created these weapons from nothing, and they're moving like they have a mind of their own. Next, Anne uses another spell, creating liquid metal that bores into the spirit's flesh. She draws closer to the beast, forming a ladder of liquid metal to climb up high. Reaching the peak, she shapes a massive metal scythe and tells the monster her young master is hungry and it is the perfect meal. The price for being dinner? It's life. With one clean swing, she slices the massive spirit in half. The impact makes the entire world shake. Roach can only watch in total awe as the earth trembles. You and I are seeing this, right? One girl just erased a dominant class monster. The shockwave was so violent, fish are literally flying out of the water. Erica rushes over to Roach, checking for injuries. Luckily, everyone seems to be in one piece. But wait, Tia is in bad shape. Roach quickly pulls out a healing potion to treat her wounds. Roach tells Erica to find out exactly who this woman is. He believes that if she joins their adventuring party, they will never have to deal with these kinds of problems again. So, as a favor to the group, Erica's new mission is to investigate the newcomer. We cut to Anne standing in what is left of the lake. Seriously, the water is just completely gone. Fish are flopping in the mud everywhere. Now that the spirit is dead, it has turned into two toxic fish, one red and one blue. Anne sighs, calling herself a failure of a maid. She doesn't even know which fish her young master likes best. Just then, Erica walks up to her. Erica explains that those two fish are actually edible, but they are super poisonous and smell like trash unless you know exactly how to prep them. Anne perks up, asking if Erica is some kind of fish expert. Erica nods, explaining that her village is just next door. Her family has been fishing this lake for generations, selling their catch to the high-ranking nobles. She adds that the fish from Pemball Lake are actually famous for their taste. That's why they're so expensive. Anne asks for a cooking lesson, and Erica is happy to help. 10 minutes pass, and Anne is focused, carefully writing down every single step and secret ingredient Erica gives her for preparing the toxic fish. Anne is grateful, but Erica tells her that no thanks are necessary. Anne saved their lives, so a simple cooking recipe is the least she can do. Erica asks for permission to ask one thing. Why did someone like Anne travel so far just for some fish? Is it for someone special? Anne smiles and says yes, it is all for her future husband. He wanted fish from this specific lake, so she came all this way to get them. Erica thinks she is deeply loved, but honestly, you and I both know that Man is the lucky one here. Alright, you and I are diving right back into Anne, flashing back to those wild nights with our main character. Grabbing the bucket, she realizes Urka was right. It is a shame her husband still hasn't realized the depth of the love she feels for him. Anne tells Urka she has to head out. She needs to get back to Campbell Manor right away. But Urka shouts for her to wait. Now pay attention, because she claims to have a doubt about romance and really wants to hear Anne's opinion since she has way more experience. Setting the bucket down on the grass, Anne gives her an answer. She explains that love is one of those problems where there's no single right answer. Everything in romance is just too unpredictable. But as a thank you for helping her out with that recipe earlier, Anne agrees to share her wisdom. That's when Urka opens up, explaining that she has a very close friend who's been head over heels for a man for a very long time. The issue? This guy is totally oblivious. He's way too kind and ends up treating every single person with that same generic warmth. Anne asks, so, is he a flirt? One of those guys who charms everyone but won't commit? Urka nods, confirming he's exactly that kind of flirtatious guy. She continues, explaining that her friend was finally ready to lay all her cards on the table and show her love. But then, another woman showed up. Anne asks if we're talking about a love triangle here, and Urka confirms it. Recently, her friend has been thinking about walking away. The way he treats her? It just hurts too much to keep going. Anne says she totally gets why this girl is feeling so much anxiety over him. Anne decides to skip the small talk and looks Urka right in the eye. How long have you loved this man yourself? Urka panics immediately. She denies everything, swearing up and down that she's definitely talking about her friend and not herself. But come on, it's obvious to everyone. Urka puts her hand to her head in total surrender, and finally gives in. Fine, she'll tell the truth. She's been deeply in love with him ever since they were just little children. That was over 10 years ago. Anne then asks if she loves him enough to literally die for him. Urka says yes, obviously. Anne pushes further. What else would you be willing to give up? Urka says she wouldn't just give her life. She would give up everything she owns, literally everything, just to be with him. Anne tells Urka she already has her answer. Urka is confused, so Anne asks her why she's still hesitating. If her love is that deep, why even have doubts? She already knows exactly what her heart wants. Still totally lost. Urka asks Miss Anne to explain what she means by that. Anne tells her to follow her purest desire. Give your heart to him, do everything for the one you love, and never look back. You really have to give every single thing you have for the person you love. Anne finally heads out, leaving Urka alone with her thoughts. To give everything for her love and follow her heart. That's what she's thinking. Suddenly, she feels sick. A voice inside her head asks if she's really ready to surrender herself completely to this feeling. Urka collapses as the voice gets louder. Are you capable of abandoning all laws, morals, and even your own life for his sake? Would you sacrifice everything? Roach calls out to ask if she's okay, but that voice in her head just keeps pushing. Are you really okay with letting them be happy? Urka tells the entity that no, that's absolutely impossible. She can't let him be with another woman. Jealousy would eat her alive from the inside, and she won't allow that. She tells the entity she doesn't want that other girl to have him. After all, that girl isn't even special. The entity understands. Now, you and I are watching as it tells her to follow her deepest desires and conquer him completely. Leave your mark on him. Turn him into something that belongs only to you and nobody else. Urka argues that Roach is way too strong. How is she supposed to conquer him? Then, the entity responds with this. No matter how strong a man is, if you break all his limbs and put a collar on him, he'll become an obedient puppy that only knows how to bark. Don't worry, I'll grant you my power, the true strength of absolute love. The scene shifts, showing Urka in a whole new world, completely taken over by this mysterious entity. Then, everything snaps back to normal. Roach asks if she's okay, explaining she fainted the second that woman left and just woke up. She tells Roach that Miss Anne didn't actually do anything harmful to her. She claims she just fainted because she was exhausted from using too much of her magic. About that favor she owed, She tells Roach that Anne is a noble's servant and can't join their adventuring party. Roach is bummed because he wanted to say thanks. But trust me, you and I know this is only the beginning of something much darker. Alright, you and I are jumping back into the chaos just as the aunt, feeling better, asks Urka about a strange mark on her chest. Urka is totally startled, quickly covering the mark and claiming it's just a burn she got from that monster encounter. She insists they find a safer hideout because talking out in the open like this is just asking for trouble. A third lake beast could be lurking nearby, and if it shows up, they wouldn't stand a single chance against it. Roach nods in agreement with Urka, saying they definitely need to find a secure spot to rest up. He scoops up the aunt, but she snaps at him, demanding to be put down immediately and asking what he thinks he's doing. She insists she can walk perfectly fine even if she is a little hurt. Roach just shakes his head though. He tells her to stop being stubborn since she's light as a feather, and he could easily carry her all day. The aunt calls him an absolute idiot for not knowing her weight, while Urka watches the pair with a truly terrifying gaze. Watch closely, because she simply observes their conversation as the scene finally shifts to a place we haven't seen in a while. Finally, we're back in Moon's room, where he's just lying in bed. Anne finally makes it back to the room, and Moon is thrilled because he's been starving and hasn't had a real meal in forever. She teases him, asking if he really missed her that much. Moon says no, explaining that if she had stayed away any longer, he probably would have died of hunger. Anne sits on the bed and apologizes for taking so much time. She traveled a long way to find the fresh fish he's been craving. She finally shows off the 2 fish prepared exactly how he likes, and he notices they smell absolutely incredible. Anne explains that she made them differently. One is perfectly steamed, while the other was grilled over hot coals. She asks which one he wants first, and Moon goes for the steamed option. Anne carefully feeds him the first bite with a silver spoon. He's impressed by the taste, and asks if she wants to try some. Anne refuses though, insisting the meal was prepared specifically for the young master. She warns him to be careful since this fish is full of bones, but Moon insists he's not a little child anymore and can handle it. Suddenly, he's choking on a bone stuck in his throat. Now, you and I both know anime logic is wild, but Anne literally climbs on top of him, claiming a kiss is the only way to save him. He's confused about the kiss, but she claims it's the only real solution to everything. Anne explains that with her powers, she can kiss him while covering his nose to force the air through. She'll blow into his throat, making the bones slide straight down to his stomach without any pain at all. That would solve everything. But Moon is terrified, wondering how a kiss could possibly fix a bone stuck in his throat. It's no use, because Anne pins him down and kisses him with everything she's got while holding his arm so he can't escape. They share an incredibly intense kiss, and afterwards, an exhausted Moon tells Anne that he was literally about to run out of breath. She kissed him for so long that he actually started to struggle for air. Anne shows off her tongue, proving she successfully retrieved the dangerous bone. Moon thanks her for the save but asks to finish the grilled fish by himself, swearing he'll be much more careful this time. Anne just sits there watching as Moon finishes the other fish, looking at him with nothing but pure happiness. For a second, they actually look like a sweet couple, but something much darker is clearly lurking in the shadows. Once he's finished eating, Moon admits that the famous fish really lived up to the hype and tells Anne it makes total sense why it's so popular. The mood gets heavy. Anne turns to Moon and suggests that since he's full and satisfied, they should finally get down to business. She explains that they need to follow the customs of Tutuk because the family desperately needs a brand new heir for the Campbell house. Because of that, she thinks they need to start working on having a child right this very second. Moon is completely startled and refuses, shouting that now is definitely not the time. Anne just moves closer, questioning why he's acting like this. She reminds him that they've already done it over 15 times this week, and asks if he's already getting bored of her. Moon quickly denies it, but Anne keeps pushing him for a real answer. Moon gets shy and explains that he just finished eating, claiming that doing that sort of thing right after a heavy fish meal is bad for his health. And honestly, you and I see through that excuse he's just terrified. Alright, you and I are diving into this moment where Anne gets embarrassed because Moon is worried about her health. She blushes and suggests they can simply wait until tonight to finally get down to business. They agree on the night plan for a child, but Anne has one more secret to share. Moon is curious, so Anne mentions a city she visited that is famous for its high-end fabrics. While there, she picked up something she knows Moon would love. Moon acts confused, but Anne leans in close and reveals she bought a special outfit. It is made of a certain material the young master is quite fond of. She explains that the outfit is a famous bunny girl costume, coming with shiny long stockings and several other pieces that complete the very popular look. Right on cue, Moon's nose starts bleeding because he is clearly overwhelmed by the mental image. He quickly wipes it away, playing it cool by claiming he does not like that stuff. He insists a noble knight has no interest in such nonsense, but Anne calls his bluff. She reminds him that she has been by his side for years, and knows exactly what he hides in his closet. Here is the part you and I need to watch carefully, as she reveals she has worn black stockings since childhood specifically, because she knows he loves that kind of item. Shocked, Moon admits he always assumed it was just her personal style to dress that way. He never guessed she did it for him. And finally, he has to admit defeat. Anne definitely knows his secret obsession with those black stockings. She giggles at how cute he is before saying goodbye to start her household chores. She warns him that cleaning the entire mansion will take her until nightfall. Moon tells her to take her time while he catches up on some much-needed sleep. As Anne leaves and the door clicks shut, we suddenly notice something strange hidden in Moon's mouth. He thinks his plan worked and he finally got exactly what he needed. He spits sharp thorns into his hand, noting that the black book says it is now exactly 3 p.m. in the afternoon. The schedule says Anne is busy until 6 p.m., proving that this mysterious black book is actually more useful than he thought. You and I know he only has 3 hours to escape before her return. He has 3 hours to pick the lock, grab his things, and escape. Moon reaches the door and jams a thorn into the lock using a secret technique. He quickly discovers that the lock has a complex 8-core system. He pulls the thorn back, stunned by how massive and difficult the mechanism really is. He realizes he must align all 8 internal cores at the exact same time. If he messes up even a single core, the entire lock will reset back to its original starting position. The situation is tense, especially since these thorns are incredibly fragile. One wrong move and the mechanism's recoil will snap them like twigs. He only has 4 thorns that are actually long and strong enough. The others are useless, but breaking a thorn is not even his biggest worry. You and I know if Anne catches him, he will never be free. This is his one and only chance to finally escape this room forever. Moon tries repeatedly, but the door simply will not open. He slumps to the floor in frustration, swaying back and forth while lamenting that 3 mechanisms still remain to be unlocked. Looking at the clock, an hour and a half has already passed. His window of opportunity is closing. He sarcastically thinks about thanking the blacksmith for making such an impossible door that will not open. But then the black book suddenly floats in front of him of its own accord. He checks the time and sees it is already 5:30 p.m. Anne returns in 30 minutes and he is down to his very last thorn. After memorizing the first 10 mechanisms, he only has 3 left to unlock. So he puts all his focus into this one final attempt. And trust me, you are going to want to see if this ultimate thorn technique finally sets him free. That was its ultimate technique. But then, the scene shifts and suddenly, we are in the kitchen with Anne and Noel. They are busy cooking fish soup using a catch Anne brought back. And after one taste, Noel realizes it is actually incredible. Noel absolutely loves it, declaring it the best soup she has ever had in her entire life. Anne silently thanks Noel in her head, because it was Noel who pushed her to finish her chores early today. With the mansion clean and the soup finished, Anne can now return to Moon's room a full hour before her schedule. While Anne is lost in thought, Noel speaks up. She noticed that since it is just the 2 of them in the house, and ever since the main character's mother left, Anne has been whipping up brand new dishes she never made before. Not only that, but she keeps taking leftovers somewhere secret, and Noel is really curious to find out where. As she talks, Noel seems to reach a final conclusion about the real reason for all of Anne's recent actions. She playfully asks if Anne is secretly raising a pet, maybe a kitten. Anne stays quiet, just listening to her throw out guesses. Noel pauses to think. She remembers that Moon never allowed animals, which is exactly why there are 0 pets in this entire mansion. So, it's pretty unlikely Anne is hiding a pet. But even so, the doubt keeps growing. Seriously, where is all that food going? Anne just smiles slightly while Noel keeps talking. Noel theorizes that Anne really is hiding a pet. She thinks Anne is just way too kind to leave an animal behind. She thinks Anne is hiding it because being caught with a forbidden animal would absolutely destroy her high status as the head maid. Noel then asks directly if she is right. She wants to know if that is really what's happening. Anne just calmly asks if Noel can keep a secret. Noel swears she can keep a secret, especially since she loves kittens so much. Excitedly, Noel asks to see the kitten, but Anne tells her that it is not going to be possible for now. She explains that the kitten is terrified of people because it was mistreated so badly in the past. So, it is better for her to handle things alone for now. Maybe she can show Noel in a few weeks. Noel understands and begs Anne to take amazing care of the kitten, since every animal deserves to feel loved. The scene shifts again, and we see Anne pulling back the floorboards to enter her secret hidden room. You saw that, right? Anne was actually prepared to kill Noel if she had insisted on following her into that secret room. She feels relieved Noel stayed back. Anne then thinks Noel's idea wasn't all that bad. Maybe the main character really does need a pet for company. In her head, she imagines that Moon must be getting really bored, trapped all alone in that secret room. Meanwhile, Moon is desperately trying to force the door open while Anne remains totally lost in thought about being pregnant. She cannot feel the baby moving yet, knowing that the whole process is going to take a few more months. Thinking about the child she is carrying, the fruit of her hidden relationship with Moon, she starts making new plans. She decides to bring him even more books since he loves reading, all while Moon keeps desperately trying to escape. Let's find out together what happens when she reaches that secret door. Alright, you and I are diving into Anne's world where she's convinced a black kitten is the perfect gift for her beloved Moon. She's feeling pretty romantic, so she decides to stop daydreaming and just go ask him about it herself. But the second she walks in, everything stops. The food in her hands hits the floor with a crash. The door is wide open. Moon is gone. And just like that, we're finally seeing him make a run for it. He's out. He realizes his cell was hidden in a literal sewer, and his only hope is following the airflow. There's a breeze coming from one specific direction, the mansion's main drainage. That's his ticket out of this hellhole. It's pitch black down here. He stumbles, nearly hitting the ground because he can barely see a single thing. Between the total darkness and the thick dust, his vision is basically zero. It's a complete nightmare scenario. Suddenly, it clicks. He remembers a light magic spell he practiced while trapped back in the book dimension. Moon's actually proud of himself for pulling this off. It's a simple spell, but it's a total lifesaver right now. But wait, pay attention to this. Something sharp whistles past his head. A knife. Moon looks back in pure, total shock. He thought he'd put some distance between them, but Anne is still tracking him from the shadows. She threw that blade from an impossible distance. Finally, we see Anne unleash every ounce of her magic power. She screams that she's found her young master, and he's never leaving again. The hunt is officially on. Alright, you and I are diving into a moment where our main character realizes he is in deep trouble because Anne finally found him. This is his one shot to escape. He shouts at Anne to stop underestimating him because he has evolved into a completely different fighter. Our main character activates a new spell he mastered called Shadow Step. Now watch this. Anne counters with her liquid metal magic, summoning a swarm of swords and blades that fly right at him. The impact levels everything in sight, but she misses on purpose. See, she does not want him dead, she just wants him captured. Anne looks dead serious, locked on her target. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a massive wardrobe comes crashing down from the ceiling right toward her head. Without even flinching, she kicks the furniture into splinters and keeps pushing forward to hunt him down. But when she looks up, the hallway is empty. Where could the young master have vanished to so quickly? Anne assumes he must have secretly learned shadow steps at school without telling a single soul about his progress. That would explain his insane speed. But she has no idea he actually learned that high-level technique just by watching the necromancer. She was positive that destroying the surroundings had sealed every possible exit, leaving him with nowhere to run. Yet, the young master still got away. Or did he? Actually, he is hiding inside a wardrobe, watching her every move. Anne does not notice him at all. She admits to herself that she definitely underestimated him, as his power has grown significantly. Even with his new skills, she is certain he will not escape her. She will find him soon. She shouts a promise into the empty room, saying if he comes out now, she will forgive everything and they can just go back to the secret room. Then, in a sudden burst of frustration, she slams her hand through a nearby wardrobe, shattering it into pieces. Luckily for our hero, that was not the one he was hiding in. If it had been his wardrobe, things would have gotten very ugly, very fast. He feels a bit guilty for running away from her. She really did care for him, feeding him and looking after his every need. She is undeniably beautiful, but her way of showing affection is, well, let us just say it is complicated. Anne stands still and analyzes the scene. She notices the airflow has not changed at all, which means he is likely still somewhere in this room. Even so, she worries that he might have somehow slipped past her senses, despite the air currents appearing completely normal. Determined to find him, she bolts out of the room to continue the hunt. 10 minutes pass, and our guy is still cramped inside that wardrobe. He feels like he almost had a heart attack because everything happened way too fast. During those 10 minutes, he assumes Anne must be far outside the mansion by now, searching for him. I know what you are thinking. He is safe, right? Well, look at this. Anne is standing right there watching him. She obliterates the furniture, leaving absolutely nothing behind. But wait, it turns out that was just a dark thought in Anne's head. The young master was not in that one. It was just a false alarm. Honestly, it is a very good thing. Otherwise, this series would be over right now. We see Anne move on to search another area. It turns out he was actually hidden in the wardrobe right next to that one. He was inches away when she smashed the other furniture. He is literally sitting in the dark, thinking it is definitely time to get as far away from this mansion as possible. If Noelle and the others found out what Anne was up to, she would likely just kill everyone to keep her secret. He cannot let that happen. Outside, the rain starts to pour. He waits a few more agonizing minutes before he dares to move. Suddenly, the black book magically poofs into existence and thumps him on the head. It seems to really enjoy doing that. He actually thanks the book for the hit because it woke him up. He was so exhausted he almost passed out. Checking the book, he sees that 30 minutes have passed. Anne is likely still hunting outside, but he knows he has to leave now. If he stays any longer, Anne will start suspecting he is actually downstairs and not on the upper floor. It is time to go. He uses shadow steps to vanish from the room. He finally makes it out, shoving the wardrobe away from his hiding spot. He is free. The relief is so overwhelming he wants to scream at the top of his lungs. But he bites his tongue. One sound, and Anne will be on him with pure fury. So, he skips the celebration and just runs. Our main character flees the capital as fast as his legs will carry him. He knows if she catches him again, that dark prophecy from the Black Book about her killing him will come true. He needs to stay far away from everyone he knows and find a new place to start over. 2 full days pass. We see a vast field in the barren plains, the same area as the city he visited when he went to the black market. And trust me, you and I can see he is exhausted after walking for 48 hours straight to finally escape the capital. Alright, stick with me, you and I are about to see just how desperate things are for Moon. He's been running non-stop for 2 whole days. But even so, he knows he can't let his guard down just yet. If Anne suddenly pops up nearby, he's finished. Right now, every kilometer he puts between them is a literal lifesaver. He realizes there are only 2 ways to lose her for good. Option 1, retreat to his family territory and pray he can stay hidden. Bad idea, though. It's only a matter of time before Anne tracks him down there. Option 2 is St. Mary Academy. Moon realizes this is the smarter play because that place is a total fortress. Even if she finds him, he'll have an army of teachers and elite students standing in her way. Plus, his parents would officially know his location, making it impossible for Anne to lay a finger on him. With a fresh burst of resolve, Moon stands back up. He finally has a clear plan of action. Now pay attention, because this is where a simple escape turns into a total mess. As Moon heads out, he spots 4 figures nearby. 3 of them are cornering a defenseless girl. Yeah, we're looking at a group of low-life bandits in action. They're demanding every last treasure she's got, threatening to get violent if she doesn't hand over the goods right now. But wait, that girl is actually Urka. You remember her, right? She just showed up a little while ago. It's definitely her. Urka stands her ground, warning them that robbing an adventurer is a mistake they'll regret for the rest of their lives. She promises them a world-class beatdown. The leader just laughs it off. He already knows she's an adventurer and clearly a mage, but he claims they aren't scared of her at all. His logic? Since they're already in her face, she won't have time to cast a single spell. Besides, she's all alone. If she runs out of mana, she's got 0 backup to save her from them. Urka points out it's broad daylight, and it's only a matter of time before someone passes by and jumps in to help. She even claims a hero might show up and wreck them, but the leader just cackles. A hero? In this neighborhood? Not happening. He tells Urka she's clearly underestimated them because these guys are actual professional bandits. To prove his point, the 2 lackeys show off their meticulous planning. These guys actually did their homework. They've already mapped their escape route and blocked her path. According to them, that's exactly what it takes to be a pro. The leader draws his blade, warning Urka not to even think about moving. If she takes 1 step back, he's taking her hand off. Urka is stuck. She needs distance to cast magic, but they aren't giving her an inch. The leader doubles down. There are no heroes here because this road is practically abandoned 24/7. She's completely on her own. So, and just when you think she's done for, guess who steps in? Moon shouts from the distance, telling them to knock it off. But as he approaches, one of the bandits does a double take. He calls Moon a blonde mermaid, literally comparing him to a myth because he just crawled out of the lake like magic. Moon steps up with a heavy aura, calling them out for ganging up on one girl. He dares them to try their luck against him instead. The bandits don't hesitate. They're more than happy to take him on. Moon is actually caught off guard. He didn't expect them to agree to his challenge so fast. The leader tells Urka she's free to go. Why? Because they've found a much more interesting target to rob, and that's Moon. Moon tries to tell them he's flat broke. He's wearing literal rags and doesn't have a single coin to his name. Then he makes a wild proposal. If they want to rob him, they should just wait until later. Once he gets to the academy, he'll pay 2,000 coins for each of their heads, but the leader just pulls his sword. He tells Moon that money and clothes aren't what they're after, not even close. They see guys every day, but Moon is different. Those blonde locks and blue eyes make him a rare find. He explains that if Moon were a girl, they wouldn't care half as much, but the fact that he's a guy makes this way more interesting. The leader turns to his crew and calls for a change of plans. Their new mission? Capture Moon alive. These creeps don't want to rob or kill him. They've got a much darker, much more twisted fate in mind. Moon is absolutely terrified. He didn't think he'd run into this kind of filth in this world either. They're purely interested in men, and Moon is their prize. But as they chase him down, Urka starts charging a fire spell. The blast whistles past Moon and slams right into the bandits. Trust me, you and I definitely need to see what's next. Alright, you and I are about to see some insane fire magic. These guys are toasted, and Moon is shocked. Finally, Urka approaches Armano Moon. This is a historic moment. She had a bond with Anne, but now she is connecting with him. Urka walks over and tells Armano Moon the good news: those 3 idiots are officially out of the picture. She jokes that Mr. Mermaid can safely exit the lake now. Urka thanks Moon for distracting the men so she could finish them off. Moon plays it cool, saying he barely did anything. He just lured them away so she had some breathing room. He can't help but compliment her though. Her magic is absolutely insane, and she is clearly on a different level. Urka asks if he is an exhibitionist, a guy who gets paid to not wear any clothes. I mean, can you blame her? Moon is basically wearing rags. He explains it is nothing like that and he has his reasons. Finally, he decides to introduce himself properly. He keeps it simple, his name is Moon. He admits he is currently between jobs, but hey, it is still a real pleasure to meet such a powerful woman. Urka shakes his hand and introduces herself. She is a retired adventurer who now trains constantly just to keep her husband happy. Moon asks the big question, is she actually married? She gets a little shy and reveals they just tied the knot last night. This suggests that the guy she likes might be in the exact same boat as Moon, maybe stuck in some weird situation. But then, a massive rumble echoes from Moon's stomach. You and I know that sound, he's starving. Urka asks if he's hungry, and Moon finally caves. He hasn't had a single bite to eat in over 2 whole days. She immediately invites him over, offering to whip up something delicious for him to eat. She tells him he earned it for helping with those bandits. Besides, nobody should go 2 days without a meal. Regarding those rags he's wearing, she says she has some of her husband's spare clothes that would fit Moon perfectly. Moon is absolutely stoked. He never expected Urka to be this kind, offering him food and a fresh outfit out of nowhere. As they walk, he can't stop thanking her. To him, she is an incredible person, a total goddess of kindness. Urka just brushes it off. She says she is just a normal wife doing her best to take care of her husband. Moon tells her straight up her husband is the luckiest man alive to have such a beautiful and smart wife. After walking for a while, Moon gets curious. What is a married woman doing all alone in the middle of nowhere? She explains she was in the city handling business for her and her husband's work, and grabbed some fresh groceries while she was in town. Moon finds the mention of work a bit strange and asks her, "So, wait a minute. You and your husband are actually adventurers?" Urka smiles and confirms that yes, they definitely are. She explains they are taking a break, but she had to check in. See, at the guild, if you don't report in, they might delete your registration. Too many people go missing or die on missions, and it causes huge headaches every year. That explains why she was trekking through the wilderness. She was just heading home from the nearby town. While they chat, she shifts to the important stuff. What exactly does he want for dinner tonight? Moon doesn't even hesitate. He wants fish. He is obsessed with it, a total fish addict. Suddenly, things get super weird. Someone whispers they love Moon. You and I are just as confused as they are, but apparently, it was all just an illusion. Moon asks if she heard that or saw something move, but Urka just shakes her head. She didn't feel a thing. He figures his brain is just glitching from hunger. I mean, 2 days without food will definitely make you see things. After a seriously long trek through the woods, they finally hit Urka's village. Her place is actually a temporary home provided by the village mayor himself. Moon is blown away by how huge the house is. It is massive. Urka reminds him it's not actually hers. She's just staying there for now since it belongs to the village chief. Still, Moon feels something is off. He asks Urka about something you and I probably noticed too. The streets are completely empty. No people in the houses, no one anywhere. Moon asks if they are not worried about bandits, since every door and window is wide open for anyone to walk in. Urka just brushes it off, saying that everyone in town is just a little busy right now. She asks if he knows Loco Paintball. Moon's eyes light up, he knows it well, and loves their famous fish dishes. Urka explains that Loco Paintball is nearby, only a few kilometers away. The autumn harvest is about to start, and since the lands were not fertile this year, the whole village relies on the lake to sell the highest quality fish to the nobles to pay their bills. Then she mentions her husband. All right, you and I are about to see how a top-tier adventurer protects a simple fish delivery. The whole village was at Loco Paintball, putting in the hard work together. While the rest of the crew was away, Urka stepped up as the temporary guardian, a massive responsibility that Moon understood and respected with all his heart. Out of nowhere, that mysterious voice whispered those 3 heavy words into his ear again. Urka suddenly broke his trance, calling him inside because the freezing night air was about to settle in. Moon just nodded, still completely confused about what was happening. He couldn't tell if it was his mind playing tricks, but that sound felt real. It was a strange sensation, crawling closer as if something was hunting him from the shadows. Once they were inside the mayor's house, Urka showed him the fresh clothes on the table and mentioned he could use the outdoor well for a bath. She told him dinner would be ready soon. Moon thanked her again, truly touched by her kindness. She really was a kind soul. On the table, Moon noticed a simple mug of water waiting for him. He dipped his finger in, rubbing the liquid on his skin to check for any hidden poison. Something was off. The empty town, her insane magic, it didn't add up for a simple villager. Now, pay attention here, because even though everything seemed normal, Moon felt a chill in his gut. After eating his fill of fish, Moon made sure to let her know how much he enjoyed it. It was genuinely the best fish he had ever tasted, and he told her she would definitely be an incredible wife to some lucky man. He even admitted that her cooking put his own personal maid to shame. That caught her attention. Having a maid usually meant he was some kind of high noble, but looking at his tattered rags, he was the strangest noble she had ever laid eyes on. Urka asked if he really was a person of noble birth, and he confirmed it without hesitation, explaining that he had a massive favor to ask of her. Moon officially introduced himself to Urka. He asked if she knew the legendary Campbell family before revealing his own high status. He mentioned his father was Duke Rennell Campbell, a reveal that left Urka completely stunned to find out she was standing before the son of a duke. He explained he was being hunted and desperately needed her to rent him a horse. She needed to ride to the Campbell lands and warn his father about the danger. Moon also asked if he could stay in her cabin until things calmed down, but Urka just started laughing in his face. You and I both know she's not buying it. Nobles aren't exactly known for being chased by lunatics. Growing irritated, Moon snapped that he really was the Duke's son and she shouldn't be laughing at such a serious matter as he stood his ground. He promised her 10 to 20,000 emails if she could just get the job done. Urka just laughed harder. To her, that kind of money sounded like a complete fairy tale. Since she didn't believe him, Moon laid out every single detail of his desperate situation. After hearing the whole story, Urka finally accepted the mission and apologized for laughing once she saw the raw seriousness in his eyes. As she gathered things from the table, Urka confessed she was already planning to offer him a safe place to spend the night. The forest was crawling with monsters at night, so he was much safer with her. She suggested he stay in the cabin until he was fully recovered, an offer that left Moon absolutely astonished because he never expected such kindness. He had to double-check if she was actually serious about letting him stay there. She agreed without hesitation, noting that 20,000 ALAs was an insane amount of money. To earn that kind of gold from the Kilta Guild, she would have to survive 30 dangerous missions, each one risking her life. There was no way she could refuse his offer. Completely grateful, Moon told Urka she was a true angel for helping him like this. Later that night, Moon finally started making his way toward his bedroom. Urka warned him that the bathroom was located outside, so it was much safer if he stayed inside the house until the sun came up. Most importantly, he was strictly forbidden from opening any of the other doors in the house. She pointed out one specific door that was strictly off-limits, sparking Moon's curiosity immediately. She claimed it was just meat drying, and the smell of blood would ruin the house. Moon swore he understood perfectly and told her she had nothing to worry about. He wouldn't touch a single thing. And that's where we leave it. You and I both know something big is coming. Alright, you and I are about to watch as this calm, peaceful night turns into a complete and total nightmare. Moon heads to bed, but as he closes the door, Urka whispers a terrifying goodbye. She's actually thinking it's a huge pity, because Moon is never going to survive to see the dawn. Then we get a glimpse of the fire magic Urka snagged to finally pull off her twisted and deadly plan. She's thrilled to have a noble in her trap, because if Moon is legit, he's going to be a massive payday. To her, nobles are worth a fortune while they're breathing, but they're totally worthless once they're dead and gone. Opening a door, she declares Moon will be the final sacrifice to her god of love to get what she wants. Suddenly we cut outside to Anne. Yeah, she's still hot on Moon's trail, and she's closing in very fast. She found a scrap of his old clothes, and 1 cent was all she needed to track her young master. Surprised he got this far, Anne spots a town and knows running is useless. It's inevitable that she'll find him. Anne was absolutely certain that no matter where Moon tried to hide, there was simply no escaping her. Back at the house, Moon is out cold until his eyes suddenly snap open in the middle of the night. Turns out, he made the classic mistake of drinking way too much water before hitting the sack. And as we all know, a full bladder means an inevitable midnight trip to the bathroom to find some relief. Our Moon sneaks out for his bathroom break, but then he hears a strange bark coming from that forbidden room Urka strictly warned him not to touch. That's the place where the meat is kept. Right away, Moon finds this whole situation incredibly strange. Think about it, a dog locked in a meat locker? Something is definitely not right here. Moon wonders what kind of breed makes a sound like that when suddenly, Erica creeps up right behind him. She asks why he's creeping around at this hour, checking if he needs something or if there's a problem. Still shaking from the jump scare, Moon explains that he just really needs to attend to his physiological needs. He basically tells her he's gotta go, and Erica seems to buy his excuse for now. But Moon takes the chance to ask if there are actually any dogs living inside the mayor's office. Erica puts on a sweet face and claims the dog is hers, calling it a very cute and clever animal. She says the animal is usually very calm and only makes noise whenever it's feeling a little hungry. Feeling a bit relieved, Moon mentions that her explanation makes sense since he definitely heard a bark. Then he asks to see her pet, telling Erica that he's actually a huge fan of dogs. Specifically the Colton breed, those big blonde ones. He's always loved how intelligent those puppies are. But Erica shuts him down with an apology, saying she can't let him see the animal right now. She claims the dog is incredibly shy and stays hidden away. Moon just nods along, acting like he understands. After their little chat, he finally heads for the bathroom while Erica heads back to her own room. Before leaving, she reminds him the toilet is outside by the well and warns him not to get lost. And ladies and gentlemen, take a look at that creepy little smile. Now, you and I both know that, look. Erica is definitely plotting something absolutely sinister, even if Moon doesn't see it yet. Moon finds the bathroom by the well, but it smells so bad he can't believe anyone actually uses it. It looks like the place hasn't seen a scrub brush or a cleaning crew in years. But then, he spots something interesting. It's a window leading right into the room with Erica's supposed dog. That bark still doesn't sit right with him, so he decides to sneak over and get a closer look. He figures a quick peek won't hurt anything. But that's when the horrifying truth is finally revealed. Erica's pet isn't an animal. It's Colt, the young man she supposedly loved. She tells him he's been a good boy and hand feeds him, telling him to stay quiet while he eats. Then she tells Colt that Moon is still useful for now, and he just needs to hang on. She promises him freedom tomorrow, leaving Moon frozen in shock. This woman is a total psychopath. Right then, Moon accidentally steps on a dry branch. The loud snap echoes through the night air. Erica freezes and calls out, asking if it's Mr. Moon out there while she keeps a grip on Colt. She flings the window open with force, but finds the yard empty. But if we look up just a bit, we'll see our hero. Yes, he's clinging to the wall. Trust me, you and I are about to see something wild. Alright, you and I are diving back in as Erica whispers that the love god's awakening will take more time. She tells Colt she is going to check if Moon is the one outside. Our hero is no fool, he takes the chance and vanishes. He cannot believe Erica is such a high-level psychopath, since she seemed like the sweetest person ever. That poor guy he saw being treated like a dog? Yeah, that was actually the husband she mentioned at dinner. Our hero can barely process that he escaped one yandere, only to stumble right into the arms of another. Things are just getting better. Moon starts putting the pieces together, connecting every weird detail from his arrival. The empty line. The retired adventurer who treats her own husband like an actual pet. The ritual for the god of love. Erica's mysterious ceremony. And those disturbing sounds echoing through the house. He thought Erica was his savior, but he was dead wrong. She is a trap, ready to use him. Now watch this, because he is about to use Plan 36. Let me explain what that is. Plan 36 is simple, get the hell out of there. Run, Moon, get away from that crazy psycho. Move. And so, our human Moon is officially fleeing. First Anne, now Erica too. Meanwhile, Erica knocks on the guest room door, but when she swings it open, the room is empty. Our main character has already made his move. Erica boils over with pure rage. She desperately needed our human Moon for that ritual to the god of love. She smashes the door and cabinet in a total frenzy. She cannot believe Moon realized she was just using him. Suddenly, the doorbell rings at the mayor's house, right where Erica is hiding her madness. She wonders if Moon actually came back. Her eyes? Pure psychopath energy radiating through the screen. However, the second she opens the door, she fakes a sweet smile and asks if he took long to return. But guys, it is not our human Moon. It is none other than Anne. Erica is stunned to see her. Anne looks at Erica and says it has been a long time since they last saw each other. We move inside as Erica offers tea to Anne, who accepts the gesture with a polite thank you. Erica asks why Anne is dressed like a cute maid. Anne says she left the mansion in such a hurry she forgot to change. She then asks why Erica is calling her master, since she does not remember ever teaching her a thing. Erica asks if she really forgot. It was Anne's help that gave her the courage to embrace who she truly is. Plus, the relationship advice Anne gave her was the only reason she could finally confess her feelings to her husband. Erica then asks Anne if she would like to see something incredibly interesting. Anne is confused, wondering what she means. Erica says she wants to show her the fruit of all her efforts. As Erica leaves to fetch her surprise, Anne starts sensing something is off about the air in this place. There is no mistake. Moon's scent, the young master's aroma, is hanging heavily all over the room. Now you and I need to look closer. Because mixed with that scent is a massive amount of blood. While Anne is deep in thought, Erica returns, visibly anxious to show off something she thinks is absolutely incredible. Anne is stunned. Erica introduces her husband, Roach, and commands him to greet their important guest. Right on cue, Roach starts barking like a dog. Erica tells him to give his paw, and he obeys instantly. She even pets his head like a good boy while Anne just stands there, watching the whole weird scene. Anne tells herself she had no idea couples were into this kind of twisted roleplay these days. She thinks it is just normal behavior. Little does she know, she is staring at another yandere. This is crazy. Anne tells Erica she did an amazing job and that she is actually very proud of her progress. Erica blushes at the praise, assuming her master must have gone even further in her own dark romantic pursuits. She imagines that Anne's husband must already belong to her, both in body and in soul. Erica admits she is still far from that with Roach. but Anne says Erica is actually better. Anne admits that because she was too confident and lacked focus, she actually let the young master escape her. Intrigued, Erica asks if her beloved is the young master, Mr. Moon. Anne freezes, feeling a sudden dread. She confirms that her beloved is indeed young Moon, then asks Erica if he has been here. Erica says yes. Anne, panicking, asks where he is now and why he is not in the house. Stick with me, because Erica is about to show her what happened. She found Mr. Moon exhausted and brought him in. Let's dive into a story where Erica's kindness hides a very dark secret. But the moment she checked the bathroom, Moon was gone. He just vanished into thin air without warning. Anne asked how long ago he had escaped, and Erica replied that everything had just happened within the last 2 hours. Here's the catch. Erica actually planned to sacrifice Moon in a ritual for the god of love. Anne had no clue, and honestly, you should never mess with the husband of a Yantari warrior. Erica told Anne to stay calm because she had a tracking spell ready to use. She planned to follow his trail, betting that he could not have gotten very far in the pitch-black night. They could still catch him if they moved fast, but Erica needed to grab something before casting the spell. Anne agreed that she would wait for her. Erica warned Anne that this house actually belonged to the mayor, and she should wait there without prying into any other rooms. Anne agreed, promising to wait right there until Erica made it back from her errand. Anne slumped onto the bed, feeling depressed that Moon had fled across 3 whole cities just to stay away from her. She started to wonder if she was being too strict, or if she should give him more freedom. Her young master clearly hated her, and she still did not understand why he would not just accept her love and her kindness. Maybe things would be better if she had not tried to lock him in a cage and feed him monster meat. Just as Anne hugged the pillow and pretended it was Moon, someone suddenly appeared. It was Roach, Erica's husband, who acts like a literal dog even though he is definitely a human. Suddenly, Roach started screaming in agony, yelling for everyone to run away from that house immediately. Anne asked if he was okay, but he just kept frantically repeating Erica's name over and over again. "Stay away from Erica, do not go near her," he screamed in pure desperation. "Trust me, we should listen." He also warned that everyone was in the last room, begging Anne to leave before Erica caught her too. But then, Roach suddenly snapped back to his normal state, acting like Erica's obedient dog once again. Anne just watched him, his words about the last room echoing in her mind. Anne walked to the door of the last room, wondering what Erica could have hidden there that was so important to keep secret. The door was locked tight, so Anne used her magic to force it open in an instant. You and I just walked into a total nightmare. The room reeked of blood, and the entire village lay slaughtered inside. Every single person who lived there had been brutally sliced into pieces. Even the woman Roach loved was crucified on a cross. Anne was left completely speechless. She never expected Erica to be this insane. As Anne looked at the bodies, her sense of justice finally woke up. Even for a Yantari, she refused to kill innocent people like this. Suddenly, Erica's voice came from behind her. "Master discovered my little secret, and it does not matter what happens now." Erica then asked her, "Master, we are both identical. You probably understand everything I feel, do you not?" With a twisted smile, Erica confessed she did it all for love. Anne immediately felt a surge of worry. Ready to defend herself, she asked if Erica had been corrupted by some kind of evil god. Erica cackled, saying this had nothing to do with evil. Gripping her knife, she told Anne it was the god of love. And according to her, that god was very kind to her. He fulfilled every desire she had, and she did exactly what the god of love asked. Anne found this supposed ritual power incredibly disturbing. Then she questioned Erica. "You received all this power, but at what cost?" Laughing with total confidence, Erica replied that her power had not cost her a single thing. The god of love never asked her to kill. She murdered everyone because she simply wanted to. Erica claimed she and her master were exactly alike. Then she revealed she only needed one more person for her ritual. She suggested that Anne could be the volunteer to help her finish the ritual right now. Pointing her knife, Erica asked, "Master will probably accept my request for the god of love, will you not?" Anne concluded that Erica was beyond salvation. She had become a psychopath. So Anne began to approach her. Erica smiled, thrilled that her master finally understood her. "Trust me, you and I just witnessed a truly insane climax. Alright, you and I are jumping into a fight where Erica literally promises to kill Anne quickly so it doesn't hurt. But Anne isn't having it. She lashes out with her iron rope spell, slicing Erica's neck in a heartbeat. Blood sprays everywhere as Erica collapses. Anne feels pity, but she knows she can't let this woman hurt anyone else. Even as she's dying, Erica claims she never actually hurt a single soul. She claims she was only giving her love to everyone, asking what could possibly be wrong with that. Obviously, murder isn't exactly a love language. Anne snaps, telling her to shut up because this isn't love, it's just a straight-up massacre. With her final breaths, Erica asks a chilling question. If this isn't love, then what is? Staring at Anne, Erica reveals that her master was the one who taught her this. Years ago, Anne told her to conquer whatever she desired and always follow her heart. And that's exactly what she did. Anne leaves with an apology, but she can't stop thinking about that god of love. Here's where it gets really weird. Maybe some god did give her power, but using it to kill people? That's definitely not right. Anne realizes she basically destroyed Erica with her own bad advice. Seriously, take this as a warning, never listen to this woman's tips. It's a mess, and Anne blames herself for everything. But right now, she has to find the young master, Moon. Once he is safe, she plans to give everyone a proper burial, Erica included. But suddenly, a terrifying whisper says I love you. Anne snaps into a combat stance, staring at the door of the mayor's house. A heavy metallic stench of blood pours from the building. A massive wave of blood erupts as a voice screams its love for Anne. The entire roof explodes into a giant crimson fountain. Anne realizes this isn't just magic. It's the god of love that was possessing Erica's body. We switch over to Moon, who is currently sprinting at high speed like a blur. He is absolutely exhausted from running this long without a break. He figures he's gone far enough that nobody could catch him now, not even Erica. Right as that thought crosses his mind, Anne comes flying through the air, launched straight from the mayor's house. She barely misses him, nearly taking him out, leaving Moon completely confused. Like, what just happened? He sees smoke by the trees and someone flying through the air, wondering if it's a meteor shower. But then, he hears a human voice. He goes to check it out, and quickly realizes the voice belongs to Anne. Talk about a rough reunion. You and I both see she's in terrible shape. Anne is relieved to find Moon, but she knows they aren't safe here. Even though she is mangled and bloody, seeing that he is totally safe makes her genuinely happy. Moon is panicking, asking what the hell happened and how she got so badly hurt. He asks who she was fighting and if she can even stand up. Anne says she can't, and there is no time for explanations right now. They need to get out of there before it's too late. Anne tells Moon she will hold the monster off as long as possible while he runs for his life. Moon finds this bizarre and asks what she even means by escaping from here. And that is when they finally see the blood monster. This creature made of Erica, and everyone else is screaming for Anne. Moon watches the giant being from a distance, asking what that massive thing could possibly be. We see that the monster is actually a fusion of Erica and all her victims. She tells them both to accept her love. But not just that, she wants them to merge with her and become part of her body forever. Moon is disgusted. Become part of that? He yells, asking what the hell this monster even is. What is it? That's when Erica realizes Moon is right there. She points at him, screaming her love while forming dozens of deadly blood spears, getting ready to rip him apart. Moon finally sees Erica in that mess, but Anne suddenly grabs him and hurls him away. A massive blood explosion rocks the area where they stood. Moon is safe, but Anne completely mangles her leg and now she can't even walk. They both hit the dirt hard. Anne's legs are shot, but Moon just bangs his head. Seeing how badly she is wounded, Moon tells her to lean on him since her leg is shredded. But Anne stubbornly insists that she is totally fine. She begs Moon to get out of there as fast as possible while she stays to defeat Erica. Flashing a small, brave smile, Anne tells him to stay calm, promising she will catch up to him as soon as she is finished with Erica. Suddenly, Erica looms over them, grabbing their attention. She stomps forward, crushing everything in her path while they are still talking. Erica readies a massive blast. You and I have to see what's next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a bloodbath where love is a lethal weapon used through magic. She unleashes her blood magic with terrifying force, and Anne barely blocks it using liquid metal magic. Anne conjures some swords, but Moon hits 200% speed with his shadow steps, snatching her up quickly to save her from the explosion and returning that earlier favor. Explosions rip through the scenery as Moon sprints away with Anne held tightly in his arms. Stunned, Anne looks up at him and asks why he's even bothering to save her life. He simply says she doesn't know how to lie. If she could actually resolve this alone and kill Erica, she would have done it already without a single moment of hesitation. Moon knows the truth. Anne just isn't powerful enough to take this monster down on her own. He tells her that regardless of what happened in Antar or Tura, no matter the past, she is still a precious member of his family. And because of that, he refuses to let anyone lay a single finger on her. Moon boasts that he's a master at slipping away. He pushes shadow steps to its absolute limit. He's a blur of motion, leaping across the terrain while Erica's rage tears everything apart behind them. They finally gain some ground, but the cost is high. Moon is completely drained of energy. This high-tier magic eats through mana, and carrying Anne only makes the exhaustion 10 times worse. He reassures her they'll be safe soon, but it turns out their escape wasn't quite enough to lose the monster behind them. You and I both know Urka isn't giving up. She's closing in, furious that they won't accept her crazy version of love. Moon doesn't hesitate. He shouts for Anne to take a deep breath and hold on tight. Before she can even process his plan, he leaps into the river, just as Urka's hands are about to snatch them from behind. Moon's betting everything on one fact. Blood magic can't stay solid once it hits the water. He was right. The moment Urka tries to grab them, her blood constructs start dissolving into nothing. The plan worked, but as they sink deeper, Moon realizes there's a new, unexpected problem. Anne can't hold her breath for more than a few seconds, which catches him completely off guard. It turns out she's brilliant at everything except something as simple as surviving underwater. Pay attention here, because Moon realizes he's the only one who can stay under. So he comes up with a desperate plan. He pulls her in for a kiss, sharing his oxygen to keep her alive while Urka rages on the surface, unable to find them. The villain stands there frustrated, unable to fathom why they'd reject the pure love she's offering. Her scream of pure rage is so powerful it levels the nearby trees and shatters the rocks. Urka decides she only needs one more sacrifice to complete the ritual for the god of love. Even if this last step leaves her badly wounded, she's too obsessed to stop now. With a psychotic grin, she decides she can let Moon and Anne wait for a little longer. She believes once she finishes the ritual and becomes a true goddess, she'll force the entire world to accept her love, and that includes you too. That's right, she's coming for you next. She's ready to step out of your screen and into your home. A while later, the duo finds a hidden cave where Moon starts treating her battle wounds. Anne starts getting flustered and sensitive the moment he begins tending to her injured leg. He says the wounds aren't deep, but he wants a real doctor to check her over immediately. While she's still feeling vulnerable, Anne admits there's something she just can't wrap her head around. Moon asks what's on her mind, and she finally asks why the hell he saved her. She remembers all the toxic things she did, the imprisonment and her obsession with keeping him alone. She says he must hate her after everything she's done. When he saved her, he could have just left her there to rot. Moon just looks at her and asks if she's finally realizing how wrong she was. Anne confesses everything, thinking back to a trip to Pinball Lake where she first met Urka. She explains that Urka only followed the evil god because of the toxic advice Anne gave her. Anne literally taught Urka every cruel thing she had been doing to Moon this entire time. Basically, Urka only became a monster because she was following Anne's lead. With a heartbroken look, Anne realizes her mistakes almost killed him and ruined so many lives. So what do you and I take from this? Moon grabs her hands, acknowledging that admitting her mistakes is the first step toward redemption. Alright, you and I are about to see Moon pull off the ultimate psychological masterclass on his obsessive stalker. The issue wasn't her heart, but how she showed it. After all, her goal was love, not destruction. Moon gives Anne an affectionate look, telling her she needs to cheer up. They are both alive, and now that she has admitted her mistakes, she can finally become a better person. He even tells her that next time, she should try being a little less obsessive. Naturally, Anne is moved to tears. She thinks our main character is absolutely incredible. Meanwhile, Moon is patting himself on the back, thinking he finally fixed her toxic, possessive behavior. He is convinced that after this heart-to-heart, she will finally be able to keep her dark impulses under control. But nope. Anne tackle-hugs Moon and plants a kiss on him, crying about how he is still the same kind and sincere man as always. She admits she was wrong to think he had changed. Trying to mold him into her own personal puppet, forcing him to follow her every whim was a massive mistake. She promises she will never do it again. Anne stands up, declaring her energy is back. She is ready to go out there and finish Urka for good. Suddenly, a sharp pain shoots through her leg, sending her crashing right back onto the main character. Moon tells her to slow down. She has lost a lot of blood and is still way too weak to fight. Anne sighs, wishing she had the strength to take Urka down right now. She knows she is a total mess. Moon decides to scout the cave. He needs to make sure Urka hasn't tracked them down so they can rest. He checks the entrance. No movement. It looks like they are safe, at least for the moment. Watch closely here. Moon asks Anne about Urka being a follower of an evil god, confirming her situation is eerily similar to Anne's own powers. He confirms their situations are similar, but there's one big difference. Divine powers come from a direct blessing. Anne was born with her gifts because a deity willed it to be so. But Urka? She is a servant to an evil god that makes dark pacts with humans. These pacts grant immense power, but the price you pay is absolutely devastating. Still, the sheer overwhelming force Urka showed doesn't seem like the power of a common follower. Anne agrees, saying that while fighting her, she clearly felt that Urka's power was much greater and was actively growing more and more. Then, the main character remembers something from the original story. Humanity's greatest destructions were caused by 3 monsters created by the evil god who nearly exterminated the entire human race. And here's the kicker. Moon realizes Urka is likely one of those monsters destined to destroy a huge portion of humanity if they don't act. He also recalls that while Urka was losing control, she mentioned the need for sacrifices and one last person missing to complete her ritual. Anne asks if he has a plan, and Moon confirms he has finally figured it all out. He suspects Urka slaughtered that entire village just to fuel her transformation into a giant, horrific creature. The evil god is using her as a pawn to manifest in this world and grow even stronger. Urka said it herself. She only needs one more sacrifice to finish the job. This means Moon and Anne need to reach the city of Peruant where Urka is hiding and eliminate the very last person remaining there. This would prevent Urka from completing the ritual and gaining more strength, because if she kills this last person, the world is in trouble. She will leave the city and move on to the next, harvesting souls to stack even more power. But Anne delivers a bombshell. The conditions for Urka to become a high-level servant are already met. Moon didn't understand, since they were alone in the middle of nowhere. But then, a terrifying realization hit him that he hadn't even considered before. Besides the two of them, there is one more person in that village. It's Urka's husband. He is the last sacrifice needed for her to complete the dark ritual and become an even more powerful servant of the evil god. Anne stands up, determined. They have to put an end to this right now. Once Urka takes that final life, her power will reach a level they can't even imagine. Anne adds that it's all her fault. Urka became like this. Therefore, she believes the responsibility to resolve the situation is hers and hers alone. Moon offers to help, but Anne refuses. She says it's far too dangerous for the young master to go. Moon stands his ground. He is not going for her. He is going to stop Urka. He says Urka isn't evil, and you and I need to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me because Moon explains that when he first met her, he felt a genuine kindness in her heart. Back then, she treated him well and even saved him. To him, she is not pure evil, but a good soul who just needs a hand. He is determined to help Anne save her, or if things go south, he will take her life to stop any more innocent blood from being spilled. That is his final call. But Anne screams at Moon, telling him this isn't about willpower or how much they like each other. She keeps shouting, asking if the young master even realizes the nightmare they are currently in. They are isolated, empty-handed, and have zero backup. The odds of them actually stopping a monster like Urka are basically non-existent. Even if Anne goes all out, she can't win, she can't even keep Moon safe. Terrified and desperate, she just grabs him and holds on tight. Moon finally gets what she is trying to say. He knows deep down that their chances of victory are incredibly low. Anne breaks down in tears, blaming herself for everything. She can't stand the thought of Moon getting hurt or dying because of her mistakes. She would never be able to forgive herself. Moon looks at her tenderly and pulls her into a warm embrace. As he holds her, he looks over her shoulder and spots something tiny on the dirt. It is just a small coin, a melee, the local currency. Then he notices it. Behind that first one, there is an entire trail of coins leading away. Anne asks what he is looking at, so Moon casts a quick illumination spell he learned recently to light the way. Now pay attention here, because they just stumbled onto a massive hidden hoard of gold, weapons, and ancient treasures. Talk about lucky. This place wasn't just a cave. It was a secret hideout for a group of bandits who lived here. Moon notices blade marks and signs of long-term survival near the entrance. After searching through the pile of loot for a while, our main character Moon finally discovers the perfect sword to take into the coming battle. He asks Anne if she is ready to go. We see she has collected every blade in the cave and melted them into liquid metal. Since her leg was busted, she crafted a metal harness that lets her fly. Now, she can fight without ever having to touch the ground. Pure genius from Anne. The two are set on facing Urka, whether to rescue her or end her. Moon stands tall and says they are ready to move out. The scene shifts to show Moon and Anne fully geared up for the fight. In the distance, the massive, terrifying form of Urka finally appears. As Moon watches, we see her clearly. Urka is colossal, with multiple arms and features that look like something straight out of a nightmare. She keeps screaming for Roach, her husband. Moon watches from the shadows as she declares her twisted, undying love for the man she lost. Moon realizes Anne was right. Urka's power is spiking and her body is swelling up, becoming massive right before their eyes at least. 10 times bigger than she was. This monster is now completely unstoppable. Moon takes a deep breath. Saving her seems like a suicide mission now. One wrong move and he will be sent flying or crushed by a single strike. Her strength is overwhelming. He even thinks back to when Celia nearly killed him at his father's mansion. That was actually a better situation than this. But he shakes it off. None of that matters right now. He can't run away and leave Anne behind. She doesn't stand a chance against a titan like Urka all on her own. With pure grit, Moon decides he doesn't care if she is a god or a demon. Whether she is a yandere or a psychopath, he is going to save her. He calls out to Urka from the distance, shouting her name. She notices him, so Moon screams even louder, telling her to look right here. He is getting her full attention now. You and I both saw this coming. Urka thinks Moon is finally accepting her love, but he hits her with a hard no. And the reason why? Because he is a parachutist. Yeah, you heard that right. He is not joking. He dead seriously claims his identity as a world-class parachutist. A totally random declaration. Moon leaps from the massive iron pillar, picking up insane speed while screaming that he is the best parachutist on Earth. Urka watches him fall, launching a wave of dark magic straight at him. Urka lunges toward our main character the exact second he makes his jump. Moon just grins. Everything is going exactly according to his plan. He predicted every single move. Our hero is surprisingly sharp here. We rewind to a few minutes before this whole confrontation began. Moon was giving Anne her orders, telling her she had to follow his strategy down to the last detail. He explained that even after being corrupted by an evil god, Urka probably didn't die. If she were dead, she wouldn't have this much control. So, Urka is still in there. Their goal isn't to kill her, but to find a way to purge the evil god's corruption from her physical body once and for all. There must be a cursed item from the evil god that is currently pulling her strings. Maybe a ring, a necklace, or a cursed amulet. He knows the rules of this world don't just hand out massive power to anyone for free. Trust me, you and I are about to see Moon's master plan in action. She is not going down easily. Alright, you and I are about to see a master and maid pull off the ultimate suicide mission. The plan is for Anne to distract the creature so Moon can slip past and find the source. They only have 10 minutes. Anne is worried though. Metal might not hold Urka for that long, so they have to move fast. Moon tells her to relax. He is going to play bait and lure Urka right into her trap. But Anne is not having it. She refuses to let her young master be the bait. Urka is basically a god, and if he gets hurt, it is over. But Moon just gives her a smile. He leans in, placing a finger on her lips, and reminds her it is just them two. Since Anne is the strongest fighter here, Moon has to be the one to step into the line of fire. He tells her he is leaving his life in her hands because she is the best. As the top maid of House Campbell, he knows she will protect him with everything she has got. Anne is completely stunned by his words. That kind of trust hits her right in the heart. Later in the dark forest, Anne wonders how he will know exactly when Urka is going to strike. Moon just smirks. The timing does not matter, because he is taking the lead right now. Now watch this. Moon leaps off the edge while Urka's horrific hands swarm him. Surprise! Anne was hiding inside the metal pillar all along, emerging with weapons of liquid metal. She blasts Urka to protect Moon, her liquid steel morphing into 100 flying blades. Urka tries to block, but the impact hits her with earth-shattering force. The monster's body is shredded with holes, including a massive gap right through her stomach. Urka whispers for her mistress, actually smiling because she is so happy that Anne has finally returned. Anne's expression is cold as she confirms she is back, while her metal weapons keep tearing through Urka. She declares that she only returned to save her friend. The fight rages on as Urka starts growing massive, but Anne keeps hitting her from every single angle. She creates a massive spear and launches it, impaling the beast directly in the center. Smoke starts pouring out of Urka's body. Urka watches her, claiming that while liquid metal is effective against most demons, it simply does not work against a true evil god like her. She rips the giant spear out of her own gut, claiming she won't die that easily. Suddenly, Moon appears behind her and asks if she is actually a real god. He plans to prove she is a fraud by hitting her with every bit of magic he owns. Okay, I know what you're thinking. But despite all that magic, Urka didn't take a single scratch. Urka turns around with a psycho look, thrilled that Lord Moon has finally come home. Panicking, Anne uses her metal to shield Moon just as Urka strikes for his stomach. The impact is so violent that Moon is sent flying, smashing through the solid stone behind him. He is left battered and bleeding. If Anne hadn't shielded him, he would be a dead man. The fight was almost over. Urka charges a massive energy bomb, revealing she knew Moon was there and was just waiting for his love. With a twisted smile, she screams for him to accept her love and launches the final attack. Anne screams his name, desperately running through the chaos to reach him. But Urka just points a finger, commanding the maid to stay out of her way. A massive hand of blood summons and swats Anne away, leaving her bruised and broken on the ground. In despair, Anne thinks Moon is dead and that she has failed her only mission. But then, Urka feels something change. She feels an interference and demands to know where Anne hid her husband, Roach. Before she can finish, a furious Anne attacks with everything, screaming at Urka for hurting her master. Trust me, you are going to want to see her next move. Alright, you and I are watching a battered Moon struggle while injured, until a mysterious hand lands on his shoulder and tells him not to move an inch. He forces a glowing healing potion into Moon's mouth, telling him to drink it all down. Moon suddenly realizes his savior is Roach, the man who is actually Urka's husband. The puppy curse that bound him is finally broken, and Roach has returned to his true human form. Within 1 minute, the potion works its magic. Moon is completely healed, feeling like he was never even hurt. Moon thanks Roach, admitting he really thought this was going to be his final day on Earth. The two watch the fight from cover. Hiding in the bushes, the man introduces himself as Roach, but says Moon can just call him E before asking the human's name. Moon introduces himself as Moon Campbell, of the famous Campbell family. They stay focused on the fight. Moon asks what exactly is going on. Roach says Anne and Urka are in a brutal duel, but it looks like Anne won't be able to last much longer. Moon grills him, assuming he knows the truth since he's been around since the very start of this. Now pay attention. because Moon is desperate to find the item that turned Urka into an absolute monster. Roach isn't sure when she got it, but he knows this entire nightmare is actually his own fault. If he'd only noticed her feelings sooner, he would have loved her and stopped all these deaths from ever happening. This is his burden. He truly loves Urka and wants to find a way to save her from herself. Moon tells him that he and Anne want the exact same thing, but they can't let her leave this place, or she'll grow stronger and slaughter every city and village she finds. Moon keeps pushing, asking Roach if he saw any cursed item from the evil god near her. Roach says no, but he felt a dark aura. Moon says that's impossible, she murdered the whole village for power. Where did all that sacrifice and dark magic actually go? That evil god must be living inside her body. Roach stays firm he saw everything she did and never noticed any physical object on her person during the murders. Wait, he did see something on her chest. Maybe that is the evil god's secret anchor. It's the same strange symbol that appeared back when Urka first accepted Anne's advice. You and I are seeing the mark the evil god uses to control her body and grant her that insane power. Back in the fight, Urka screams that she only wants acceptance for her love. She strikes at Anne, wondering why everyone keeps rejecting the love she's trying so hard to give. Confidently, Urka says Anne is the final sacrifice needed now that Moon and her husband are supposedly gone. Suddenly, a voice calls her name. It's Roach, standing right beside a very alive Moon while healing him. Roach claims he brought Moon as a fresh sacrifice, but it's really a secret plan to take her down. Urka gets shy and happy, touched that her husband brought her such a wonderful gift. Anne is horrified, truly believing Moon is dead. She loses it, charging at Roach with all her power while screaming that she can't believe the young master is gone. But Urka steps in with a massive, earth-shaking punch. Anne manages a barrier, but the blow is so powerful it shatters her defense and slams her into the dirt. Coldly, Urka says it's time to reunite with her husband. She has no use for her master anymore. Anne is dispensable now. Urka walks toward Roach, convinced he finally loves her. She's impressed he came back and brought Moon, praising him for being such a sweet and obedient husband. She moves in close as God descends. Everything will be perfect again, and the two of them will be together for all eternity. She mentions the mind control spell she used on him, promising to release him once the ritual is complete. Then Roach speaks a line that chills her to the bone as she realizes her control is broken. He simply agrees. You are right, we will be together forever. Through his tears, Roach whispers that it's his fault for not realizing how much she loved him sooner. But none of that matters now. He drives a cold blade straight through her heart, promising to take on all her heavy guilt. And that's where we leave it, witnessing the flashback of the desperate plan they made to stop this tragic battle. Alright, you and I are diving into a plan that relies entirely on a monster's hidden romantic side. Anything else? That just meant instant death for both of them. They had to weaponize her emotions to even stand a chance. Moon was stunned by Roach's instincts, realizing he had already decoded every gear turning in Urka's twisted mind. Roach just shrugged it off, claiming it was just part of the adventurer life. Being an adventurer means you have to analyze everything in a split second. Take too long to read the environment, and you will end up dead. Roach decides to act as the bait. He explains that he is the only one who can get close without being killed. Now here is the play you and I need to watch. Roach goes in front, and Moon strikes from behind. He swore on his family name that if things went south, he would take the blow to keep Moon safe. Roach took full blame for the mess, refusing to let Urka spill another drop of innocent blood. But Moon shuts him down immediately, promising that they are both making it out alive. They share a fist bump, sealing their bond. We cut back to the present, where a blade is buried deep inside Urka's chest. Roach screams at Moon, telling him to finish the job while he still has the chance. Moon triggers shadow steps, blurring behind Urka to grab the prize inside her ribs, her very heart. With a brutal surge of power, Moon rips her heart out in one motion. This was the dark artifact the god of love used to control her. Pulling his hand back, the realization hits him. This heart was literally a cursed relic of an evil god. If he crushes this heart right now, her godlike powers will vanish into thin air. But Urka loses it, shrieking for her god. She lunges at Moon, but Roach moves faster, throwing himself into the line of fire. Time stops as Moon and Urka realize what just happened. Roach actually sacrificed himself to save Moon. Urka screams his name in agony as the dark magic begins to wither away from her skin. Let's pause for a second. Moon is frozen in shock, while Roach is actually smiling even as he fades away. He told Urka he would stay by her side forever, just like the promise they made as kids. He kept his word, and the truth breaks Urka completely. But her tears are cut short by something terrifying. Massive energy erupts from Urka's body. The blast is so violent it sends Moon flying across the room. Battered and confused, Moon can't wrap his head around it. The evil god's heart was already destroyed. Then, the realization hits. Something he and Roach never saw coming. A massive, blood-red mushroom cloud erupts. Moon realizes with horror that the ritual is actually finished. By killing Roach, Urka unknowingly offered the final sacrifice needed. And at the center of this nightmare, it is Anne, emerging from Urka's body. Moon pushes his shadow steps to the absolute limit, desperate to reach her in time. He leaps straight into the transformation, grabbing Anne's hand and pulling with all his might, but she won't budge. He screams that he won't let some evil god devour the best maid his family ever had. But despite his struggle, out of options, he plays his final card. He screams for the black book. Yeah, that cursed black book. As he calls for it, the ritual sucks him in alongside Anne. A few moments later, Moon wakes up in another place. He is buck naked for the second time ever, realizing he is likely inside the black book space, though it looks totally different. The black book manifests before him, and Moon demands to know if it is the one responsible for bringing him here. He asks if there is any way to save them all, Anne, Urka, and maybe even Roach. Then, the black book actually utters a phrase. Yes, for the first time ever, the book is speaking. It starts floating up and down as if pointing Moon toward something. He asks if it wants him to look up and what is so important to see. When he finally looks up, he is met with a massive, terrifying eye staring directly back at his soul. Furious and confused, Moon stares right back and screams, "What the hell is that thing?" It is a colossal, infernal eye, radiating a suffocating pressure with a gaze that literally burns with flames. Before Moon can think, the eye freezes him in place, paralyzing him so hard he can't even get a word out. Deep down, Moon realizes this thing is the Lord of the Crimson Sunday, the one who burns existence to ash and punishes worlds, the bringer of ruin. You and I are witnessing the final cataclysm. Alright, you and I are about to see Moon argue with his book for bringing the corrupted king into the mix. This entity was a literal god of evil, and Moon was absolutely furious with the book. He begged for help, not a new dark deity. Moon realized the black book wanted him to become a monster, just like Urka, so he could face her. This was clearly the book's twisted idea. While Moon argues with the object, the giant eye of the corrupted king keeps watching. It realizes that Moon is just a human. Immediately, Moon snaps into a soldier's stance and replies, "Yes, I am a human." Stuttering, he asks the great corrupted lord what he could possibly want from a mere human servant. But the eye ignores Moon's trembling. The entity senses that this human is hungry for power. Suddenly, several smaller eyes manifest around the main one. They all stare Moon down as he nervously asks, "Wait, power for what?" He looks back at the black book, questioning if this was really the plan. He even calls the book totally useless. Still, the book had one thing right. You can only fight magic with even darker magic. Perhaps the only way to defeat Urka was indeed with the power of another evil god. Pay attention here, Moon is about to make a choice that'll change everything. Because honestly, who wouldn't want god-tier power? Moon wonders what is happening as the page floats toward the eye of the corrupted king. The entity reads the page, and Moon is terrified when he sees the eye clearly hated what it just read. It is just a massive eyeball, but Moon can feel the king's pure irritation at the message. Even so, the eye says the deal is done. Moon is confused. What do you mean by a deal? I can lend you my power for no cost, but will you truly accept it? Will you accept the power of an evil god? Moon thinks of Anne and the others. He is trapped and doesn't have any other options left. He is willing to do this because of the beautiful woman outside a maiden who loves him deeply and is ready to do anything for him. With her in mind, Moon finally accepts the contract, telling the king to unleash all his strength upon him. The corrupted king finds this interesting. A human with such a bold and desperate request? Even if you are human, I will make the pact, the god says. But let's see if you can actually survive the agony of the transformation you're about to receive. The corrupted king literally throws all his dark powers directly at Moon. The energy transfer is brutal. It doesn't just flow, it sets the main character's entire body on fire. Moon is literally burning alive. He won't pay with his soul, but the process is filled with excruciating pain. None of that matters. His only focus is saving Anne and everyone else from a certain death. He is willing to feel the pain of death for her while his body is consumed by the flames. Nearly finished, he tells himself that as a young master, he will never lose to that woman or a mere evil god. You saw that coming, right? Blue flames are now ripping toward the monster possessed by the evil deity. The entity senses the attack. Through the smoke, we see Moon already holding Anne safely in his arms. She is safe now. The evil god realizes something is wrong. The energy coming from Moon is terrifyingly powerful. The god observes him from afar, wondering if this is the same man who was bothering it earlier. Moon gently sets Anne by a tree and tells her to wait. Her young master will return soon. The evil god asks if he is the same man who declared his love for Urka and acted like her little dog. Moon doesn't even flinch at the insult. Instead, he just states that this evil god is actually pretty weak. Shocked, the entity recognizes the aura. This is the power of the corrupted king himself. Moon just sneers. If you could give Urka power, why is it so impossible for me to have this? You are the god of love? You are a joke. and your joke ends here while the king watches from above. Moon concentrates a massive amount of energy into his magic. He fires, and the blast completely swallows the evil god. The creature screams in pure agony as Moon's magic starts vaporizing its very essence. Moon is stunned. He didn't expect the corrupted king's power to one-shot an evil god like it was nothing. But it wasn't over. With a final gasp, Moon realized the monster was still clinging to life. The weak god gasps, shocked that an insect like Moon ruined everything. Trust me, you and I need to see what is next. Alright, stick with me, because our main character just made a deal with a literal monster. The god mocks him, saying there is no way a king of shadows stays satisfied just watching a human for long. Staring directly at Moon, the dark deity gives him a chilling warning he will never forget. Now watch this, because the god promises to return for Moon Campbell. Paralyzed with fear, he can only stand there as panic takes over. He never expected to actually force a divine being to reveal its true forbidden name. The monster is gone for now, but the threat is far from over. Next time, it is coming for his head. In a desperate attempt to survive, Moon screams that his name is actually Ariel to trick the god. A few moments later, the dark smoke finally begins to clear away. The god is gone, leaving only Urka's broken body behind. But Moon is way too shaken to even notice her. He is completely consumed by the terror that this nightmare will return to hunt him down one day. He tries to calm down, hoping his mysterious black book will protect him again if that entity ever shows its face. He has to believe that. Suddenly, a voice calls out. It is Anne, rushing toward him and calling him young master. She is sobbing, totally convinced that Moon was dead. Between tears, she says she cannot believe he is standing here. She really thought he was gone for good, and that her own life would have been over right alongside his. Moon calms her down, telling her the nightmare is finally over. The evil god has been wiped off the map. It was finally over. Every bit of it. Anne explains she only saw the chaos from a distance before the monster vanished. She asks if he was the hero who saved them all. Moon knows if he tells her about the dark contract he just signed, she would absolutely lose her mind with worry. So, he decides it is much safer to tell a little white lie instead. He tells her he found and shattered the core hidden in the Turka heart, which is what ended the whole crisis. But now isn't the time for tall tales. Moon tells Anne she has a far more important job to handle right now. Anne is totally confused, wondering what could possibly be more important than his survival. Moon points to the scorched earth where the entity stood, revealing that Urka is actually still alive, although she is fading fast and will not survive much longer. He tells Anne she needs to go talk to her before she is gone forever. Anne walks up to Urka, who weakly asks if she is her master. When Anne says yes, Urka asks if it is over. Anne confirms the dark spirit is gone for good. Urka just nods, relieved that the nightmare has finally come to an end. She apologizes for everything, confessing she had been lying to Anne this entire time. Anne is left stunned by the confession. Anne asks what she means. Urka explains that being possessed by that god had absolutely nothing to do with her or Anne. The advice Anne gave her earlier wasn't what broke her spirit or caused her to lose control. The truth is, Urka never had a real friend and just wanted someone who wouldn't leave her alone again. She reveals she has actually been tied to that evil deity for years now, long before any of this happened. She made deals just to get stronger because Ruchi was so talented. She was terrified of being left in his dust. She felt like using that forbidden power was the only way she could ever truly keep up with him. After talking to Anne, she finally told Ruchi how she felt. Anne asks if he rejected her, but Urka says no. The truth was, Ruchi actually wanted to be with her too. Ruchi said he loved her, but they could never be together. Anne is shocked, asking why love wasn't enough to keep them together. Urka drops the bomb. It was because the aunt was already pregnant with his child. You heard right, she was pregnant. Ruchi loved Urka but was too scared to say it. He lived in regret until the aunt stepped in and changed everything for him. Whenever Ruchi was drunk and miserable, the aunt was there to support him and give him a shoulder to lean on. Suddenly, Ruchi finds out he got her pregnant. Being a responsible guy, he could never dream of abandoning his own flesh and blood. Anne points out that the pregnancy happened incredibly fast. She asks if Urka ever suspected something fishy was going on. Urka admits she was extremely suspicious of the timing. That is why she summoned the evil god that night. She had to know if the pregnancy was actually real. When she woke up, the aunt was already dead. Urka wasn't the one who slaughtered the village or killed her rival. The god did it to show her the truth. It turns out, the aunt was never pregnant. And you and I just saw one hell of a twist. Stick with me, because the evil god revealed the story of the baby was just a lie to use Ruchi. Urka tells Anne, love is too fragile. One lie can easily separate two people meant for love. She exposed the truth, but she cannot take back what she did. Ruchi saw her kill his aunt. The evil god was pulling her strings, and as Ruchi tried to stop her, everything spiraled. To keep the evil god from murdering him, Urka cast a spell, turning Ruchi into a puppy. He was not a threat, but the spell was permanent. Now pay attention, because there is no turning back from this tragedy. She laments, wishing things had not ended in this nightmare. Urka wishes she knew her aunt sooner. She was not evil, just caught in a cycle. Her final words. She regrets not confessing to Ruchi earlier. But there are no what-ifs anymore. No other path. Urka speaks her last. She wants Anne to be happy and avoid her mistakes. Love is just that delicate. Anne weeps as the sun rises, watching fragments of Urka vanish into the morning sky. Moon and Anne bury the bodies on the plains. Moon sees Anne finish quickly, while he takes more time to cover the grave with earth. After the burial, they leave them under a tree, marked with a simple memorial plaque. Showing their respect, Moon tells Anne that the nightmare is finally over for them. Time to start over the right way. Now, you and I both see the doubt finally crossing Anne's mind. She reflects on her feelings for the young master. Was her love just wrong? Everyone died because of her mistakes. She cannot suppress her feelings for Moon. She asks if he truly loves her now. Moon says she confused possession with real love. Possession is similar to love, but totally different. Anne agrees, but Moon is not so sure. Only Anne can know what she really feels. Since she changed her ways, they can try a relationship. Moon stares into the sun, thinking about what love truly is and what it means. While Moon is lost in thought, Anne interrupts him with a very important question. She reminds him of his promise to have a normal relationship together. She suggests starting over. That word echoes. Moon asks if she wants to imprison him. Anne wants them both to return to the mansion because that is where they belong. She grew up there, and to her, that mansion will always be her true home. She promises him that she has no intention of ever locking him up again. She wants to start over from scratch, not as his girlfriend, but as a humble maid serving his every wish. She hopes that little by little, they can build a normal relationship together. Shyly, she asks to serve him. Moon grabs her hand. He looks at her and asks if she really needs to ask such a question. He wants her to keep serving him and his desires, because even if she is no longer a yandere, he still wants her. Moon tells Anne they should head home now. You and I just watched a man tame a yonder. Simply incredible. Let's be real. You and I know that most men in these stories don't survive. Moon thinks that since Anne is back to normal, he is finally safe. That dark prophecy from the Black Book? Moon assumes it is gone. He truly believes his fate of being murdered by her is avoided and everything is resolved. 2 days pass. They return to the mansion, but right after Moon finishes his meal, the world goes black. He wakes up and everything has taken a dark turn. That dizzy sensation is way too familiar, and so is the ceiling above him. And yeah, it is exactly what you are thinking. Moon is back in Anne's room. All that progress? Gone. He is panicking, wondering where he went wrong. Maybe some inevitable force of the original story dragged him back to Anne and her terrifying, semi-yandere side. Suddenly, the handcuffs on his wrists click open, followed by his leg restraints. A voice calls out young master. As you probably guessed, it is none other than Anne. She has officially returned to her old ways. Anne explains that he just fainted from exhaustion after dinner. She figured since he was out, she would play with him for a little bit. This tiny room is the only place the maids won't look. Moon is absolutely terrified right now. He has no idea why she stripped him down and threw those cuffs back on. Anne apologizes, explaining she was afraid that once he woke up, the young master would get scared and try to run away again. To keep him from leaving, she kept him restrained. But Moon still has one question: why did she bring him here? She shouts that he probably forgot, but that night before he fled, she had something special to show him, something he really wanted to see. As he's desperately running, the memory hits him. He remembers exactly what she wanted to show him that night. Remember, Anne was going to show him a special outfit before everything went south. He'd escaped using those door spikes, but now, he's picturing her in that bunny suit and it's all coming back. She complains about how tight the fabric is while she adjusts it. Then, she announces she's finally ready. She says she knows her young master loves the color black and the smooth feeling of velvet. That's why she bought this lingerie just for him. And yeah, there she is, in the full bunny girl look. She asks how he feels seeing her dressed like that. And judging by the blood trickling from his nose, I think you and I know the answer. Trust me, he didn't just like it, he absolutely loved it. Anne lies down beside Moon, whispering that she hasn't been considerate of the young master's feelings lately. She admits it was a mistake, and from now on, his desires come first. She moves even closer while Moon is literally having a nosebleed from the intensity. She asks if they can do whatever he wants today. Anything at all. Then she just waits there, ready for any command the young master gives her. Trust me, you and I both know I can't show every single detail here, since things get pretty intense. I know how you guys are, so I'm only showing a little bit. The scene cuts away after this, and yeah, it was good. Honestly, it could have gone on longer. Anne finally wakes up, barely opening her eyes before she starts apologizing to the young master. She explains she accidentally fell asleep, and by now, they should have already been. Before she can finish, she realizes Moon is gone. She shouts his name, realizing she's still. Well, let's just say she's not wearing anything. Exactly. You get the idea. Cut to a bit later, and Anne is finally back in her clothes. While she's getting ready, she hears a long meow. A girl named Noel asks if she's awake. Yep, our new character is Noel. Right then, we see Noelle, a young girl surrounded by kittens and accompanied by another maid. Now pay attention, because this is where Anne gets totally confused about what's going on. Noelle explains that the young master told everyone Anne had a cold and wasn't feeling very well this morning. He told them it would be best for her to rest and asked that no one disturb her so she could sleep. While they chat, Noel is holding a short-haired kitten. Anne asks who those kittens actually belong to, and Noel says the young master bought them this morning from a girl named Wine. Then she starts sharing more about her. Wine is a simple city girl whose family makes shoes. When she isn't at school or home, she spends all her free time caring for strays. She looked after them and fed them. But there was a problem. Wine's parents were allergic to fur and strictly forbid having any animals inside their home. To make matters worse, her classes were starting, and she had to attend a boarding school, meaning she would be living on campus full-time. And that's where we leave it. You and I just watched how she went to such extreme lengths to find those kittens a new home. Alright, you and I are jumping right back in as young Master Moon finally appears at the market to buy every kitten available. Wine recounted that Moon even gave her 200 Manarumo, the local currency, just to pay for her studies. Alright, you and I are about to see just how deep this young master's kindness really goes. She figured 3 kittens were already a crowd, but Noel whispered in her ear that there were actually 4. At first, the young master only wanted 1, but Little Wine told him that if he were to adopt, he should take the whole family so they could stay together, mother and all. Young Master Moon thought that was a fair deal and agreed, bringing every single kitten back home. Wine then asked Monica, the other maid, if she could drop by to see the kittens occasionally. Monica explained that the young master said Wine was always welcome at the Campbell household to see those kittens whenever she wished. Wine was truly amazed by him. After their chat, Anne asked Noel where the young master had gone. Noel said he had just gotten back from the market. A few moments later, Anna was knocking on Moon's bedroom door. Now pay attention, because we are about to see a side of Moon that is pure, wholesome energy. Moon explained that he saw how exhausted she was and didn't want to wake her, so he let her sleep in. But Anna barely heard a word. She just threw herself at him, hugging him like they had been apart for years. Anna admitted she was terrified. She thought he had left for the academy without a goodbye, which would have broken her heart. Moon promised that even though registration was starting, he would never dream of leaving without saying goodbye to her. He held her close and told her she could finally rest easy about that. Once she calmed down, Anna asked how he managed to hit the market and come back with so many kittens. Moon remembered Anna asking if he liked cats and thought maybe she wanted a little companion of her own. So while passing the market that morning, he spotted a pet shop and found the tiny kitten currently on the bed. Moon revealed he named the little guy Moon Segundo, or Mumu for short, and asked Anna what she thought. He joked that the cat was basically his twin, with eyes and fur that matched his own hair color perfectly. It was like a miniature version of himself, just in an adorable, tiny kitten form. Moon picked up the kitten and offered it to Anna as a gift, a little piece of him to keep. He intended to return as quickly as possible once school started. He knew she wanted to go, but the institution's rules simply did not allow it. Besides, Anna needed to stay behind and manage the Tutuki family affairs at the mansion. So, while Moon was away studying at the academy, he left little Mumu to keep her company, since he knew she would miss him. Anna clearly thought the entire idea was just incredible. She said she already adored Mumu and promised she would take the very best care of him. Let's pause for a second. Moon is busy leveling up his secret skills, but can he really dodge the dark fate that awaits him? Music playing. He hadn't gained magic from his fight with Urka, but that clash helped him achieve something much more important. He successfully brought Anne back to her old self, pulling her out of that cold, empty state. Moon hoped the prophecy about Anne killing him was finally broken now that she was acting like herself again. Now he just had to survive the academy without getting on the nerves of that arrogant heroine, Ariel. If he played his cards right, everything would be fine. But suddenly, there was a knock at his door. It was late, and to his surprise, it was Anne. Moon asked her why she wasn't in bed yet. Anne said she couldn't sleep because she kept thinking about how the young master would be leaving for school and staying away for a long time. Moon said he understood her feelings and invited her to step inside the room. With a soft smile, he asked if she wanted to spend his last night at the mansion sleeping beside him. He could tell she needed rest and offered a spot since she couldn't sleep. She asked if they were doing what they usually did and started undressing, but Moon quickly told her to stop. She was confused, but with a smile, Moon explained that tonight was going to be completely different. Anne repeated his words, looking curious. A moment later, the two were tucked in side by side. No intimacy, just two people lying there, talking. And that's where we leave it, a rare, quiet moment that shows true love is about more than just the physical. Let's dive in. Love was about talking and connecting. It was about knowing the very soul of the person you love. Anne leans in close to Moon, her heart heavy, telling him she can't stand being torn apart from her young master. After everything they had survived together, just when things were finally looking up, they were being forced to spend months away from each other. Moon reassures her that the academy semester is only 4 months long, and once the holidays hit, he will be right back home in Mansenburg. Anne sighs, her voice dripping with sadness as she argues that 4 months feels like an absolute eternity. He suggests that she should write him letters whenever she misses him, promising to send back an answer immediately every time. She calls out his name one last time. When he asks what is wrong, she whispers about feeling his warmth and breath so close. Anne confesses that she's reached her limit, begging for just one night of true intimacy before he leaves her for so long, since he would be away for the next 4 months. Moon closes his eyes, deciding that it was finally okay to give her what she wanted. He realizes he can't hold back anymore either, especially after that whole incident with her in the bunny outfit. He wanted to be more delicate before taking things to the next level. But since Anne was the one pushing for it, there was no turning back now. Moon starts shedding his clothes, casually mentioning that this time, he'll be the one staying on top. She whispers. While everyone is distracted, the camera zooms in on a mysterious black book, revealing a page filled with some very cryptic notes. Jealousy process 100%. Destiny intervention active. Memory erasure complete. And the final chilling line? Keep striving, Moon Campbell. What it means is still a mystery, but we know this will be a massive part of the story later on. Suddenly, the scene shifts to St. Mary's Academy, a completely different world. This is Moon's home for 4 months. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. It is Ariel. She is officially back, bringing a familiar face from the very start of the story back into the spotlight. Ariel dives in, making a huge splash. She is absolutely loving life, getting this giant pool all to herself a week before everyone else arrives. She asks Leah if she is enjoying the water. Then, we finally see her. Leah looks completely different from how she was at the start, having clearly grown up quite a bit. Leah notes the teachers arrived early. Stick with me, because you and I are just getting started with this wild story. You and I are watching a girl terrified that splashing in the pool means big trouble. But Ariel tells her to chill, she already cleared it with most of the teachers. They all let her and her sister stay in the pool until later. Suddenly, Ariel lunges toward Leah, catching her totally off guard. Stick with me, because she has no clue what to expect. Watch this, Ariel shocks Leah by squeezing her bust. Alright, stick with me. Ariel notes that although only 1 month passed, her sister's curves have grown massive, and she just keeps going with her observations. Alright, you and I are diving into a playful moment as Ariel gets handsy, teasing her sister about how much she's grown. But then, she notices Leah's hair is turning much lighter. Leah admits she hadn't even seen the change herself, wondering if maybe it's some kind of divine blessing from a god. Ariel sees her sister getting nervous, which you and I know is unusual. Leah's terrified her hair will turn blonde, knowing Ariel absolutely hates a certain someone who sports that exact same look. Ariel asks if she means that guy, calling him total scum compared to her sweet sister. Trust me, you and I are going to love this energy. Alright. You and I are diving in as Ariel comforts Leah, promising that no matter how she changes, she'll always love her. Alright. You and I are about to dive into some serious academy drama, starting with Leah being totally relieved. Suddenly, Ariel remembers Moon, and her face just twists with pure anger. She hasn't forgotten how that idiot ticked her off, especially by turning her coming-of-age party into an assassination plot. That was the night Moon stepped in to save Princess Celia from an assassin's blade. Ariel claims he nearly got Celia killed in the process. She warns Leah to stay far away from that guy just to avoid any extra trouble. Leah isn't buying it, arguing that the whole assassination mess wasn't even Moon's fault. According to the royal's official story, Moon is the only reason the princess is still alive today. Leah adds that after everything went down, Princess Celia specifically called her to treat Moon's emergency injuries. Alright, stick with me, because Ariel just found out why Leah disappeared for an hour. She was busy saving Moon. She did everything she could to keep him alive, waiting desperately for the royal physician to finally arrive. Leah insists Moon is a hero for risking his life. In her eyes, he is a brave and righteous man. But Ariel cuts her off immediately. Hey, do not even say that guy's name. He is no hero, just a total imbecile. She admits he was brave enough to save Celia, though. Still, she simply cannot stand him as a person. To this day, she cannot understand how 2 brilliant parents ended up raising such an incredibly foolish son. But then Ariel gets serious. Deep down, she knows Leah is right about one thing. That Moon guy really has changed. Before, he wouldn't even look at Ariel or remember her name. It is bizarre because his old self was weak and impulsive. He would never risk his life for anyone. Ariel stretches in the pool, deciding she is done talking about that annoying and unpleasant loser. She plans to soak a bit longer before showering and leaving, but she makes it clear she will snap Moon in half if he shows up. As they keep talking, Ariel finally brings up a question she has had for a very long time. Leah listens as Ariel asks how her sister managed to get such an impressively large chest. Now pay attention, because she is dying to know the secret method for increasing her size. Ariel begs for the secret, but Leah laughs it off, claiming her size has nothing to do with magic or secret church methods. Apparently, she just drinks a ton of milk. 3 days later, academy classes finally begin. The academy is absolutely massive. Past the knight statues at the entrance, students are flooding through the gates. That is when Moon arrives, looking sharp and well-dressed. Even he is stunned by the scale of the Magic Academy. It is way bigger than he imagined. While other students are rushing to class, Moon just strolls along, completely lost in his own head. He figures if he avoids the arrogant heroine Ariel, the academy should be a total safe zone. It has been over 10 years since he actually studied anything, so he is weirdly excited to start. He is determined to be the best student here. But then he spots a rowdy crowd in the courtyard. Everyone is whispering about some kind of show, which definitely piques his curiosity. He adjusts his bag and heads over to see what all the noise is about. You and I both know this is where the drama starts. Ariel is arguing with Moon's future henchman, Ammon, but Moon has no idea who he is yet. This is their very first meeting. Ariel is being brutal, telling him to get lost. She is not some dog he can just bother. She calls him Moon's little lapdog and tells him she has no time for this senseless nonsense. The guy just smirks, calling Ariel a fool before challenging her to a straight-up fight. Ariel seems unsure of how to react. The crowd watches with pity, wondering why Ariel is always harassed. One student points out how shameful a fourth-year student is for challenging a second year. Meanwhile, Moon is just chilling, eating a sausage while he analyzes Ariel. He knows this is the perfect chance to scout her abilities before their eventual showdown. Ariel stays cool. These guys have challenged her plenty of times before, and they always lose. Ammon claims that sending crew after her last time was just a huge mistake. He admits he did not expect Ariel to actually take crew down. But now, as the madman of Campbell, he plans to completely crush her himself. Hearing that title, Moon realizes that this loudmouth is actually one of his future allies. Ariel tells him she is happy to knock him into the dirt again if that is what he wants. But Ammon drops a bombshell. He is not fighting. The one facing Ariel will be Moon Campbell himself. Suddenly, every eye in the courtyard turns toward Moon, who has absolutely no idea what is going on. Moon realizes his future ally is a total idiot. He just got here and is already in trouble. Trust me, you and I are about to see everyone realize that this guy is the real Moon Campbell. You and I are about to see a guy with rumors so wild they are unbelievable. The girls were whispering that just staring into his eyes could somehow get you pregnant. Seriously, what kind of rumor is that? I mean, how could a simple look even do that? Another girl jumped in, saying if Moon Campbell ever took her home, things would get way too inappropriate and end badly for her. Moon's reputation was seriously impressive, and the gossip just kept going. Some girls claimed he had been with enough women to fill an entire classroom of 40 students. Moon finally realized that the original character in this story was just a terrible person. His name at this academy was basically synonymous with being a complete and utter womanizer. Suddenly, Pessim and Ariel burst onto the scene in combat stances. Ariel glared, saying she knew he would eventually show his face. She snapped back, asking him what he wanted, calling him talentless for always sending his street dogs to attack others. She told him he was as useless as ever, and Moon felt just how harsh her words really were. Ariel didn't stop, calling him an idiot, and saying that kind of verbal lashing was exactly what he deserved. A crowd started to gather, waiting for a fight to break out. Everyone knew the Campbell young master was nothing but trouble. They all wondered who would win, or if Moon was finally going to destroy Ariel. But then, watch this, Moon does something completely unexpected by shouting Ariel's name for everyone to hear. The shout even startled Ariel herself. Then, to everyone's absolute shock, Moon actually apologized, saying he didn't want to bother her. The crowd was speechless. This was the guy known for causing chaos and hurting people, and now he is actually saying sorry. Even Ariel was confused, since Moon never acted like this before. Suddenly, a guy named Iman stepped in to interfere. He argued that a noble from the Campbell family shouldn't be apologizing to an idiot like her. Moon turned to Iman and coldly asked what he thought he was doing by creating such a spectacle. Iman and 2 other subordinates insisted they had to destroy Ariel because she had humiliated him in public. They claimed Moon was being totally demeaned in front of everyone. With a dead serious look, Moon asked if anyone had actually ordered them to do that, since he never wanted her hurt. Iman started stammering, eventually admitting that the idea to hurt her was all his own, and nobody had forced him. Moon stated that picking a fight without orders like that deserved a very serious scolding. Afterward, he dragged Iman aside for a private talk, telling him never to make a scene again because he had a plan. He then ordered Iman to take the men and give Ariel a sincere apology. Moon even offered him money to take the guys to the canteen for something delicious once they were done. But before any of that, Iman needed to help him clear out the crowd of curious onlookers. Moon admitted the whole mess was his fault, and Iman was the one who ended up suffering for it. You and I both saw that coming, right? He actually calls his subordinate brother, which touches Iman deeply. His master had not only given him money for food and taken full responsibility for the mistake, but it also called him brother. A few seconds later, Iman and the other two subordinates finally approached Ariel. She got ready to fight, asking what they were up to, but to everyone's total astonishment, all three of them bowed and apologized. The crowd was stunned. Everyone expected them to beat her up, but instead, the exact opposite happened. Ariel was visibly startled too, since this was the last thing she ever expected from them. After that, the three told the crowd to get lost, announcing the show was over. Moon stood beside Ariel, who just stared at him, demanding to know what he was really planning. He apologized once more, insisting he never meant to bother her, and then he began to explain his side. Moon explained that he really wanted to find her privately to apologize for the foolish things he had done, but he feared that seeking her out alone would just cause more misunderstandings. And now, at this exact moment, he felt it was the perfect opportunity to offer her a sincere public apology. With so many people watching as witnesses, Ariel finally asked if he was being serious. Moon seemed confused, questioning how she could not tell he was being completely serious and sincere with her. He asked if his words were not enough and apologized again, leaving Ariel feeling shy and totally unsure what to do. Moon reiterated his apology for his past actions, assuring her that he did not want to do things like that anymore. So what do you and I think? He even asks if he needs to kneel just to prove his sincerity. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a moment where Ariel finally drops her guard. She admits she knows Moon wanted her to relax so he could get closer to her sister, Leah. Ariel says it was obvious Moon liked Leah because he was always staring at her. She makes it very clear Leah's curves belong only to her sister, not him. Ariel keeps pushing this point with a face that's dead serious, warning Moon Campbell not to even think about it because her sister's magnificent assets are off limits, belonging only to Ariel. Hearing this actually makes Moon feel a little shy. He even stammers for a second before deciding that since they are already on this awkward topic, he should probably clear up the massive misunderstanding between him and Leah. He promises to be totally honest. Now, watch this, because Moon is about to drop a line that changes everything. He claims he actually prefers small ones. He claims those big, soft ones don't even fit in his hand, so he has zero interest in them. He says he prefers a normal, smaller size. His ideal? Something that's basically completely flat. Ariel's response? A solid punch to the face. Blushing, she shouts that she knows exactly what he's really like. She remembers how he used to mistreat girls with curves, and never even looked at anyone with smaller features. And now he's suddenly talking this nonsense. She demands to know how he could even say that. Ariel argues he's probably just saying this to mock her, proving that he hasn't changed his old ways at all, and remaining the same jerk as always. But Moon quickly replies that it was just a joke and begs her not to be mad. He insists he's being truthful now and offers a very sincere apology. Moon even clarifies that he won't touch Leah or Ariel, and he has no bad intentions toward them anymore. He assures them both they can relax, because he'll order his people not to lay a single finger on them. Moon stands up and mentions he wanted to prepare a gift to apologize when he got back to school. But unfortunately, he hasn't bought anything yet because he simply ran out of time. He only has his allowance on him, 1 million alios, just sitting right there in his pocket. Thinking money might insult her, he asks her to heal the sausage he's eating instead. Talk about a weird request. He even drops a proverb about knightly friendship being like water and feasts ending all old grudges. Moon starts running off, shouting that he'll buy her a real gift later when he has some free time, but right now he has to go study. As he runs, he thinks Ariel doesn't even have to forgive him. Whether she accepts his apology or not, he's going to keep evolving and becoming a better person. If she still hates him, he'll just keep apologizing for the mistakes his body made in the past. With a very determined tone, he says a final goodbye to Ariel Pankari, using her full name. He hopes they can be on good terms, but he's mostly done with making enemies in this life. You saw that too, right? Ariel stands there totally frozen, at least until she realizes she's still holding his sausage and she absolutely loses it. Then, she starts screaming for Moon to wait up, calling out his name. Moon looks back while running and sees Ariel charging at him full speed. Suddenly, we see a girl's leg perched up high. In the distance, we can still hear the chaotic conversation between Moon and Ariel echoing. Ariel yells that she'll take the money instead, saying those 1 million coins in his pocket sound very interesting. Moon tells her to stay back, refusing to give up 1 million coins just for an apology. The girl watching them is finally revealed. It's the same one who sold those black market potions to Moon. Who would have thought she'd show up here? She thinks it's insane that Moon is trying to buy an apology. She notices that ever since he saved Celia, Moon has become a completely different person. With a malicious smile, She notes that Moon is the wealthy golden child of the Campbell family. He's naive but loaded. She wonders if she should mess with him a bit just to get close. She figures Celia won't mind if she gets to him first, since they'll probably both end up with him anyway. Another girl hunting Moon? Trust me, we need to see what's next. The scene shifts to two older men who seem to be the academy directors. Relieved the crowd finally left. He introduces himself as Prey, the director of the magic department right here at St. Mary's Academy. Watching the commotion end, Pree wonders why those two are still standing so close. Let's dive in. You and I are about to see if Director Pree can actually handle the truth about our main character. The old man beside him is none other than Professor Krent from the Academy's potions department. He explains that the boy is apologizing to Ariel, offering half a roasted sausage as a peace offering. Krent can't help but laugh at the scene, finding the whole sausage compensation thing absolutely hilarious. He admits that this young man from the Campbell family seems to have changed his attitude lately. But Director Pree snaps back immediately, claiming it's impossible for someone like Moon Campbell to ever change. To him, the boy is just an arrogant brat who uses his status to bully the entire academy. We see exactly what he means as Moon walks through the halls like he owns the place. Groups of girls flee in terror just at the sight of him, remembering the trouble he's caused. Pree refuses to believe Moon would apologize, especially since he always mocked Ariel for her family background. However, Professor Krent from the potions department stands his ground on what he saw. Now watch this. According to his lip reading, the boy is actually being completely sincere. Director Pree just sees red, shouting that the very idea is complete and utter nonsense. He declares that if Moon truly changed, he would eat the entire dinner table in one go. Krent notes how much Pree clearly hates the kid, but the director claims it's not about feelings. He states that the young man is nothing but a permanent disgrace to St. Mary's Academy. It took Moon 1 whole year to learn a simple light spell, which is pathetic for this school. Krent suggests that as the magic department head, Pree could just expel him right now. But they can't move yet because Moon needs at least one chance to show his supposed improvement. If he does end up leaving, they'll need a solid excuse to justify it. They could argue the boy is better suited for combat than magic, just like his legendary father. You see, Moon's dad is a master of the battlefield, not a wizard. The director is still baffled that Moon has such low grades when both his parents are geniuses. And the weirdest part? Despite his reputation, Moon has never actually broken a single academy rule. Plus, expelling him is complicated since the Campbell family holds massive power within the imperial government. Moon has uncles and relatives serving in high-ranking positions across nearly every branch of the empire. If the school tried to kick him out, those powerful politicians would step in immediately. In other words, our main character is basically untouchable, no matter how much the director hates him. He can't just be removed on a whim by someone who simply doesn't like his face. The professor then mentions he's been watching Moon and noticed some very strange new habits. He saw Moon stop to pick up trash and put it in the bin, unlike other students. He even witnessed Moon carefully placing a fallen bird's nest back into its tree. I know what you're thinking, but the craziest part was how comfortable the birds were with him. The old man smiles, realizing that the young master has undergone a massive internal transformation. He shares another story of Moon offering his handkerchief to a crying girl to help her calm down. But the girl was so terrified of his bad reputation that she just ran away in fear. Despite the misunderstanding, the professor realizes Moon is doing something truly unexpected right now. He's standing there, showing deep respect to the statue of the Academy's legendary first founder. Director Pree is stunned, because in recent years, no one has honored the founder like this. Meanwhile, Moon is thinking that he needs to stay polite if he wants to fix his reputation. He figured that showing respect to the teacher's favorite statue was the perfect place to start. But then, Moon spots a strange mark running along the neck of the stone figure. Turns out, he was the one who accidentally broke the head off and secretly fixed it last year. Stick with me because you and I are about to see if he can truly keep this promise. Alright, let's dive back in as these two notice. Moon's behavior is actually excellent now. Even when they first arrived at the academy, they never showed respect to the founder statue. But Moon is doing exactly that. The elder, a man with a long white beard and hair, he reminds the director it is finally time for him to honor their high-stakes bet and eat an entire wooden table, now that he's clearly lost. The director storms off in a rage, claiming one single day doesn't prove the boy's character has truly changed. He'll need at least a few more weeks before he's truly convinced. He insists that changing someone's fundamental nature is nearly impossible, especially in such a short and suspicious amount of time. Now pay attention, because the director is convinced that Campbell boy is secretly plotting something truly sinister. He's determined to watch Moon like a hawk over the next few days, to prove the young man is up to no good. The potions department gentleman just laughs at how incredibly stubborn the director is. Plus, he feels this year will be way more interesting than the last. Now, we head over to the St. Mary's Academy dormitories. An employee hands Moon the key to his new home, room 526. Moon politely thanks her and wishes her a great day, leaving the woman genuinely surprised by his sudden kindness as she responds. But then it clicks. She realizes he's that famous troublemaker everyone warned her about. She remembers the other staff members hate him, even if he comes from a rich family. Yet, his charm and unexpected politeness actually move her. She finds him quite dashing and incredibly well-mannered compared to the rumors. Moon steps inside and realizes his new room is huge, even bigger than his quarters back at the Campbell mansion. This will be his private sanctuary to train, study, and grow his power. He's focused on doing whatever it takes to become a much stronger man. He flops onto the bed, noting its softness, though it's still not nearly as luxurious as his family's incredibly comfortable bed. He remembers that the official opening ceremony and classes don't actually start until tomorrow. With nothing to do all afternoon, he decides to just shower, change his clothes, and relax for a bit. After scrubbing clean, he notices that his physical build has actually changed quite a lot. Training in that black book dimension is clearly paying off, turning his body into a much more powerful and physically refined weapon. You saw that too, right? He catches a glimpse of his back and spots the mark of the corrupted king. Remember, Moon gained this dark power from the corrupted king specifically to slay the god of love in the arc. Even now, that terrifying power remains etched into his skin as a permanent mark. He asked the black book if the skill had vanished, but the silence he got back was seriously weird. That's when it hits him. The corrupted king's ability might still be buried inside him. Moon tries to spark a flame and succeeds. He can feel the corrupted king's magic, yet at the same time, it feels oddly absent. This confusion is all because the black book never officially confirmed he still had it. It's a total paradox, feeling like he's powerless while knowing the energy is right there inside him. While he mulls this over, he realizes he can technically still use that power, but it's gotten incredibly weak since his last battle. The flame is so pathetic he can blow it out with a tiny, gentle breath. He starts to wonder if he even wants to mess with this kind of power anymore. To make it useful, he'd definitely need way more training, because this current magic he just used is worse than a simple, low-level light spell. After thinking it through, Moon decides he's done. He's not going to train this power. The evil gods he's fought so far only caused him headaches, and he's not looking to get involved with those creeps again. He figures no god will bother him here at the Santa Maria Imperial Academy, the most prestigious school in the nation. Since the nation's strongest mages study here, Moon plans to spend 3 full years becoming the best and strongest version of himself. He'll rely on the Black Book to guide him through this new chapter of his life. His goal is simple: get so powerful that not even a literal evil god could ever hope to defeat him. He smiles, knowing his plan is absolutely brilliant. But as he lays there, Moon realizes he's still quite weak. He needs to take his studies and his training way more seriously from now on. Ready to start? The Black Book literally slams into his face, just to remind him who's boss. Stick with me to see what's next. Alright, you and I are heading back to the Black Book Dimension, a place we haven't visited in a while. Inside, Moon is looking stronger than ever and ready to grind. He figured it's best to let the book handle the heavy lifting, since it always knows how to push him. Feeling hyped, Moon admits it took 197 deaths to hit level 2. That's right, he died nearly 200 times just to unlock this brutal new level of training. After failing so many times, he's mastered plenty of new moves and finally knows how to hold his own. It turns out that in this story, every time a character dies, they turn into a Kron, Knight, which is basically a ghost inside the book dimension. Now, watch closely as we meet Roach, a sword and shield master who is the level 2 boss. Suddenly, we shift to the girls' dorm at Santa Maria Academy. We find Ariel in her room right when her sister, Leah, pops in through the door. Leah needs to talk because she just heard some wild rumors about Ariel and Moon. She wants to know the truth. Ariel tells her the news traveled way too fast, and she's shocked that Moon actually apologized to her in the first place. This catches Leah off guard because she didn't think the apology rumor was even real. Leah thought it was just noise, but Ariel confirms it wasn't a lie, it actually happened just a few hours ago today. So Leah jumps to the conclusion that Ariel and Moon definitely had a baby. Ariel is losing it, wondering how on earth she could have a kid in just a few hours. But Leah explains that the school paper just dropped a story claiming Ariel is pregnant with Moon's child since they fought earlier. While they talk, the camera focuses on Ariel's ring sitting there on the side table. It's an item of massive importance. Ariel grabs the paper and scans the page, wondering what absolute idiot would write something like this. The idea of her being pregnant with Moon Campbell is just straight up insane. Leah points out the paper took a few real facts and mixed them with a bunch of lies. Okay, I know what you're thinking, this is getting out of hand. Now the rumor says Moon is dating Ariel and 13 other girls. Ariel tells Leah to stop with the nonsense and vows that tomorrow morning, she's heading straight to the newspaper club's office to have a very direct and aggressive conversation with them. There is no way she's letting them spread lies about her being pregnant, his ex-girlfriend, or his baby mama. She's not letting any of that slide. Leah corrects her, saying the rumor isn't just about being an ex, it's about being an ex with a kid. Ariel tells her sister she's being silly and asks if Leah is just trying to mess with her. Then Ariel pounces on Leah for some playful wrestling. She calls her sister a comedian and teases her about her chest growing, saying she's actually jealous of her sister's body. Ariel keeps teasing her, asking if she still has the guts to keep joking around. Leah just laughs and begs her to stop, promising she'll behave from now on. Once things settle, Leah says it's good Ariel isn't too stressed by the rumors, especially with the Academy's big opening ceremony starting tomorrow. She's heading back to her room to crash because tomorrow is a massive day for everyone. Ariel asks if Leah wants to have a sleepover since it's such a big occasion. But Leah can't stay. She needs to take a shower and squeeze in more practice for her healing magic specialty. She says goodnight. Ariel says it back, and the scene fades out in Ariel's room. Lying in bed, she starts getting worried. The black market is gone, and that was her main hustle. That's how she paid all her bills. Now, on the very eve of the ceremony, money problems are all she can think about. She's got to find a new way to make bank while trying to keep up with her classes. She knows this year is going to be absolutely brutal. Ariel's furious because magic school costs a literal fortune, and she's officially running out of cash. On top of that, those newspaper rumors are everywhere, and it's driving her crazy. Once she calms down, Ariel asks her master if there's any other way to earn money now that the black market is gone. Right then, that important ring of hers starts glowing with energy, just as she's complaining about being totally broke and starving to death. A ghostly woman, a powerful witch, emerges from the ring and reveals herself as Ariel's master. The master explains that Ariel has finally hit a much higher magical tier, which means there are actually other ways for her to make bank. Ariel says it's her master's fault for teaching her ancient spells, and trust me, you and I are about to see things get wild. Alright, you and I are about to see how Ariel's rare magic is causing serious heat. See, she used to peddle forbidden scrolls in the notorious black market. But now that the market is gone, she is drowning in one massive headache. Her master asks if she finally wants to learn some basic magic, since Ariel clearly skipped those beginner lessons. But Ariel is not having it. She refuses to learn the basics and only wants to master the most legendary spells. Deep down though, Ariel admits she carries a lot of the blame for this mess. She knows she should have learned real-world skills, or found a legit way to make money a long time ago. The black market was always destined to fall eventually. It just happened way faster after the brutal assassination of Celia, the beloved princess of the entire empire. She vividly remembers walking those mansion halls and sensing something sinister near Princess Celia. Yet she kept her mouth shut and warned absolutely no one. If she had just spoken up, the black market might still be open, and her wallet would be feeling a lot heavier right now. Her master cuts in, claiming she just thought of a perfect way for them to make some quick cash. It is simple, fast, and totally effortless. Since Ariel is broke, she is all ears for this plan. Now pay attention, because her master reminds her that Moon Campbell promised to give her a massive, expensive gift. She tells Ariel to ask Moon for at least 1 million coins. That kind of money would mean never worrying about bills ever again. But Ariel shuts it down immediately. She states that she will not sell her soul for 1 million coins, even if most people would jump at the chance. Ariel continues to explain her strict conditions for even considering taking that money. Simply handing over 1 million coins is not enough. Moon must prove he has truly changed his ways, or she will never accept anything from him at all. Her master steps closer and keeps pushing her. She points out that 1 million coins is a massive fortune. Then she teases Ariel, asking what if he offered 2 million. Ariel remains firm. Even for 2 million coins, her answer is still a hard no. Even 10 million wouldn't change her mind. For her, it is about pride and principle. Her master just sighs, looking completely disappointed by that answer. What a waste, she laments. The master adds that Moon Campbell actually seemed pretty sincere when they talked earlier. The scene shifts to Moon with that mysterious black book. As the master's voice echoes in the background, she notes that Moon really does seem like a different person. Meanwhile, we see Moon looking totally spent from his intense training session. Back at St. Mary Academy, the morning sun is finally starting to rise. Professor Prank is out for his usual morning stroll, reflecting on the motto he always preaches to his students. Hard work is always rewarded. He notices the academy training grounds are completely empty and silent. Usually, the Empire's greatest prodigies are up before dawn to grind. But this latest generation, not a single one of them is actually in sight. This new group is just different. With only 2 hours left until the academy's grand opening ceremony, not a single student has even crawled out of bed yet. It is honestly just pathetic. Just then, a figure blurs past. You and I both know that runner is none other than Moon Campbell. At first, the professor is stunned. He did not expect to see any student out here training this early. He tells himself that true discipline is what separates the weak from the elite. He thinks a student like this deserves a formal reward. Maybe he will even call them up on stage later to receive a special honor in front of everyone. It would be the perfect way to show those lazy students what real effort looks like. A wake-up call for the whole school. This kind of dedication is exactly what inspires others to level up. Professor Prank calls out, asking for the student's name. Moon simply replies, "Good morning, Professor Prank." The professor freezes. Is that really Moon Campbell? He suddenly realizes the runner is the one person in this academy he hates the most. He screams, "What on earth are you doing here, you brat?" Moon stays calm. As you can see, Professor, I am just getting in my morning cardio. The professor can barely believe his ears. You, running? Moon just nods. He explains that while simple cardio won't build much muscle, the run and a cold shower will keep him sharp and focused for all of his first classes. The professor is baffled. Was he really out here grinding just to pay a little more attention during a lecture? Moon tells him he still has 3 kilometers left to go. He promises to talk later, but right now, he needs to finish his morning set. The professor just mumbles, "All right. Trust me, you and I are wondering the same thing. How could that possibly be the same Moon Campbell we know? All right. You and I are about to dive into a world where nothing is ever quite as it seems. Since he is from the noble Campbell family, this boy's strange behavior definitely warrants a close watch as the scene shifts. We see a girl sprinting through the academy, panicking. She tells herself she's finally made it on time, narrowly avoiding being late. She pushes the door open slowly, realizing there were only 5 minutes left to start her task. In reality, she's already a bit behind. The moment she steps inside, she comes face to face with none other than Princess Celia, the Empire's royal daughter. The girl nervously admits she is a little late. Celia just brushes it off, saying it's good she arrived and they need to get to work as soon as possible. The princess reminds her yet again to drop the formal titles. At this academy, she's just another student, not Her Highness. The girl presents the reports, containing all the basic data on every single new student joining the academy this year. Princess Celia was the one who requested these files. She acknowledges the girl by name and tells her to leave everything on the table. Still, the young woman asks what the student council president has planned for the rest of the day. Celia replies that she is simply fine-tuning her speech for the upcoming opening ceremony. Then, she notices the girl looks exhausted. Those dark circles under her eyes suggest she definitely stayed up way too late. She guesses the girl was reading some trashy romance about a clumsy god falling for the reader. Celia is surprisingly specific. The girl is genuinely spooked. How did Celia figure all that out just by looking at her face for a second? Now check this out. This girl is an otaku just like our main character, but here, she is actually part of the story. That is exactly the point, Celia continues. She explains she does not get these stories about villains and gods. She warns that losing sleep over novels will absolutely wreck her magic studies. And in that case, she will have no choice but to ban the books entirely, since they are stealing her precious hours of sleep. The girl panics, taking full blame so her romances aren't taken away. Celia stands up and opens a window, feeling the wind. She notes that spring has arrived much earlier this year compared to the previous one. The other girl agrees, mentioning it was already snowing back in her hometown, which felt incredibly strange for the season. Shortly after, she begins dusting the old library books with a feathered duster. But she notices Celia has been staring out that window for a long time and asks what she is doing. Approaching, she sees Celia is watching Moon Campbell. Her face immediately twists into an expression of pure, unadulterated anger toward him. Celia notices the look and asks if he is causing more trouble again. "Trust me, you and I are about to see just how big this mess really is." Celia admits she is out of the loop and asks for the newspaper. After a moment, the girl brings it over and starts explaining the chaos. The princess assumes the drama is just about Moon apologizing to Ariel. The girl quickly clarifies that is not the point. Actually, the paper claims Ariel was abandoned by Moon after they had a child together. She keeps reading, revealing even more. The article alleges Moon is juggling 3 women at once and describes Ariel as his personal, fearless battleship he owns. It claims she suffered 50 miscarriages because of him and tried to end her life 375 times. At that moment, it is clear Celia's hand is ready to strike the girl's face. Right on cue, Celia smacks her head. The girl shrieks, asking why the president did that to her. Celia snaps that those numbers are completely insane and make 0 sense. Besides, she asks if the girl even noticed the catch. At the very bottom of the article, there was some fine print with a very important disclaimer. The girl suddenly remembers that specific section written at the very end of the newspaper report. It said all content was mere speculation by the staff for entertainment and did not reflect the real situation at all. Celia scolds her for not reading to the end, then thwacks her on the head with the paper again. She tells her to read more and talk way less. If she keeps this up, she is going to get even stupider. The girl promises she will keep that in mind. She asks if the student council should punish these rumors, but Celia says she will handle that later. And that is where we leave it. Our president is definitely going to have her hands full. All right, you and I are diving back into a world where one rumor can ruin your life. Celia wouldn't tolerate lies or anyone using another person's image to intimidate students. That was totally wrong. Celia was strictly against the spread of fake news. But that wasn't the only thing on her mind. She remembered how Moon saved her. She didn't want him labeled as a problem child anymore, especially since he seemed desperate to change his ways. Celia believed that if Moon wanted her respect, he'd have to work way harder than he was right now. She'd only accept him back as a friend if he truly proved he'd changed. Meanwhile, our main character Moon is just finishing up his mandatory 3-kilometer cardio run. Celia still felt that Moon Campbell, that guy, seriously needed to show his growth. A few hours later, the scene shifts to the Great Hall of St. Mary's Academy, where students are gathering for the opening ceremony. 2 girls are already gossiping about a super handsome student who just walked past them. And yep, that handsome guy is none other than our main character, Moon. They assume he's a senior and totally swoon over his looks. When he glances their way, they instantly decide he's the most polite, kind, and cute guy ever. Now watch this. Moon is charming everyone who doesn't know his bad reputation yet. He knows these girls only think he's amazing because they're freshmen. This is already Moon's 2nd year at the academy, and he knows how this goes. He was actually away on vacation when our story first began. Because they are new, these students have no idea about his past. They don't know that, according to the school rumors, Moon has already been involved with more than 3 women. While Moon is lost in thought, Eman and Gru call him over to sit. Eman admits he's surprised to see someone like Moon actually showing up for such a basic ceremony. Even Gru, who we saw earlier, notes that Moon actually arrived quite early this time, but Moon just shrugs it off. He says the ceremony isn't important, he only showed up because of his 2 friends. This makes Gru and Eman feel incredibly shy and embarrassed. They're moved that they have such a loyal, good friend. Eman and Gru literally start crying. They know Moon is a great guy and promise to stick by him until the very end. Their emotional outburst totally irritates Ariel. She tells the 2 to shut up since they're making an embarrassing scene right when the ceremony is finally starting. Eman gets so pissed at Ariel that he starts cursing her out with every word possible. Moon quickly covers Eman's mouth to shut him up, offering a quick apology for his friend's wild behavior. Ariel stays quiet and accepts the apology. Just then, a student council member calls for silence, announcing the ceremony is about to begin. They announce that all students and faculty are present, and it's officially time to get things started. Celia's friend takes the stage. She introduces the representatives of St. Mary's Academy and the current president of the student council. It's Princess Celia herself, stepping up to deliver the welcome speech to the brand new students. Celia looks absolutely stunning. The new students are instantly floored by just how beautiful Princess Celia really is. For many of the girls, seeing her in person for the first time is incredible. But it's not just the ladies who are impressed. The boys are staring too, all agreeing she 100% deserves her title as Her Highness. Now pay attention, Moon didn't even know Celia was the student council president. Suddenly, he feels a chill. Celia is staring directly at him with a freezing, cold gaze. Moon confirms it's definitely aimed at him and shifts uncomfortably in his seat. Eman and Gru ask if he's feeling sick, but Moon just tells them he is totally fine. Celia lets out a quiet sigh and finally begins her big speech. She introduces herself as the student council president and welcomes everyone to the new semester. On behalf of the academy, she gives a warm welcome to all new students. Meanwhile, Moon thinks her speech is actually pretty boring and ordinary. He expected something epic since this is a magic academy, but it's just as generic as a speech from a normal school in the real world. As Celia continues her speech, Moon reflects that he doesn't want to attract any attention from the student council or the teachers. The plan is to just study and train hard until he becomes the powerful person he wants to be. Celia finally wraps up her speech with the final guidelines for all the incoming freshmen. Next, they call up the school administration's representative, who will be serving as this year's new director. The students are a bit terrified since a new director can either be a total saint or a complete scoundrel. Trust me, something just caught Moon's attention. Alright, stick with me because the first thing the new director does is order everyone to stay in their seats, no bathroom breaks allowed. And when he finally shows his face, it is literally a giant pink bear. And yeah, you heard that right. A literal pink bear is going to be running the academy this year. He looks at the students and notes how well behaved they are. So, he decides not to waste time, promising a super quick presentation to get things moving. He introduces himself as Pink Bear, the brand new director in charge of St. Mary's Academy for the upcoming semester. He explains that the previous director, Hathaway, had to leave for specific reasons. She has been temporarily moved to other duties, so until she is back, he is stepping in as the substitute director of the school. He asks the crowd if there are any questions, but since everyone stays silent, he considers that a win. He continues on, stating that he does not really have anything else to say either. But before he leaves, he drops this gem. If any student has problems at school or in life, do not even think about talking to him. It is your problem, not his. Finally, he ends the speech by wishing the freshmen good luck, mostly because, in his words, they are definitely going to need it. This director is absolutely out of his mind. Even now, you and I are probably still trying to process what he just said. Moon is caught completely off guard. He never expected a stuffed animal to be running Street Mary's Academy. See, in the original novel he read, the leader of the academy was a woman, not some strange male bear director. He remembers the real director, a gorgeous, intelligent woman who was basically the pinnacle of education and perfection. She was an imposing figure with, well, impressive features. Moon is shocked that a literal bear showed up instead. And just to be clear, those are not my words. That is exactly how the original text describes this bizarre situation. He is really stuck on this crazy bear. A few moments later, the scene changes, and we see the mermaid having a private chat with Pinkie Pie. The mermaid tells him that her father, the emperor, was the one who sent him to manage the academy. She asks if they are not worried he will cause total chaos. Pinkie Pie just gives a shy, humble response. Confusion? No way. He claims he would never make a mess, since he is just a peaceful guy who loves tranquility. Is that so? The mermaid is not buying it, shooting him a stone-cold look of disbelief. She cuts to the chase, asking what kind of emergency forced Director Hathaway to abandon the academy she loved so much. Pinkie Pie jokes that maybe she ran off with a secret lover. The mermaid just sighs, assuming he is bound by a non-disclosure agreement. He confirms that is exactly the case. He cannot say what happened, only that it was something bad, and he is strictly forbidden from leaking any of the details. The mermaid thanks him for the breadcrumbs, already suspecting she knows the dark truth behind the disappearance. The director admits her detective skills are impressive, but insists the drama has nothing to do with him. As she walks away, the mermaid reflects that this man, Pinkie Pie, is one of the Empire's strongest warriors. Now, pay attention here, this is where it gets interesting. Because he is so loyal, he definitely will not spill any secrets to her. But that loyalty proves one thing: something truly terrible must have happened to Professor Hathaway over the last few years. The mermaid keeps thinking that whatever went down must be incredibly serious. Something so dangerous that the information cannot ever be leaked to the public. She concludes that an evil god might have done something to the director. Hours later, the scene shifts to Moon holding a stack of papers in his hands. During the ceremony, the professors announce his scheduled classes, and the list is honestly way longer than expected. Moon figures there is no point in stressing too much over general studies. His main goal is to reclaim his magical knowledge, since he learned basically nothing last year, besides that one simple illumination spell. As he is thinking, he notices almost every girl nearby is staring at him, clearly attracted to his handsome and striking looks. Too bad they have no idea about his actual reputation. He scans his papers for the day's classes, and sees a heavy focus on potions and magic, including introductory potion development. Next up is classifying magic minerals and French magical theory. The rest of the list covers mana mobilization, amplification, and focusing techniques. It is all high-level magic stuff. At 10 in the morning, he has his first magic theory class with Professor Fran. Moon is actually relieved. An introductory class is perfect for him. It will cover the basics he needs to finally rebuild his foundation from scratch. Meanwhile, Amon is busy scaring off all the girls who are trying to get close to Moon. And that is where we leave it for now. Stick around to see if Moon can actually survive his first day of school. Alright, you and I are about to see if Moon can study hard for 3 years and show the entire world he is a completely changed man. We cut to the lecture hall where magic is in session, and surprise, surprise, Moon is actually paying full attention. There is just one problem. He does not get a single word. The professor starts rambling about reinforcing attributes, claiming that if 2 spells match up, you can chain the second one immediately after the first finishes. Supposedly, this not only makes you faster, but gives your magic a massive power boost. But the way this professor is explaining it, it is so complex that poor Moon is totally lost. Panic starts setting in. He definitely did not expect his very first day at the academy to be this brutal. He hears the words, but the actual meaning? Zero. None. He realizes he has to speak up and ask something. He decides that since he has not understood a single thing so far, raising his hand is his only hope. So he goes for it, catching the teacher's eye to let her know he has a question for her. Finally, we meet Professor Fran. She is the new intern instructor for the Introduction to Magical Theory class. She looks at him and says, "So, you are Moon. Moon Campbell, right?" Inside her head, she is screaming. She knows him as the legendary troublemaker who spends his days causing nothing but chaos. Now check this out, out of all the classes, he ends up in hers. Talk about some seriously bad luck, right? Suddenly, she realizes she was so buried in her notes that she did not notice the blank stares from every single student. Now she is terrified. If a guy like Moon Campbell reports her for being a terrible teacher, or totally incompetent, her career is over. The Campbell family holds massive power in both the academy and the entire empire. Moon asks if she is okay because she is just standing there frozen. She snaps out of it and asks what he needs. He straight up asks why they are starting with an elite topic like multi-stage continuous incantation techniques. He points out that this stuff is literally at the very back of the textbook. All the basic stuff they were supposed to learn first? It is full of the actual foundation they need to understand this lesson, and she just skipped right over it. The professor hits back, saying all that beginner content should have been mastered during their first year at the academy. Moon just freezes. Why? Because during his first year at the academy, he learned absolutely nothing about magic. But it turns out, he was not the only one slacking off. His friends and the rest of the class are just as lost. And yeah, you and I can see the relief on his face when he realizes he is not the only idiot. The professor calms down, telling the class that if there are no more questions, they are moving on. But Moon flags her down again, and instantly, her heart drops into her stomach all over again. She is genuinely convinced this kid is about to ruin her life and end her teaching career. Instead, Moon apologizes for the interruption and asks if he can hire her for some private tutoring after school hours. The professor turns bright red, stuttering the words private tutoring. Meanwhile, the girls in the back start whispering. They think it is incredibly suspicious that Moon even showed up today, since he usually skips every single class. They decide he is not interested in magic at all. Clearly, he is just trying to hit on the teacher. Even the guys are nodding along, claiming he is only there to win her heart instead of studying. They think his act is way too extra. Professor Fran hears every single word, and the embarrassment is off the charts. She stammers out that they absolutely cannot do that. Moon is just confused. What do you mean we cannot do extra lessons? Is that abnormal? She tries to explain, but the pressure is way too much. She literally faints right there on the floor. Yes, she actually passed out. Moon rushes to catch her, asking what happened and if she is feeling okay or if something feels wrong. Still dazed and totally mortified, she mumbles that they cannot have that kind of relationship. She mumbles that being his wife sounds interesting, but marrying a student is just wrong. And right here is where you and I need to pay attention, because the Empire's princess, Celia, has just arrived. Trust me, her timing is terrible. Alright, you and I are about to see Moon get caught in the worst imaginable situation right as Celia walks in. The princess gives him a look cold enough to freeze hell before asking what on earth he is doing. Cut to a few minutes later, and Professor Fran is bowing her head in a massive, embarrassing apology. She admits the whole mess was her fault for totally misinterpreting what Moon was actually asking for. Moon apologizes too, while Celia warns them both that this kind of drama cannot happen ever again. She tells the professor to get back to work since the students have been waiting way too long. Fran agrees immediately, promising to jump back into teaching right away. Now we see Moon walking with Princess Celia and her sharp-tongued assistant. Her friend gets suspicious, asking if private lessons were really his only goal or if he had other plans. Moon swears it was just for the lessons, since he basically learned nothing during his first year. He was just looking for a mentor who could help him bridge that massive knowledge gap. He never expected Professor Fran to misunderstand the situation so completely. Celia points out that according to the rules, starting a scene in class usually means a punishment. But stick with me here, since this was just a huge mistake, the council is letting them slide. They just give them a firm warning to pay closer attention to their words and actions next time. She adds that, regarding private tutoring, there is unfortunately one major problem. Most professors are slammed with more classes than usual, and their personal research projects mean they have zero time left for extra tutoring. However, check this. Celia suggests a clever workaround. Moon should just attend the first-year lectures as an extra while staying a second-year student. With that, Celia heads out, but not before her assistant sticks her tongue out at him. Moon stays behind, realizing that despite how annoying they are, Celia's advice is actually pretty solid. Redoing those basics would be the fastest fix, but going back to first-year classes might delay him more than he likes. Sitting through all those lectures would take forever when a quick tutoring session would be much easier. That is when Moon has a stroke of genius, remembering his black book can copy info from others. He thinks that if he simply reads the cover of every book in the Academy library, he can extract and store all that knowledge inside his black book. This way, once the day is done and he is safely back in his room, he can jump into the book's dimension to master all that new material. He can study all the stored Academy content inside that dimension, meaning no more wasting hours in boring first-year classrooms. Moon is feeling like a total genius right now. If this plan works, his power-up is going to be massive. Switching gears, we see a girl in the Academy library closing her book for the night. Trust me, you're going to want to watch this new character. She is cold, sleepy, and definitely ready for bed. But suddenly, she spots something strange. None other than the infamous Moon Campbell, hanging out in the library. She's curious, thinking to herself, isn't that the rich, blonde idiot from the famous Campbell family? With nothing better to do, she decides it might be fun to mess with him a bit. Looking at that smug expression, it is pretty clear this girl has a bit of a mean streak. We cut back to Moon, who is still deep in his own world, focused on his studying. Since he is on his own, He is determined to use the Black Book to copy every piece of knowledge from the library's massive collection. His plan is to dive into the book's dimension later and study it all in record time. He is about to become unstoppable, but 5 minutes later, he is fast asleep with the book on his face. But he is actually inside the book's special dimension right now. He is putting his plan to the test, trying to absorb all the library's data while inside. But he is starting to panic because his plan is failing. Time moves slower here than in the real world, but that's not the problem. The whole place is pitch black, and with no illumination spells allowed, Moon cannot even see a single word in those books. And that is not even the worst of it. Magic is way harder to use in here, and even worse. Every single move he makes is a risk. The book summons a warrior to fight him every time he moves. You and I have to wait and see if he can even survive his own training. He even tried reading while dodging attacks during training, but learning that way is basically impossible. Meanwhile, we see his enemies, whether cultists or bugs, are still dead set on taking his life. Moon figures out he needs a real teacher, but he has no idea who to even ask. The academy rules are crystal clear. No teachers are allowed to give secret private lessons to students. He thinks about hiring someone outside or sneaking out for tutoring every once in a while. But he knows the second he steps off campus, some evil god will probably try to end him. Now pay attention, because Moon is about to have one of those classic crazy ideas. He definitely needs a tutor. But who said that tutor actually has to be a teacher? A super smart student could do the job just as well, so now he needs a candidate. Moon scans the room and spots a girl buried in her books. She is the perfect target. She's wearing round glasses with her hair in neat braids, just reading by herself in total silence. Even from across the room, you can practically feel her intense, studious aura. She's the textbook definition of a dedicated student, so Moon gets hyped and decides it'll be her. In his head, quiet girls like her are always the most disciplined and hardworking. Moon thinks he knows exactly how to win her over. He walks right up and says, "Hello, classmate." It turns out she's a second-year student named Sally. Once she realizes it's the infamous Moon Campbell, she starts apologizing and tries to leave right away. But Moon stops her, insisting that he has something incredibly important to talk about. He tells her not to be scared because he's not there for trouble, he just needs her help. She's curious now and asks what he needs. He leans in and asks if she needs money. He tells her he's got a side gig that she might find very interesting. If she gives him private lessons on weekends, he'll pay her a very generous monthly amount. What do you think? You and I both know where this is going, but Sally? She's thinking something way worse. Her mind goes straight to the gutter, imagining he wants something totally indecent or perverted from her. Moon doubles down, confidently telling her to just name her price and he'll pay it. He says the cost doesn't matter, but instead of an answer, he gets a massive slap across the face. She snaps that money isn't everything and calls the Campbell family a bunch of corrupt nobodies who have zero power here. She calls him a total pervert, claiming she knows all about his 13 secret girlfriends. She wants no part of his deal and storms off, leaving him standing there fuming. Moon doesn't mind being called a pervert, he admits he's won just not that much. But the 13 girlfriends thing? He's completely baffled. Where did that even come from? While he's still down, a voice suddenly calls out to him from nearby. A girl walks over and warns him that fighting and noise are strictly banned in the library. Moon realizes it's Anna, the librarian at St. Mary's Academy. Wait, Anna-senpai? She says he's right. As she gets closer, Moon notices she smells really, really good. Now you and I have to see if Anna is a friend or a headache. Alright, you and I are jumping back into the action as Moon explains everything. Then, the camera shifts focusing right on Anna's legs. She sighs, admitting she totally got it wrong. She really thought he was just another creep harassing that poor girl. Anna even considered calling a teacher or just knocking him out from behind. Terrified, Moon desperately tries to clear his name. He swears he is innocent, explaining he just wanted a tutor, but the girl treated him like some bottom-tier criminal. Talk about a massive misunderstanding. He keeps insisting that in this situation, he was the real victim here. Anna nods, finally seeing that the whole thing was just one big mess. Now watch closely as she speaks. She touches the slap mark on Moon's face to activate her healing magic. It's incredibly fast, and she tells him he's doing just fine. She calls him a good boy, leaving Moon stunned. See, Anna just used high-level healing magic without saying a single word. Usually, magic like this requires a complex spell chant, but she pulled it off in total silence. That's elite tier power. Alright, you and I are watching Moon get healed after taking a simple slap. Stopping him mid-sentence, she presses a finger against his lips, telling him body care is always a priority, even for a tiny tap. She tells Moon that without a solid foundation, he will always stay weak, and he absolutely needs to become strong. Shocked, Moon asks how she knows so much about him, and Anna gives him an answer. She says it is obvious because he is basically a celebrity at the academy. A suspicious Moon asks why she even approached him if she already knew about his dark reputation. Usually, girls get terrified and sprint away the moment they hear his name, but Anna stayed put. Anna explains that girls run because he has built a massive reputation for himself as being a total villain. Girls are too scared to date Moon Campbell, so they stay far away despite his handsome face. But Anna leans in even further, pressing her body against his and whispering that she actually likes him. She brushes his hand, asking directly into his ear if he really thought he could fool her. Watch closely. Anna is about to lean in and warn Moon that if she finds the truth, things will get ugly. Moon is in total shock. It cannot be. This girl Anna, with her long black hair and framed glasses, is actually the librarian at this academy. She is basically the perfect combo. But there is one major catch. She is insanely strong, and to top it off, she is a master seductress. Moon realizes Anna is a high-tier senior with an elite skill level. Meanwhile, Anna just watches him with a playful, happy grin. She leans in, asking why he suddenly pulled back. Is the legendary Moon Campbell actually embarrassed? Wasn't he supposed to be the legendary playboy who juggled 3 girlfriends at the same time? Looking at him right now, he actually seems surprisingly innocent. Moon tells her he was never that guy. Those were just wild rumors people made up about him. Anna acts disappointed, saying it is a shame. She usually finds bad boys interesting, though she has already dealt with plenty. She really wanted to see what it would be like being close to the guy known as the legendary scoundrel of St. Mary's Academy, the notorious rogue who makes every girl run away in terror just by hearing his name mentioned. But now she tells him it's a pity, because Moon Campbell isn't like that at all. He is just a polite, well-behaved little angel. What a waste. Moon coughs and decides to be totally honest, even if he looks like an innocent freshman who has never even had a girlfriend before. The truth is that behind this handsome face, there hides a total pervert. Since Senior Anna is showing this kind of concern, he simply cannot just stand by as a freshman. So, she can leave it to him. Moon actually starts stripping right there, but Anna stops him with a quick flick. In his mind, she's just trying to block his advance. Moon tells her she shouldn't have done that. He was only trying to provoke her and give her a scare. But Anna cuts him off, revealing that she's actually never had a boyfriend herself. You and I can see Moon is fuming. She only approached bad guys without wanting to date, making him scream that she's a wicked woman playing with his heart. She just gives him a little smirk, confirming that she definitely enjoys messing with the feelings of bad people. She starts acting cute with Moon, claiming that a cute girl can win over any man. Anna winks, stating that bad girls always win every heart. Moon takes it back, explaining that his earlier words were just a first impression, not his real thoughts. From her behavior, she doesn't seem bad. Anna asks, "Is that so?" Moon recalls that while he was searching for a book, he noticed all the tiny little notes she had carefully pasted onto every single shelf. He figures Anna did it because she was bored with nothing better to do in the library. On the papers, there were notes explaining where to find certain sections, like how history books are to the left, and basic magic artifact materials are kept on the right. Moon tells her she's actually very kind. Anna is shocked. Kind? Moon smiles and confirms he is talking about her. She treated his injuries even though he has such a nightmare reputation. He notes that she even left those helpful little papers to guide others toward the books they needed. Plus, he also realized she had been using a sound isolation spell this whole time, just to avoid making noise and disturbing other students in the library. And that's where we leave them. You and I just saw a side of Anna that nobody else ever gets to see. Let's watch Moon get played. He asks, "How do others describe you?" Anna interrupts with a smirk. "So Moon Campbell, you are trying to make me talk? What a cheeky freshman." Meanwhile, Moon is just vibing, enjoying how soft her hand feels against his skin. Anna decides to answer since he is so charming. She reveals the truth. "People say I am a snake." Moon is stunned. "A snake?" Anna leans in, teasing him. "Are you scared?" "Because I am a snake." Moon does not flinch. "Scared?" "Not at all. Snakes eat rats, and I am actually terrified of those pests." That was a terrible pickup line. Anna laughs and tells Moon he has the potential to be a canary. She sees right through his smooth talk and his attempts to understand her concept. "You just want those private lessons, don't you?" Moon asks if she could actually teach him. Anna asks if he has enough money. Moon says he has 1 million coins and asks if that is enough, or if he should pay more. Anna lets out a soft laugh at his boldness. She calls him naive, pointing out that 1 million would hire the city's top tutor for nearly 4 whole years. She looks amused. "Are you really going to hand all that money over to me?" Moon just shouts that knowledge is priceless. He thinks she might be a bad woman, but she is an elite librarian with all the vital secret information he needs to get ahead. Because of that, she is the perfect person to give him the private lessons he needs. He asks about her rate, but she tells him to leave the money and business talk for another day. She says it would look weird for a senior to take payment from him in front of everyone. When Moon asks for the payment method, she just says to put it on her tab. "We will settle up later," she says as she moves in close. Moon is confused. "On your tab?" She is right in his face now. "Just put it on my tab. I will collect when I decide to." She asks if he will pay up later. Moon, blushing hard, stammers that of course he will. Then let us go, Anna says, grabbing Moon's arm and dragging him along. She says the library isn't the right spot for lessons and takes him somewhere else. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the Ancient Potions group room. Moon is confused since he didn't know it existed. Anna tosses her coat aside and explains that the group is real, even if it is obscure. It makes sense, he has never heard of it. She is the only member left. The camera highlights her curves as she relaxes, finally letting her guard down inside her own space. Welcome to her world, Anna says. Welcome to my territory, freshman Moon. Moon is totally flustered by her beauty. Anna walks up and teases him for being embarrassed. Your face is turning red, she mocks. Moon tries to deny it, but his heart is racing. He asks why the group hasn't been shut down if she is the only one left. Usually, a group needs more than one student to stay active at the academy. Anna explains she has a 1-year grace period before they officially disband the group for lack of members. Looking a bit sad, she mentions how lonely and cold it is being the only person there. Then, in a cute, romantic tone, she makes her move. Moon Campbell, how about joining my Ancient Potions group? Moon is caught completely off guard. Hours pass as Moon reflects on everything, especially Anna's sudden invitation to join her group. He is just happy he found someone who can actually help him with his goals. Anna is a qualified genius, and he does not care about the group, only her help. While he is lost in thought, a loud magical rune echoes through the entire school. It is the Academy's communication system, and it is calling out for one specific student. The announcement demands that Moon Campbell report to the student council room immediately. Moon knows that a summons from the student council is never a good sign as he enters the room to find Celia waiting for him. Trust me, this silence from Celia? It is not a good sign. Alright, let's see if our main character can survive an interrogation from the coldest girl in school. Moon breaks the silence, asking Celia why she called him. She apologizes, but decides to get straight to the point. Then she drops the bomb. There's been a reported sexual harassment case at the academy. And Moon? He's the prime suspect. Moon is completely floored. Harassment? He's spinning. He immediately thinks back to that girl who slapped him earlier. She must have reported him. She probably took his request for private lessons the completely wrong way. Moon denies everything. He claims he spent the whole night hitting the books and has absolutely no idea what she's talking about. Celia isn't buying it. Is he serious? Studying all night? Moon doubles down, insisting that's exactly what he was doing. He puts on a brave face, declaring that for a man to do something like that in broad daylight is an absolutely unforgivable criminal act. He even promises to help the investigation in any way possible. After all, he wants to be a fist of justice. Men shouldn't treat women like that. Celia just stares. Is that so? Pay attention here, this is the moment he realizes he messed up. Celia notes she never said the victim was a girl. She never specified the gender. So, how did he know? Moon is left speechless. He's totally backed himself into a corner. Celia hands him a document. He reads it and finds out the incident actually involves someone's stolen underwear. Since Moon lives in the boys' dorm now, Celia thinks he might have some info. She figured with his reputation and many contacts, he'd be the perfect person to ask about what's going on. Moon insists he's innocent and has nothing to do with it. To him, the whole situation feels beyond bizarre. But he admits to Celia that guys stealing girls' laundry is actually pretty common at the academy. Just typical guy stuff, apparently. Suddenly, the vibe shifts. Celia abruptly changes the subject and asks Moon if he'd like a drink. He's confused. 1 second they're talking about a serious crime, and the next, she's offering him tea? With that same icy expression, she asks him again. Does he want something to drink or not? She mentions that, unfortunately, she doesn't have that fancy reddish-black tea his family is known for. Moon quickly apologizes for that whole tea incident from before. He's clearly still feeling a bit awkward about it. Let's take a second here, even in a serious talk. These two have some chemistry, right? They settle on coffee instead. Once it's ready, Moon is genuinely impressed. He tells Celia her coffee tastes amazing. She brushes it off. Making coffee isn't magic, you just pour hot water over grounds. Anyone could do it. Then she drops 3 massive scoops of sugar into her cup. Moon realizes she has a massive sweet tooth. Celia claims the sugar makes the coffee more flavorful. No problems there as far as she's concerned. Moon notes the irony. For someone so health-conscious, she's definitely not holding back on the sugar today. He decides not to comment and just enjoys his drink. It's a rare moment of peace between them. He figures since she likes sugar this much, she probably loves all kinds of sweets. Next time, he plans to bring her some chocolates or a treat. It's his little strategy to get closer to her. Suddenly, Celia says she's sorry. Moon is caught off guard again. What could she possibly be apologizing for? Looking a bit embarrassed, she explains she's sorry for dragging him out of class without hearing his side of the story. Moon tells her not to worry. That whole mess with Professor Fran was just one big misunderstanding anyway. He insists she doesn't need to apologize for something so small and silly. But Celia stands firm. She did something wrong and, because of her upbringing, she feels she has to make it right. Then she adds one more thing. She wants to know if Moon would be interested in joining the student council. Moon is stunned again. Joining the student council? Is she actually being serious right now? Celia confirms she is, prompting Moon to ask why she'd even want him on the team. Celia explains that many people still judge him for his past. If he joins the council, he can show everyone he's truly becoming a better man. Becoming a member would earn him serious respect. After all, he'd be part of the elite Imperial Student Council. It would finally prove to the world that his transformation is the real deal. This is Celia's way of helping him grow. Moon, however, remembers the school manual he read cover to cover. Stick with me, let's see if he even qualifies for the student council. You and I are jumping into a world where joining the elite student council requires top 20 grades and massive privileges. But Celia is offering Moon special treatment, basically shredding the academy rulebook just to hand him a seat on the council. Celia does not care about the red tape. She tells him that if he really wants to change, he needs to step up and prove it. Do that, and she will personally make sure he is in. Then, she looks him in the eye and asks if he has actually changed. Moon practically shouts back, saying he is trying, but joining the council is not what he needs. It is just not the right move for him right now. He reminds her that he is the most hated student here, a total scoundrel and a rebel that nobody wants to be around. It took him a whole year just to learn a basic light spell. One single spell. Joining the council would only drag her down. With his trash reputation, he is basically seen as a walking disaster. Celia just sips her coffee, asking if he really thinks she cares what people say. To her, their opinions mean absolutely nothing. Now pay attention, because Moon cuts her off, yelling that he cares about her. That definitely catches her off guard. He brings up the day he poisoned her. It was not what he wanted, and he never intended to hurt her, but that one act completely ruined her public image. She is the imperial heir and future queen. She has a kingdom to lead. Associating with him only brings trouble. He is a magnet for problems, so the best thing to do is just call off their engagement. Since it is all fake anyway, why keep pretending? It is better for everyone if they just walk away now. Their contract was never meant to last. It was just a lie. Moon practically begs her, sounding genuinely hurt. He has already caused her enough pain, and does not want to be a burden. He does not want to tarnish her name any more than he already has. He just wants her to be okay, and being near him makes that impossible. Celia just watches him, taking in every single word. Shocked by how much he has matured, she clears her throat and changes her tone. It is just an invitation, not a royal command. If he does not want in, she is not going to force him. They can just drop the subject. Moon thanks her for understanding and asks to be dismissed. There is nothing left to say, so he is ready to get out of there. She lets him go, and Moon finally steps out of the room. Celia sips her coffee alone, realizing he actually made her feel guilty. He is definitely not the same Moon Campbell anymore. Outside, Moon lets out a huge sigh. That talk was way too intense. Her coldness was suffocating, and that council invitation totally caught him by surprise. He knows she means well, and it could fix his reputation, but he has to find his own way to do that. He has other plans. See, Celia and Ariel are the main characters here, the ones with insane luck. You and I know they are basically unstoppable. Moon? He is just the young master, a background villain with no real power and a reputation for being a total idiot. His only real skill is having a massive bank account. Little does he know, he is basically the new Batman. Suddenly, a voice snaps him out of it. Young Master Moon. It is Crew and Iman. Moon is shocked to see them both standing right outside the student council front door. Iman asks if he is okay, knowing the council members can be pretty brutal to deal with. Moon tells them he is fine, but he is confused. Why the heck are they here? Crew explains they heard the announcement summoning him over the school speakers and got worried something bad was going down. They were so scared for him that they called in the whole crew for backup. They were actually planning to kick the door down and drag Moon out by force. But when things got real, most of the guys got cold feet. Only these two actually showed up to save him. Break me out? Moon asks, looking completely stunned by the idea. Iman insists the council has treated Moon like trash for too long. As his friends, they could not just stand by and do nothing. He reminds him that last year, the council leader was the Empire's second prince, a cruel guy who loved punishing people for no reason. It was a nightmare for everyone involved. Crew adds that while Celia is in charge now, the council's dark history still hangs over the entire academy. Back when that prince was running things, this place was the last spot anyone ever wanted to visit. If Moon had fallen into that prince's hands, who knows what kind of torture he would have faced. Moon is actually touched. These two idiots were willing to risk everything just to save him from the council. Trust me, you and I both know these guys are the real ones. Alright, you and I are about to see Moon start building his own elite squad. He takes his two most loyal friends, Kuro and Amon, to a secret location. Amon looks totally confused, asking exactly what the young master is planning to do. Moon explains they're too close to the student council, making it a bad place for secrets. He tells them to keep moving until they reach his hidden base. Kuro asks what this base is, but Moon just reminds him of their old meeting spot back in Acro. He asks if they've forgotten the name they gave that place. Amon finally realizes what he means, shouts in excitement, and agrees to follow him. The scene shifts. Turns out, this legendary secret base is just an old, dusty academy building that hasn't been in operation for years. Inside, Moon is genuinely impressed to discover that Amon's father was actually an old war comrade of his own dad. He had no clue their fathers were so close, and it surprises him that this friendship was the real reason Amon followed him. Amon clarifies that it wasn't just a friendship, but a relationship of total loyalty between their families. He thought Moon already knew. It seems Duke Campbell was a massive benefactor to Amon's family long ago. At a ceremony for Amon's father, Moon's dad didn't just give thanks, he actually secured him a prestigious noble title. Beyond that, Moon's father saved Amon's dad multiple times during decades of war. When Amon finally got into the academy, his father gave him one mission: protect young Master Moon, be his loyal friend, and treat him like a little brother. Moon is touched to find out Amon's loyalty is genuine. He smiles, happy to have a real brotherly bond he can actually trust. Next, he turns his attention to Kuro and asks why he decided to follow him. Moon promises he won't get angry no matter the answer. Kuro just laughs, knowing Moon probably wouldn't remember how they first met. He drops a bombshell. Their story actually started in a bathroom. Moon is stunned, wondering how that is even possible. Kuro explains he came from a totally average family in a small, distant town. But his genius with alchemy and magical devices caught a professor's eye, landing him a scholarship to the prestigious St. Mary's Academy. When Kuro first arrived at the academy, he was just a regular guy with no backing. No big family name, no special powers, and definitely no money. That made him an easy target for the school bullies. Pay attention here, because this is the exact moment Moon steps in and changes Kuro's life forever. Moon burst in, looking absolutely furious. He screamed that he hated noise and these losers were being way too loud in the bathroom. The bullies realized they were staring at Moon Campbell himself, and they completely froze in pure terror. Moon told them that if they knew who he was, they'd better vanish. The boys didn't hesitate and scrambled out. In reality, Moon just wanted to use the restroom, but as he walked in, he spotted something pathetic lying on the dirty floor. It was Kuro, grumbling about how those clowns only picked on the weak. That's when Moon finally addressed him. He told the shorty that next time someone caused trouble, just say he's Moon Campbell's partner, and all his problems would disappear. From that day on, Kuro claimed he was Moon's friend, and nobody dared to lay a finger on him again. Kuro was so grateful for the help that he vowed to follow Moon anywhere. The bullying had been a total nightmare for him. Moon thinks about his two loyal allies and how they joined him. One joined because of a random bathroom encounter, and the other because of a family debt of honor. Both loyal for different reasons. It actually makes sense, even the weird bathroom story. You and I can see they're truly loyal to him. Then Moon speaks up, telling them it's time to get serious and talk about their future plans. He tells them he's cutting ties with anyone who's only there for fame or greed. From now on, he only wants these two. He tells Amon that since he's famous for magical combat, he needs to pour every ounce of effort into training. They will meet here every Friday to spar, with Amon acting as his training partner for high-level combat and magic practice. Then he turns to Kuro and hands over a card with 500,000 in cash, telling him to keep it. 500,000? Kuro is absolutely stunned by the amount. Moon explains that as a magic device specialist, Kuro must know other talented students who rely on scholarships to survive. Kuro confirms most are from commoner families. Moon tells him to seek out those with real talent and strong character. He wants Kuro to get to know these students whenever he has time outside the academy walls. If he finds someone worthy, he is to use that money to support them. Amon looks at Moon, piecing it all together. So, you and I are watching Moon build an army. He wants Amon to train like a beast and Kuro to hunt for hidden geniuses. Alright, you and I are about to see how a simple misunderstanding turns our main character into a literal emperor. Moon just shakes his head, saying that taking over a school council is way too small time for him. Then, he drops a heavy question on his brothers. What is the real ultimate goal of our lives? He leans in, reminding them that the academy is just one stage. What comes next in 3 or 5 years? When they ask what he's getting at, Moon just smirks and tells them it's exactly what they're thinking. Internally, he's just thinking about marrying Princess Korea and becoming the emperor's son-in-law for a quiet life. Kuro starts connecting the dots. If he stands out now and stays loyal to Moon, then in the future, he and Iman will be the top guys by Moon's side. Meanwhile, Moon is stuck in his own head. He's desperate to avoid main characters like Ariel and Syria just to survive, but knows trouble is always coming. In his mind, collecting talented allies is just a safety net to defend himself and live comfortably. His new strategy is simple. make zero enemies, gain tons of friends, and become the world's greatest talent investor. Moon laughs, feeling totally satisfied with his new strategy. Kuro thinks it all makes sense now. Moon's changed behavior wasn't random, it was fueled by massive ambition. Now pay attention, because Kuro decides all the strange behavior finally makes sense. He believes Moon wants to dominate the entire empire. We see Iman and Kuro looking completely shocked by this realization, while Moon is just standing there clueless. He has absolutely no idea these two think he's planning some kind of grand global takeover. Moon asks what they're whispering about. Kuro tells him this kind of talk is strictly between the three of them. After all, if word of this ever gets out, they're heading straight for the guillotine. Iman tells Moon not to say another word they understand perfectly. Moon's just confused, wondering what they understood. He's wondering if he heard them right when they mentioned a guillotine. But Iman is already declaring his loyalty. He knows his talent is ordinary compared to a duke, but he won't let Moon's trust go to waste. From this moment on, he vows to dedicate every waking second to his training. In the future, he'll protect Moon forever. Kuro chimes in, promising to master more than just magical weapons. He'll study economics and management to build the foundation needed to turn an entire empire upside down. He tells Moon Campbell to rest easy. He and Iman are in this until the very end. Even if it costs their lives, they'll put him on that throne and serve as his most loyal hands. The scene shifts to a wild vision of Moon as emperor, with Kuro as his counselor and Iman armored up. Moon laughs along with them, thinking about the path of an emperor. So that's how it is. Kuro agrees, while Iman adds that only an ambition that big is worthy of someone like Master Moon. I know what you're thinking, how does he not notice? Moon finally processes it and panics internally. He's wondering when he ever said he wanted to be emperor, but Iman tells him they already know. Iman thinks the training and the army plan were just steps to replace the duke and seize military power. Kuro nods along. He's convinced Moon's plan is even deeper than that. He thinks Moon is financing students just to build a private army of loyalists willing to die for him. When the time is right, overthrowing the current regime will be nothing more than a simple walk in the park. Kuro says this level of ambition is exactly what he expects from a brother like Moon. They truly believe Moon wants to rule the empire and then the entire world. Moon is totally startled. He thinks it's insane. He can't even cast a basic light spell, let alone lead a conquest. He literally doesn't know how to use anything properly in this world yet. How could a guy with a fried brain manage a whole empire? He wonders if they're actually being serious. Moon sees they're dead serious. He realizes that even if he doesn't want the throne, this misunderstanding builds loyalty. If they think he's a conqueror, they'll become the most faithful and powerful allies he could ever ask for. Moon coughs, playing along. He tells them they've understood everything perfectly, so let's get back to shopping. He notes that it's getting late, grabs their shoulders, and suggests they go grab a bite to eat. And that's where we leave it. Stick around to see if our main character actually ends up ruling the world. Alright. You and I are starting with the shocker villains. Emin and Kuro have actually become Moon's most loyal allies. This marks a massive shift for the story. Next, we head over to the Student Guild, essentially the school's student council. Princess Celia is quietly eating when a frantic knock at the door ruins the peace, with someone shouting that it's an emergency. It is Celia's assistant. The princess asks why she's being so urgent and why she didn't even bother to knock properly first. The girl apologizes, explaining that she just got her hands on today's brand new edition of the campus newspaper. The news department is back at it again, writing absolute nonsense. Celia asks if she had already spoken to the editors today. She went right after the ceremony, but since no one was there, she just slipped a letter under the door. Celia sighs and asks what kind of trash they published this time. The girl nervously hands over the latest paper. They actually had the nerve to invent a wild rumor involving a professor. These news department people are clearly getting way too bold. The headline reads, "The school's biggest charmer is officially stirring up absolute chaos at St. Mary's Academy." The story claims he's chasing teachers now, shamelessly flirting with an intern and even inviting her to a private meeting after class. Celia stands up immediately. "Stick with me, because someone is about to regret ever picking up a pen." She tells her assistant she's going for a walk and that the girl can have the last piece of cake. She also leaves the remaining unapproved documents for her assistant to handle, and the girl quickly agrees to the task. The scene shifts to Ariel, who is currently screaming at a senior named Min Kanti over the latest newspaper edition. So the newspaper staff finally decided to show their faces tonight, didn't they? She demands an explanation for the headline, calling her Moon Campbell's ex-girlfriend. What on earth is that supposed to even mean? On top of that, they even included mentions of an abortion. Ariel asks if they're really running such irresponsible stories with absolutely no concern for the truth. Now we meet a brand new character, the green-haired senior known as Min Kanti. He dismisses her, calling it sensationalist gossip and claiming this kind of trashy reporting is normal for newspapers these days. Plus, he points out a tiny note at the bottom saying it might not be true. Ariel snaps back that it's unreadable. How is anyone supposed to even see that? Minkanti just sighs, acting like he has way more important things to do. He says he can't waste any more time on her, and tells her to just get to the point already. Ariel demands they recall every paper and publish a full apology, or else. Minkanti just laughs in her face. He mocks her, asking what she'll actually do. He tells her that if she wants a fight, she's come to the right place. He promises with absolute certainty that those newspapers aren't being recalled under any circumstances whatsoever. He says he's ready to put her in her place if she challenges him. Then, he sarcastically thanks her for the story about that blonde idiot. The sales for this year's first newspaper edition have been truly excellent because of it. He even jokes about tomorrow's headline being about Moon's ex-girlfriend threatening and intimidating the newspaper staff to alter their story. This guy is just a total jerk, honestly. Ariel snarls, calling him absolute human trash. Minkanti actually thanks her for the compliment and tells her to get out if she has nothing else to say. Now watch this. The door swings open and in walks Princess Celia, the powerful leader of the student council. Minkanti immediately realizes that her arrival means he is in a terrible spot. Ariel is shocked to see her. Celia greets Ariel, then tells her that Senior Minkanti knows exactly why she is standing here. The senior knows he's in serious trouble now. He turns to Ariel and accuses her of planning this whole ambush behind his back. He calls it a good move as he desperately tries to start defending his actions. He claims his report didn't break any school rules or imperial laws. He argues that the press is free, even if the president happens to be Princess Celia. Celia completely ignores his excuses, takes a seat in a chair, and gets straight to the point. She tells him he knows why she's there and that she's going to be very direct with him. As she speaks, Celia begins to manifest her signature ice magic. She lists his crimes, including ignoring council warnings and using the school newspaper to spread unverified information to everyone. She adds that intentionally creating negative opinions while defaming innocent students and teachers is a line he should have never even thought about crossing. As the ice advances, Celia stares at him with eyes colder than her magic. Senior Minkanti Raymond, do you have a death wish? Because if you keep this up, you're going to get one. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens in Moon's room next. Alright, you and I are diving into a day our main character's been waiting for his first martial arts elective. Even though St. Mary Academy is built on magic, mastering physical weapons is a rare skill taught only to those seeking something beyond pure sorcery. We see Man stepping out of the shower, likely cooling down after an intense morning workout session. He tells himself this is perfect timing, since he hasn't had a single moment to relax lately. He's pumped to finally gauge his skills and see how he stacks up compared to the other students at the academy. We also catch a glimpse of the corrupted King's Mark before the scene shifts. A few hours later, we land in St. Mary's Grand Combat Arena, where Man stands ready alongside the other students training in physical combat. Man realizes the vibe is exactly what he expected. Unlike flashy magic duels that everyone loves, he figured this arena for raw fighting would be a total boys' club with very few girls. But then, he spots a familiar face. It's Ariel. Looks like she's a fan of close-quarters combat too. She notices our main character, Man Campbell, immediately. Ariel's left wondering what a guy like him is doing here. Suddenly, a voice booms across the room. It's Kate, the fierce instructor in charge of the martial arts program. He commands, silence everyone. It looks like the whole crew has finally arrived. Since it's the first class of the semester, we're doing things the old-fashioned way, drawing lots for live duels. I want to see if you've slacked off on your training during the break. The students look ready for war, having trained hard, which puts a big smile on Instructor Kate's face. He gives them the green light, but warns that if anyone chickens out, things are going to get very ugly. He continues, alright, let's start the draw. We've got number 1 and number 9 up first. Now, pay attention here. The chosen pair hits the sand while everyone else watches. Man looks down and realizes he's actually number 1. His opponent is number 9. He's already frustrated, thinking, what terrible luck. Why do I have to go first? He really wanted to watch a few matches first to scout the competition, but luck just wasn't on his side. At least I'm not facing Ariel, he thinks, trying to stay positive. Whoever the opponent is, I just need to give it everything to win. He's determined. That's the spirit, man. But then, his opponent steps out. And trust me, you and I are going to be just as shocked by this guy's size. This student looks like he's got at least 3 times Man's build. That's Ren, the second year's powerhouse and an intermediate-level warrior. Man definitely remembers seeing this beast around the academy before. Ren speaks up, saying he knows exactly who he's fighting. He knows Man Campbell and his reputation very well. Man just nods. Glad you've already heard of me, Ren. Meanwhile, Man recalls that in the original host's past memories, a powerhouse like Ren definitely existed. He was easily one of the top second-year fighters. Last semester, he'd already hit the second stage early, and now he's already climbed to the intermediate level of that tier. Ren is going to be a problem, especially since he's been evolving and getting stronger at such a terrifyingly fast pace. The instructor yells out, shake hands. Now bow to your opponent and go pick out your training weapons. Man jokes, take it easy on me, Ren. Ren just replies, "Don't worry, I will." Yeah, sure he will. He's grabbing a massive hammer to crush Man. Meanwhile, Ariel watches closely, dying to know why Man is even in this class. She can't wrap her head around his participation. Man got stuck fighting Ren right away. But ironically, Ariel was the one who actually wanted a piece of him. Ariel views Ren as a top-tier threat and wanted to test herself. But unfortunately, she's missed her shot for now. She knows she could take Man out easily, but her attention shifts when she notices a group of students starting to place bets on the match. She watches as the wagers fly back and forth over who will win Man or Ren. Most of the kids think the outcome is obvious, betting that Man is about to get absolutely wrecked. Others just mock him, claiming Man only knows how to flirt with girls and has never fought a day in his life, meaning he's doomed. The guy leading the bets shouts, hold on a second, everyone. I'm fully aware the power gap between these two is massive. But I never said we were betting on who wins or loses. That's not what this is about." He continues, "Actually, we're betting on the time. How long will Man Campbell last? 5 minutes? 10? You can pick any window you want. Correct guess takes the whole pot. Simple rules. So, what do you and I think? Is anyone in? Alright, you and I are about to watch a total underdog attempt to survive the impossible. Everyone's placing bets, guessing he won't even last a single minute. Ariel sees a major business opportunity in this. She's banking on Campbell taking a single hit and hitting the dirt, which would easily triple her investment. She asks her master for his take, but the spirit in her magic ring admits he doesn't know much about raw warrior strength. However, he can feel that Man Campbell is starting to change into someone entirely different than before. Different how? She asks. Her master explains that it looks like he has actually evolved. Could this guy really be getting stronger? Suddenly, a student shouts that they're betting 200 reais. It's Ariel herself. She boldly bets 200 reais that Man Campbell is going down within 10 minutes. She's convinced he'll lose by then and thinks to herself, no matter how much he's improved, Campbell can't beat Ren. Victory is basically impossible against a monster with that kind of strength. But if he can just manage to hang on for 10 whole minutes, she'll walk away a winner with triple the gold in her pocket. Ariel is already celebrating with these thoughts. She's imagining all the extra whole chickens and cakes she'll be eating every single day. It's a delicious dream. Meanwhile, back in the arena, Man and Ren are picking out their weapons and talking. Ren, though, is deep in his own thoughts. Lord Sacerdote mentioned this Campbell guy. Ren finds it unexpected that his master would hate a human who seems this incredibly weak. At that same moment, Man scans for a weapon. Looking at Ren's massive build, he knows a long fight is a losing game. Plus, his opponent looks perfectly stable and healthy. Now pay attention to Man's strategy here, it's brilliant. He needs to resolve this fast by breaking Ren's balance and forcing him to expose his weakness. The only real option is to take him down as quickly as possible. After a few minutes, they're finally ready to start. Ren wields a massive sword while Man chooses 2 daggers, betting on speed against his opponent's raw brute force. Confident, Ren asks if he's really using those tiny weapons. Man just calmly says he's sticking with the daggers since he's already quite used to them. Swords are way too heavy for him. Besides, he's already used to these smaller blades. Ren tells him to go ahead with his weak weapon, but warns him to get ready for battle. Wait, Man interrupts. Before they start, he admits Ren's physique is seriously impressive and asks if it's the result of many years of training. Ren confirms he has been training since he was a little kid. Man nods, claiming he didn't mean anything by it. But Ren is starting to wonder what he's thinking. Man mentions a theory that moderate exercise attracts girls, but overdoing it just attracts other guys. Looking at Ren's hulking muscles, he finds the whole situation pretty curious. Then he drops the bomb. Ren, have you ever actually had a girlfriend or any girl like you? That question hits him like a truck. In reality, no girl had ever even approached him once. Ren is absolutely fuming. Now, he's determined to crush Man for getting into such personal territory. You and I both saw that coming. Nothing tilts a gym bro faster than calling out his dating life. Ren's aura explodes like a Super Saiyan. He wonders how this guy knew his secrets. Does he know my true identity? Or can he actually perceive the divine grace hidden deep inside me somehow? That has to be why his lord targeted him. Either way, Man can't leave alive. He's just a noble who doesn't know how to fight. Accidental deaths happen in duels all the time. It's common in the Academy's history. He'll crush Man's skull before the teacher can stop him. But Man knows he just took the bait. The murderous intent is clear. He's furious. The professor then yells for them to start. Ren immediately taps into his magic. He declares he only needs 1 blow and plans to end this using every ounce of his strength. But Man is faster, activating his shadow step technique. It's a move he learned from an assassin. He's moving way too fast for Ren to track. Ren tries to swing back, but he's too slow. Man's strike connects, sending him reeling. A thick cloud of smoke fills the air. Ariel and the other students are totally stunned, since they've never seen Man truly attack someone like this before. The blow shreds Ren's shirt, but only leaves light marks on his skin. Trust me, the real battle is just heating up. Alright, You and I are watching the underdog man Campbell win as the shocked students whisper, "How?" It was a blur, done in a heartbeat. And remember, we're talking about Ren, one of the Academy's absolute monsters. How did a scoundrel like man Campbell pull this off? Even Ariel's master is completely caught off guard. She tells her apprentice the kid is a natural, fast, agile, and sharp, he just needs a bit more muscle. Then the master looks over and asks, "Hey Ariel, you're usually loud. Why the sudden silence?" Ariel just mutters, "No, I can't accept this." That was 200 ray eyes she just lost. A full 200 ray eyes. Despair is washing over her as she stands there completely paralyzed. That was 2 weeks of food money. Just gone. She starts wailing, "Damn you, Campbell. Give me back my money." She's a total mess. Meanwhile, Man walks over to Ren and says, "Hey, brother Ren, catch." He tosses a bag of 500 ray eyes to Ren. "For your clothes, since I kind of trashed them. Also, what I said about you being bad with women, I was just trying to get under your skin. I didn't actually mean to say something so stupid to you." Man keeps going, telling Ren his muscles are proof of the insane hard work he puts in every day. Whether girls dig it or not, I don't know. But as a man, seeing your pure discipline in those muscles is impressive. And as for the whole girlfriend thing, I get it. If you're single, it's just because the right one hasn't shown up or they didn't see your worth. Watch closely here, this is where Man pulls a total pro-gamer move. He didn't just win the fight, he paid for the guy's shirt, and even healed his bruised ego. As Man walks away, he's feeling a little cringy about giving such a dramatic public pep talk. But hey, he paid for the shirt and said the right words so Ren wouldn't try to kill him later. Man even thinks about recruiting Ren to his team later. Someone with that much talent is a huge asset. Ren just stands there whispering to himself, "Someone who actually appreciates me?" But then his vibe turns dark. Man Campbell doesn't know my pain. How could a rich kid ever understand? Fast forward several hours. It's late now. A knock echoes at a door in the academy. It's Man. A voice tells him to come in. He's at the alchemy club for a lesson with Anna. But then he freezes, completely red-faced. Why? Because Anna is wearing something very different. Man stammers out, "Senior, what are you doing?" She just says she's finishing a potion and to wait. Oh boy, this woman. Our main character is beyond embarrassed right now. She's like, "Oh, it's my nightgown. I've been brewing potions all night and barely got any sleep. When I finally crashed, I was still wearing this. It's a very airy style she usually wears." She keeps talking, saying since she's the only one in the alchemy club, she doesn't need a uniform. She even strikes a pose for him. "I just bought this nightgown. So, does it look good or what?" You and I can both see it. He is clearly struggling to stay focused right now. Man tries to pivot, mentioning the potion smells great. "Is this where perfumes come from?" Anna confirms it. Exactly. Most perfumes and potions start right here in this lab, but not all of them smell like flowers. Some are so rank they'll make your eyes water. I usually brew those on the terrace. Anyway, it'll be a while yet. Let's start the lesson. Man agrees, and the class begins. Anna begins giving him a comprehensive lesson on the chemical elements and magics of this world, like metal and fire, plus wind, ice, thunder, sound, light, shadow, poison, soul, illusion, five senses, stars, primordial energy, tenebra, and space. Honestly, I can't even finish reading this list because there's a literal mountain of text in the way. While our boy is studying hard, don't get any ideas, this isn't that kind of private lesson. He's actually locked in. A few hours pass, and the session finally wraps up. "Thanks, Professor Anna. I'll head back to my room now." But she stops him right there. "And that's where we leave it, trust me. This favor is something you've got to see." "All right, you and I are about to see Moon get roped into a very suspicious favor." Just then, her potion is finally done. After all that waiting, she looks at him with a smirk. "Didn't you just say the smell was amazing? So, drinking it shouldn't be an issue, right?" She tells him this was prepared just for him. A special gift from his Federana. Moon is completely caught off guard. "Huh? Wait, for me? Federana, didn't you mention you were just here for a potions class?" Well, that's technically true, but she explains it's the perfect time to talk. Since he joined the ancient alchemy group, she needs to show him what they actually do. "Right, Moon?" She continues, pointing toward the corner. "See those ancient dusty books piled up next to my desk? Half are from the academy library, but the rest belong to her personal stash. It's quite the impressive collection. Every single one contains records from a lost era about potions that haven't existed for centuries. Basically, some very old stuff." She keeps explaining that these materials are written in a totally forgotten and unknown language. It's ancient history. While deciphering them is possible, actually brewing the ancient potions inside is a whole different level of difficulty. This is her life's work at the academy. It's the research topic she's been obsessing over as a top student. Her whole role is discovering these forgotten brews. Finally, the light bulb goes off in Moon's head. Now pay attention, because Moon starts getting worried. Since these are mystery formulas from some ancient era, isn't drinking them kind of dangerous? Of course not. She claims she's the best alchemist in school. Testing potions is just part of the job. She strikes a confident, teasing pose. She tells him to relax. No need to worry. She's brewed this before and even tried it herself, so it's totally safe. Based on the recipe, this should be a transformation potion. It's meant to change your form entirely. You might turn into a cat, a dog, or even a random object. It won't hurt though. Moon is shocked. Wait, what? Turn into a pet? Exactly. But she clarifies that the change is only on the surface level. Deep down, your essence stays the same. After all, she didn't use any rare or lethal ingredients for this batch. Last time she drank it, nothing happened. Does this kind of potion affect everyone differently? That's the big question. Anna keeps leaning in. That's why her favorite studious freshman, Moon Campbell, is going to help her out, right? The girl is totally playing him. Shyly, Moon stammers that it's not like he doesn't want to help his senior. It's just that the last time he messed with potions, it was a total disaster. He's still got some trauma. He needs some serious time to talk himself into this. Remember, Moon poisoned Princess Celia earlier, which explains his potion phobia. So, it is not that he is refusing to help her out. Anna thinks he's just holding out for a reward. There's no getting around you, you little boy. You're full of ulterior motives. Come here. Sit by me. She pulls Moon down right beside her. He thinks this is weird, but she explains she'll give it to him personally. Suddenly, Moon is lying on top of her. Oh, what a good junior. Such a well-behaved boy. He's not even shaking. Don't worry, this potion isn't even bitter. It's actually sweet. Senior Anna tells him to relax and close his eyes. Then, she brings out a funnel. She mentions this batch is different because it actually has a fruity scent. It smells just like fresh fruit. Today's flavor is peach. Do you like peaches, Moon? He says he loves them. Then, things go south fast. Anna suddenly dumps the entire bottle into Moon's mouth. Every last drop. She's making sure he drinks it all. Don't let a single drop go to waste. Moon tries to pull away, feeling like he's literally going to drown. But Anna pins his head down with her foot. She uses her whole leg to trap him, asking him where he thinks he's going. Her grip is insane. You can't run, and you definitely can't spit it out. Got it? Moon tries to shout her name, but it's no use. After a few seconds, he swallows everything, gasping for air. She finally lets go. Senior, that was mean. I wasn't even ready. But she just laughs. I warned you, right? I'm a bad woman. It's his fault for being so trusting. But anyway, she tells him to just forget about it. So, how are you feeling? Notice anything different? Moon checks himself over, but he doesn't feel any different at all. Anna sighs. I see. Well, that's a real shame. No effect. Another failure. But that's common when you're trying to bring ancient magic back to life. It's a high-risk game. Anna stretches, saying she's been watching that pot all day. Now, it's finally time for her to get some sleep. She's crashing right here. The key is in the desk drawer. So, what do you and I think? Is this really a failure? We'll see. All right. She tells Moon goodnight before drifting off. But you and I are about to see things get real. Moon watches her for a moment, then carefully drapes a coat over her before heading for the door. Good night, Senior, he whispers. You worked hard today. I will be heading out now. She murmurs a drowsy reply as the scene shifts back to the administrative building at Street Mary Academy. We are now inside the director's office, where the atmosphere is anything but calm. Professor Prank is absolutely losing it. Why did you shut down the grand third-level ritual without warning? I need answers, Director. Pinkbeard just sighs. Money, he says. It simply costs too much to keep that ritual running. I checked the recent account books. Just maintaining that massive defensive barrier actually eats up over 1/5 of the Academy's entire annual budget every single year. Do you not see how much of a waste that is? Prank is fuming. Is this a royal order from His Majesty, or just your own personal call? Pinkbeard takes a puff of his cigar. Does it matter? I am the director now, which means I am the one in charge here. The professor's rage boils over. That ritual is the fundamental structure that keeps the students safe. Pay attention, because you and I are about to hear the director justify putting every student's life at risk. The maintenance funds come from noble donations, not the school budget. They have zero impact on your official numbers. Pinkbeard tells him to pipe down. You are usually so sharp, Professor. How can you be this naive? Have you ever stopped to think why they chose someone like me to run this academy this year? The professor goes quiet as he starts to realize the weight of those words. Look, I will be blunt. My presence here alone makes the Crown's position on this school crystal clear. They are done tolerating these soft, lenient teaching methods. Do you understand that, Professor? Prank is shaken. But they are just children. Pinkbeard just stubs out his cigar. Have you forgotten? I was a student here too. even though plenty of kids died during my year. But that bloodbath produced the strongest generation in the history of the entire empire. We became the very foundation that keeps this empire standing today. Ever since that ritual barrier went up, when was the last time we produced anyone truly legendary? Is it a lack of talent, or have we just made life too easy for these kids? Prank tries to argue for a slower change. We could start with the curriculum, not something this radical. Pinkbeard shuts him down immediately. There is no more time left for that. He stands up, voice getting heavy. The original plan from above was exactly what you thought. We were going to ramp up the training first, and only deactivate the barrier after a full month had passed. Now, you and I are about to find out the terrifying truth behind why this is all happening. An unforeseen circumstance? Prank exclaims. What could possibly be that urgent? Pinkbeard asks if he really wants to know the truth. Prank does not hesitate to say yes. The director pulls out a mysterious object. You remember how this works, do you not? After all, you taught this long ago. It is a pact of silence, an artifact used for top-secret communication. Is this truly necessary? Prank asks. Pinkbeard just nods. He is not taking any chances. The professor activates the artifact. I, Prank, swear on my very life. I swear by my own life that for the rest of my days, I will never reveal this secret conversation to anyone. Break the oath, and I die instantly. He demands the director do the same. Fine, Pinkbeard says. Calm down. It is simpler than it seems, he mutters. The evil gods have returned, and I am not talking about some weak cultists. I mean the true masters of destruction. Prank is paralyzed with shock. The evil gods have returned? Which one? It was not just one, Pinkbeard reveals. In fact, we are dealing with two of them. He sketches a twisted eye and a moon, the king of decrepitude and the moon of silence, the two ultimate nightmares of this entire world. Are you saying they are actually approaching us? Prank asks, his voice trembling. Trust me, this is bad. Don't these gods usually just spend their lives killing each other? All right, you and I are about to dive into a world where even the gods are out for blood. Forget a friendly visit. These monsters have one goal in mind, to tear everything apart. It looks like one of them smells blood in the water, sensing a fatal weakness. And now, that predator is ready to pounce and crush anything in its path. Once the gloves come off, things are going to get very ugly, very fast. The professor asks, so this is a war between evil gods? Is that why you killed the grand ritual? Pinkbeard confirms it, adding that the order came straight from the top brass. Nobody knows how a war between literal gods will affect the world, but compared to the students at Santa Maria, the main priority is keeping that massive entity sealed tight and trapped deep under the academy grounds. Believe it or not, there really is a giant monster lurking right under the school. Pinkbeard explains that pulling power from the third level to boost the first and second is just basic logic. Plus, dropping the academy's protective shield was actually a calculated move to start an internal purge. By doing this, only the strongest students will survive. It filters out the weak, leaving only the elite. The professor is stunned. Eliminate? Cleanse? An internal purge? What the hell does that even mean? Pinkbeard answers. Literally, professor. Besides, there is a traitor hiding right here in the academy. You really didn't know? The professor gasps, followers of evil gods? Pinkbeard confirms it. Tonight is going to be anything but peaceful. Something big is coming. The professor starts screaming at Pinkbeard. Are you saying cultists are invading the school tonight? Pinkbeard just calmly nods. The professor loses it again. Now listen closely because Pinkbeard is about to reveal something that'll blow your mind. I personally turned off the shield and spread the word through the underworld rumors. That's why I know they're attacking today. I'm the one who invited them. The professor screams out in shock. What? You're the one who did that? He is absolutely furious, but Pinkbeard just adjusts his cigar. The professor yells, have you gone completely mad? It is nearly dawn and the students are asleep. You lured cultists here without giving anyone a single warning? What do you think these students' lives are? Pinkbeard just looks at him with pure disdain. Oh, please. They are just a bunch of nobodies who aren't even on our level. Even if this class is weak, they shouldn't lose to a bunch of random extras, right? If they do, then this entire academy is worthless for training such pathetic students. And besides, Professor, who told you that I didn't give the students a warning? I had everything ready before we even met. A rare opportunity like this, you can't waste it. Aren't you curious? How will these pampered, protected little darlings react when they are thrown right into a real life or death battle? What will they do? To recap, Pinkbeard just sabotaged the academy's only defense. A massive horde of evil cultists is about to invade and slaughter as many students as possible. You and I are about to see just how brutal this survival test is going to get. Over at the girls' dorm, things are surprisingly quiet. Madam, a letter has just arrived for you. The woman taking the letter asks who sent it. The reply? It is from the school director. The recipient is Princess Siri herself, resting in her room. She opens the message the director sent her. Siri is shocked by what she reads. The letter says tonight, the academy will be under attack. You and your little student council friends better protect the school, okay? With love. From Pinkie Pie. That weird signature definitely fits his personality. Now, let's head to a new location. Deep inside a hidden cave in Paranti lies the base for the Church of True Love. A crowd of men, young and old, gathers around a captive in the center. He looks like a wizard, but he is not. The cultists all scream, "Burn the traitor! Burn the infidel!" We see the man tied to a stake, ready to die. Suddenly, the leader silences the crowd. He steps forward and begins his twisted speech. Listen up. In our church, only love between people of the same gender is considered true. Anything else is pure heresy. Yes, you heard that right, no exceptions allowed. You can only love your own kind. The leader turns his attention back to the terrified prisoner. And this month, you helped an 80-year-old lady with her groceries. Stick with me, because you and I won't believe his punishment. You sharpened your own kitchen knife with your own hands. Plus, in under a month, you spoke with that childhood friend over 3 times. Stick with me, you're about to see how even sharpening a knife can get you killed here. This man was being burned alive for crimes this sect considers unforgivable. The leader continued, his voice dripping with disappointment. We were both supposed to be the first to receive the blessing from the God of love. I thought you were the one I could trust most, and now look at you. You grew your hair out and shaved your beard. You threw away everything we built. The condemned man simply replied with total resignation. There is nothing left to say. Just get it over with. The leader asked for last words, but hearing only silence, he gave the order to ignite the fire. Flames immediately began to crawl up his body, engulfing him completely. The leader weeps in silence while the crowd around him whispers in judgment. One man sighs at the terrible fate of the pair. Another spits with contempt, wishing this heretic would take his past straight to hell where he belongs. The assistant approaches the high priest and confirms the execution is finally over. Drying his tears, the leader suddenly raises his voice, shouting for everyone to listen. Brothers, after punishing this traitor, I have a massive announcement. He then roars for Ren to step forward. Ren obeys immediately. He was the Academy's true traitor, a hidden member of this twisted cult. Pay attention, because their doctrine is beyond strange. They only believe in relationships between people of the same sex. Anyone who breaks this rule is an outcast, and in this society, that means execution. The leader continues, claiming the great God of love has granted him a divine revelation. The holy war has officially begun. The source of all evil is lurking inside Santa Maria Academy. Before, their protective barrier kept us out. But thanks to some inside info, we know the wall stopping us has finally crumbled away. Ren will guide us inside to start this glorious holy war. The crowd erupts, chanting death to everyone who dares to study at Santa Maria Academy. Ready to invade, they wait for the final command. The leader bellows to advance and kill the wretch who profaned their lord. Their target is Moon Campbell. These are the fanatical cultists of the God of Love. Since Moon killed Urka, the god's vessel, they won't stop until he's dead. With Ren on the inside, the pieces fall into place, revealing the true, dark nature of this sect and their rigid beliefs. Outside, 2 strangers watch. It's unclear if they're part of this group or something else entirely. One asks if these lunatics will cause trouble. The other scoffs that all followers of that corrupt god are insane. But that's exactly why they are experts when it comes to making accusations. The first character hopes it all goes well before they hurry away. The scene shifts instantly. Hours pass, and dawn breaks over Santa Maria. Outside, the cultists are already beginning to make their move. You saw this coming, right? Moon is in a feverish sleep, but he suddenly wakes up in a completely different nightmare world. It's raining in this new place, and he realizes he's completely naked. Moon spots a massive moon above, and hears a voice whispering right in his ear. The voice says it all started with her. Everything was a lie, her face, her name, even her voice. Everything was a facade, just a long wait until death finally arrived. It was all just for a bit of personal entertainment. Nothing more. A figure appears behind Moon, grabbing him and continuing her chilling speech. In my eyes, you were just a stray dog wagging its tail for food. Someone I could manipulate however I wanted. I could have thrown you away at any moment. But why, even when I tried to drive you away? When I intentionally shamed you and showed you my darkest side, you still stayed by my side. Human feelings make no sense. The creature behind him has scales like a mermaid. Even if I don't believe it, you know the truth, don't you? That day I told you my secret. Whether I was human or a monster, you promised not to hate or abandon me. That actually made me happy. So, I did what had to be done. Suddenly, she plunges her hand into his chest. She tears out his heart, calling it the greatest gift for the love she feels. Moon collapses, his heart gone. We see a glimpse of her mermaid tail as she says she cannot escape destiny. All I can do is devour your heart. Trust me, you and I won't forget this. Alright, you and I are diving into a dream featuring a massive dragon-like mermaid. She whispers for him to sink deep into the moonlight with her before Moon jolts awake from the terrifying night. It was just a dream about a killer mermaid, but something about Moon's body feels totally wrong. His physical frame and structure do not look like a young man's anymore. It is a complete transformation. He curses those prophetic dreams again. Last time he dreamed of being dismembered, but tonight, they literally ripped his heart out. Is every dream just going to be a new form of torture? How can he possibly survive this? He gets up as the camera stays on his silhouette. He'll check the black book for some answers later. That book should help. Moon heads to the bathroom, realizing he is absolutely drenched in a cold, sticky sweat. He needs a shower immediately. Catching a cold now would just be another massive headache he does not need. Looking in the mirror, Moon freezes in absolute shock. He's a woman. Now, you and I are probably wondering how this happened. Was it the nightmare? No, it was that special potion from Senior Anna he downed just yesterday. The brew finally kicked in today, temporarily turning him into a beautiful young woman. He reaches out to check if his new chest is even real, and shouts, "Is this me?" A high-pitched feminine scream echoes through the female dormitory as he finally realizes that he has truly and completely turned into a woman. He's got stunning golden curls. Even as a girl, this young master looks undeniably adorable. "Capriel, help!" Moon checks his chest again, shocked by how heavy and large they actually feel. They feel like water balloons, even though his body feels absolutely nothing. It is all fake, but his mind quickly starts to reason. He remembers exactly who gave him that life-changing potion. Suddenly, a distant explosion rocks the building. Something is very wrong inside the academy walls. He opens the door, thinking Street Mary's Academy is supposed to be the safest place in the Empire. Moon spots evil cultists at the door. They are not here for a visit, they are here to kidnap him. The invaders throw her onto the bed in a delicate pose as Moon demands to know who they are. In this moment, the curves of her new body are impossible to ignore. The cult leader's assistant checks the room number. He's looking for Moon Campbell, but only sees a girl. This is definitely room 526. The man behind him confirms they've found the right spot. The leader does not care about the room. He just wants Moon. All he sees is a pretty blonde. Moon realizes he's their target, but his female form is the perfect, accidental disguise. One man assumes she is just Moon's girlfriend. After all, that guy is a legendary womanizer at this school. Rumors say he's dated 50 girls, though Moon knows that's just fake news from the paper. The assistant grabs Moon, threatening her to reveal where the young master is hiding or suffer the consequences. Moon says she does not know, so the assistant questions why she is even in this room to begin with. Now pay attention, Moon claims to be his cousin. A clever lie, right? She explains that she just joined Street Mary's this year, and her own dorm isn't ready yet, so she's staying here. Since she is a relative, the assistant orders his men to tie her up as bait for Moon. Moon is shocked. She ends up in a surprisingly cute position as they bind her. I love how the artist makes Moon look so adorable, even while being held hostage. Outside, the academy is a battlefield. Students and cultists are clashing with both steel and sorcery. Pink Beer and Professor Tarina watch the chaos unfold as students jump into the fray. The students reacted fast. Maybe this academy isn't as useless as it seems from the outside. Tarina scolds the director for taking such a massive risk without warning the faculty beforehand. If a student gets hurt, she asks how he expects to take responsibility for the fallout. Pink Beer just laughs it off. These fanatics are second-rate, making this the perfect field training. He is confident that girl can handle everything. Besides, the Empire's best professors are all right here and ready to step in. Every one of them is a supreme authority in the world of magic. You're not going to tell me you're afraid of some small fry, right? Stick with me, because things are about to get wild. Alright, you and I are jumping into the chaos at Street Mary's Academy. Pink Beer leans back and says since nothing else happened, he's heading for his beauty sleep. Just like that, the director bails while students fight for their lives against cultists. He bids them farewell and leaps away. See you later, my dear students. Professor Tarina turns to her colleague in shock. How could you let this happen? You're letting Pink Beer gamble with these kids' lives. Pong snaps back that he tried to stop him, but the director moved too fast. Suddenly, someone screams Moon Campbell's name. Every student and teacher hears the roar. The cultist leader is using a loudspeaker to make his demands. It's a bit weird seeing tech like that in a medieval magic world, but he clearly wants everyone's attention. He yells for the second-year student Moon Campbell to come out and face him right now. We see that the hostage is actually Moon, in his stunning female form. And yeah, you and I can definitely see that the potion's effects were very generous. The leader shouts that he has Moon's cousin. He calls Moon a coward and tells him to stop hiding if she's actually important. Moon is standing there absolutely mortified and unsure of what to do. The leader demands he show up like a real man, but Moon is having a total internal crisis. He's thinking, what is he waiting for? I'm right here, you idiot. This is such a mess. I should have moved sooner. I thought this was just a stupid school prank, but these cultists actually had the guts to invade the academy. Right at that moment, a cultist gets leveled by a massive punch. It's Leah, accompanied by her sister Ariel, one of the story's main characters. Leah checks if Ariel is hurt, but Ariel is focused on the guy screaming Moon's name over the loudspeaker. Ariel wonders if these fanatics are actually working with that jerk she hates so much. But then, she spots something that's about to change her entire life forever. She takes off running. Leah yells for her to stay in formation, but Ariel tells her to fall back. I've got something to handle. Don't worry, I'll be back in a flash. Ariel charges through the explosions and chaos, her mind racing. Who would have ever thought it? She can't get over it. That golden hair, those deep eyes, and those insane curves. She can't believe such a goddess exists in this academy. Little does she know, the girl she's rushing to save is actually Moon. Completely determined, Ariel screams out to her beauty not to be afraid because her hero has arrived. Trust me, you and I are going to love seeing her try to date him. She has no idea she's chasing the guy she despises. Ariel just starts wrecking anyone in her way. Cultists or students, it doesn't matter. She's a force of nature clearing a path to her prize. Meanwhile, Senior Anna realizes the truth. That blonde bombshell is actually the freshman, Moon Campbell. The potion worked, but a full gender swap? That was unexpected. And that bone weapon she's using is absolutely brutal. Honestly, Moon, you never fail to keep things interesting around here. Back at the student council room, an assistant gives a report. The upperclassmen have secured the main gates. The second years are still fighting, with most of the invaders swarming the male dorms as we speak. There are no deaths yet, but the assistant stops mid-sentence as she sees something weird. There's a hostage situation right in the center of the academy, guarded by several elite fighters. Student council president Siri is just sitting there calmly sipping her tea. She tells her assistant to take the elite council members and wipe out the threats at the dorms and center. Remember, the safety of the hostages is our top priority. The assistant agrees but asks what the president plans to do while they're all out fighting. Siri tells her to just go. She has a very important matter to settle right here. As soon as the door closes, it's obvious Siri isn't alone. A shadow is lurking in the corner, watching her. Siri calls out the intruder, noting they've been hiding there for over 30 minutes just waiting for a chance. Now you and I get to see who this shadow really is. Come out, intruder. Siri sets the cup back on the table, but suddenly, a shadow lunges to attack. Who would have seen that coming? Yet another person who wants to kill Siri. I know you're eager for the continuation, but we've got to stop here. Now we have to wait 2 more months for the story to continue. So, what do you and I rate this one? Drop a 0 to 10 below those daring girls, make this story unique.